The Douglas firs stretched endlessly above us as Gregory and I turned off Highway 26, leaving behind the comforting hum of civilization. Mount Hood loomed in the distance, its snow-capped peak piercing the October sky. We'd driven this route before, quick weekend trips from Portland when the city walls closed in too tight. But never this far, never this deep into the backcountry where the forest swallowed everything whole. The rental listing had appeared on a Thursday night while I scrolled mindlessly through my phone, nursing a glass of cheap red wine. Authentic wilderness experience, it promised. Total privacy, no neighbors for miles. The photos showed a weathered log structure surrounded by towering pines, smoke curling from a stone chimney. The price was absurdly low, $200 for the entire week. When I showed Gregory, he'd laughed at first, then shrugged. Why not? When's the last time we actually disconnected? The owner's emails were terse, almost dismissive. He'd sent coordinates instead of an address, warned us the access road wasn't maintained, mentioned something about the cell signal dying past rhododendron. Everything you need is there, his final message read. Keys under the mat. Leave cash in the envelope on the table. No signature, no phone number. Red flags maybe, but we were desperate for escape from deadlines, from traffic, from the relentless digital noise that had colonized every corner of our lives. Past government camp, the pavement gave way to gravel, then to dirt rutted deep with erosion. Branches scraped against Gregory's Honda, leaving thin scratches across the paint that made him wince. The GPS lost signal within minutes, leaving us to navigate by the crude map the owner had attached, a scanned photocopy of something hand-drawn decades ago, stained with what looked like coffee rings. This is insane, Gregory muttered, knuckles white on the steering wheel as we bounced over another pothole. We're going to get stuck out here. It's an adventure, I said, trying to sound convinced. After 45 minutes on the deteriorating road, we reached a point where the path simply became impassable. Fallen logs blocked the way, moss-covered and ancient. Gregory parked in a small clearing, engine ticking as it cooled. Through the windshield I could see a narrow footpath continuing into the forest, barely visible beneath decades of fallen needles. We shouldered our bags and started walking. The silence was immediate and total. No birdsong, no rustle of small animals, just our footsteps crunching against the forest floor and the occasional distant crack of settling wood. The air smelled of decay and damp earth, that particular scent of Pacific Northwest forests where everything is always in some stage of decomposition, feeding the next generation of growth. The cabin materialized through the trees like something conjured from a fever dream. It was smaller than the photos suggested, hunched low against the earth as if trying to hide. Heavy pine logs formed walls thick enough to stop bullets, their surfaces blackened with age and weather. The roof sagged slightly in the middle, wooden shingles curling upward like dried leaves. Moss climbed the foundation stones, and the two front windows stared out like empty eye sockets, glass filmed with grime so thick it was nearly opaque. Jesus, Gregory breathed, then catching himself. I mean, God. The porch groaned under our weight as we climbed the 3 steps. I found the keys exactly where promised, beneath a rotting hemp mat that fell apart when I lifted it. The lock resisted, corroded with rust, but finally yielded with a protest that echoed through the clearing. Inside, the air was thick enough to choke on decades of dust and mildew, and something else, something organic and wrong that I couldn't quite identify. My eyes adjusted slowly to the gloom. A wood stove squatted in one corner, its iron surface pitted with rust. 2 narrow beds flanked opposite walls, their mattresses thin and stained. A rough wooden table dominated the center of the single room, and on it sat a leather-bound book, its cover warped and mottled with mold. Gregory moved to the windows, trying to force them open. They were painted shut, sealed decades ago and forgotten. Well, he said, voice artificially bright, at least we'll be warm. I approached the book, drawn by morbid curiosity. A guest registry, the kind you might find in a bed and breakfast, meant to collect the warm thoughts of satisfied visitors. The pages crackled as I turned them, brittle with age. Entry after entry, dating back to the 1970s. Beautiful spot, perfect getaway. Will return next summer. Then abruptly, the entry stopped. July 1991. The final message, written in shaking script. Enjoy your stay. Nothing after. 26 years of blank pages. Gregory, I said quietly, look at this. He came to stand beside me, reading over my shoulder. His hand found mine, fingers cold despite the afternoon warmth. Maybe they just stopped using it, he offered, but his voice lacked conviction. We spent the next hour making the place habitable, sweeping out the worst of the debris, wiping down surfaces, coaxing the hand pump outside to produce water that ran rust-red for several minutes before clearing to something approaching safe. Gregory got the wood stove lit, feeding it dry branches we found stacked against the back wall. Soon heat radiated through the small space, driving back some of the oppressive atmosphere. By early evening, we'd almost convinced ourselves this would be fine. Gregory opened cans of soup on the wood stove while I arranged our sleeping bags on the least stained mattress. We'd pushed the beds together, unwilling to sleep separately in this place. Outside, twilight was falling fast, that peculiar mountain darkness that seems to rise from the earth rather than descend from the sky. We ate by lantern light. We'd brought 2 battery-powered LED lanterns that threw harsh white light and deep shadows. The soup was Campbell's chicken noodle, tasting exactly like childhood, and for a few minutes the familiar comfort of it made everything seem almost normal. Gregory told a story about his boss, something ridiculous involving a misunderstood email and an angry client, and I laughed harder than the story deserved, grateful for the sound of it. Then, without warning, he stopped mid-sentence. His spoon clattered against the metal bowl. I followed his gaze toward the window, the one facing the meadow that separated the cabin from the dense forest beyond. Someone was standing there. Not in the cabin outside, at the tree line, perhaps 70 yards distant. The figure was barely visible in the gathering dark, just a silhouette against the deeper shadow of the forest, utterly still, not moving, not waving, just watching. My throat constricted. "Gregory, I see it," he whispered. We sat frozen, spoons forgotten, staring at the motionless shape. It was human-sized, human-shaped, but something about the proportions seemed wrong in ways I couldn't articulate. The posture was too rigid, like a mannequin propped upright. No natural sway, no shift of weight from foot to foot, just absolute stillness. "Maybe it's another hiker," I heard myself say, voice thin and unconvincing. Gregory stood slowly, moving toward the window. He raised one hand in a tentative wave. Nothing. The figure didn't respond, didn't acknowledge the gesture. He waved again, more emphatically. Still nothing. "I'm going to get the flashlight," he said. "Don't go out there." I'm just going to shine it from here." He retrieved the heavy maglite from his backpack, the kind that doubled as a weapon if necessary. The beam cut through the darkness, sweeping across the meadow toward where we'd seen the figure. The grass was illuminated in harsh detail, individual seed heads, spider webs heavy with evening dew. The light reached the tree line, swept left, swept right. Empty. Nothing there. The figure had vanished completely, impossibly, as if it had never existed at all. "What the hell?" Gregory breathed. We stood at the window for another 10 minutes, scanning the darkness, but saw nothing more. Eventually, reluctantly, we retreated to the table, but neither of us could finish eating. The soup had gone cold anyway, congealing into something unappetizing. Gregory dumped both bowls outside, using the excuse to check the perimeter. When he came back in, his face was pale. "Anything?" I asked. "No tracks. Nothing. The grass isn't even bent where it was standing." We didn't speak much after that. Gregory fed more wood into the stove, building the fire higher than necessary, as if heat and light could keep back whatever waited in the darkness. I tried to read by lantern light. I'd brought a paperback mystery, but the words swam meaninglessly across the page. My eyes kept drifting to the windows, searching the darkness beyond for any sign of movement. Around midnight, we finally attempted sleep. We left one lantern burning on the table, turned low but providing enough light to see by. Gregory's breathing eventually evened out beside me, but I lay awake, hyper-aware of every sound. The cabin settled and creaked around us, wood contracting as the temperature dropped. Somewhere outside, a branch snapped, once, twice, 3 times at regular intervals, too regular to be natural. I stared at the ceiling, counting my breaths, trying to convince myself I'd imagined what we'd seen. Morning arrived like salvation. Weak sunlight filtered through the grimy windows, transforming the cabin from nightmare chamber to merely shabby. Gregory woke with a start, immediately checking his watch. We'd both slept later than intended, exhausted by fear and adrenaline crash. "Coffee," he groaned. "God." I need coffee. We'd brought instant, which we usually avoided on principle, but this morning it tasted perfect, hot and bitter and real. We sat on the porch steps, cupping the metal camping mugs, breathing in steam and trying to reconstruct the previous night with daylight logic. We were tired, Gregory said. It was getting dark. Could have been a deer standing weird, or a stump, or someone was standing there watching us. He sighed. Yeah, or that. After breakfast, he insisted on walking down to the tree line, to the exact spot where we'd seen the figure. I followed reluctantly, skin crawling as we crossed the meadow. The grass was tall, gone to seed, brushing against our thighs as we walked. Gregory reached the trees and began examining the ground carefully, crouching low, pushing aside undergrowth. Nothing, he called back. No footprints, no disturbance. But as I approached, something caught my eye, a glint of metal attached to a tree trunk about head height. Gregory saw it at the same moment. We moved closer, slowly, as if approaching something dangerous. It was a length of rusted wire, deliberately wound around the trunk and secured with old square-cut nails, the kind they stopped making in the 1940s. The wire extended from the tree toward the north, disappearing into thicker undergrowth. We followed it for maybe 20 yards before it simply ended, cut cleanly with what must have been heavy shears, the severed end dangling uselessly. Boundary marker, Gregory said. Old property line, maybe. But why is it cut? He shook his head, clearly uneasy. Doesn't matter. Come on, let's head back. We spent the rest of the morning trying to normalize the situation. We hiked a short loop trail we'd seen marked on the crude map, following cairns someone had built years or decades ago. The forest pressed close, oppressively dense, old-growth firs blocking out most of the sunlight. The understory was choked with sword ferns and salal, creating a claustrophobic tunnel of green. Once we heard movement in the brush, something large moving parallel to our path but staying out of sight. Gregory called out, "Hello? Anyone there?" The movement stopped immediately. We waited 5 minutes in silence, then continued, walking faster now, eager to get back to the cabin despite our fears. By afternoon, anxiety had settled into my chest like a physical weight. The cabin offered no comfort. Its musty darkness felt like being sealed in a tomb, but the forest outside was worse. We occupied the porch, that liminal space between shelter and wilderness, trying to read, trying to talk about normal things. But conversation kept dying, replaced by long silences where we both listened to the forest's unnatural quiet. As shadows began lengthening, dread crept back like a living thing. Gregory started building a fire in the stone ring beside the porch, gathering wood with frantic energy, as if staying busy could keep fear at bay. I helped, grateful for the distraction, stacking branches and kindling. The fire caught quickly, flames leaping up, casting dancing light across the clearing. Twilight came, that strange blue hour when nothing is quite solid, when the world becomes uncertain. And there, at the tree line, exactly where it had stood before, the figure had returned. Gregory saw it first. His hand shot out, gripping my wrist so hard it hurt. "Oh God," he whispered. "Oh God, it's back." This time I grabbed the binoculars, good ones, Nikons that Gregory had bought for birdwatching, a hobby he'd abandoned after 2 weekends. My hands shook as I raised them, adjusting the focus wheel, bringing the distant figure into sharp clarity. What I saw made my stomach drop sickeningly. It was a man, definitely a man, but something was profoundly wrong. He wore what looked like an old Forest Service uniform, dark green, but it was tattered and stained, hanging oddly on a frame that seemed too thin. The face was shadowed beneath a wide-brimmed ranger hat, features indistinct, but the posture was what terrified me most. Perfectly still, arms at sides, facing directly toward us with an intensity I could feel even at this distance. "What do you see?" Gregory's voice was tight with panic. "A ranger, old uniform. He's just standing there, staring. Is he real?" I don't know. We watched for 10 minutes, maybe longer. The figure never moved, not once, didn't shift weight, didn't adjust position, didn't do any of the thousands of small unconscious movements humans make, just stood, watching our fire burn, watching us. Finally, as full darkness fell, Gregory couldn't bear it anymore. He grabbed the flashlight, aimed it at the tree line, and switched it on. The beam swept across the distance, illuminating trees and undergrowth. The spot where the figure had stood was empty. Again, as if it had never been there at all. Neither of us spoke. Gregory's hand found mine in the darkness, squeezing so hard his knuckles cracked. We retreated inside, barricading the door with the heavy table, checking the windows were latched, though the flimsy metal fasteners would stop nothing. We huddled together on the bed, both lanterns burning bright, sitting upright against the wall, too afraid to lie down, too afraid to sleep. Dawn couldn't come fast enough. We'd spent the night in shifts, one watching while the other dozed fitfully, jerking awake at every sound. My eyes burned with exhaustion, and Gregory looked worse, face pale, a nervous tick pulling at his left eye. As soon as gray light began filtering through the windows, we made our decision without discussion. We were leaving. We threw supplies haphazardly into bags, abandoned anything non-essential. Gregory was stuffing clothes into his backpack when he suddenly stopped, head cocked, listening. "Did you hear that?" I hadn't heard anything, but his alarm was contagious. "What?" "Outside. Metal sound. Like someone's at the car." We'd left the Honda nearly a quarter-mile away, down that overgrown trail. Someone messing with it would be audible from this distance only if they wanted to be heard. Gregory grabbed the maglite and headed for the door. I followed, unable to bear being separated, unwilling to stay in the cabin alone. The morning air was cold and damp, our breath visible in clouds. We moved quickly down the trail, Gregory setting a nearly jogging pace. When we reached the clearing where we'd parked, my heart sank instantly. The Honda's hood was up, propped open on its support rod. Gregory broke into a run. I followed, arriving breathless as he leaned over the engine compartment, examining it with frantic attention. His face, when he looked up, was ashen. "The battery's been disconnected." "What? How?" He pointed with a shaking finger. "The terminals, they've been unscrewed, deliberately. And look." He reached in, lifting a cable. The connection point had been scraped clean, freshly exposed copper glinting in the weak light. This was done recently, last night maybe, while we were sleeping. Terror washed over me in a wave so intense I thought I might vomit. Someone had been here, working on our vehicle in the darkness while we huddled terrified in the cabin. Someone who knew exactly what they were doing, who wanted us stranded. Gregory tried reconnecting the battery, but when he turned the key, nothing happened, not even a click. The battery was completely drained, deliberately run down before being disconnected. He slammed his palm against the steering wheel, the horn producing one weak, mournful bleat before dying. "We have to hike out," I said, voice steadier than I felt. "The main road can't be more than 5 or 6 miles. And if he follows us? Then we run. What else can we do? Stay here and wait?" He nodded slowly, accepting the logic even as fear shone in his eyes. We retrieved what little we could carry: water, some food, a first aid kit, the flashlight, and both knives from the camping gear. Gregory pocketed his dead phone, knowing it was useless but unable to leave it behind. That last connection to the world beyond these trees. We started walking at a fast clip, following the deteriorating dirt road back the way we'd driven days ago. The forest pressed close on both sides, and every shadow seemed to hide watching eyes. My senses were hyper-alert, adrenaline making everything too sharp, too bright. Gregory walked slightly ahead, head constantly turning, scanning the trees. After perhaps a mile, he stopped abruptly. "Look at this." On the road ahead, arranged with obvious deliberation, was a small pile of pine needles. Not scattered randomly, carefully stacked in a neat cone shape, each needle aligned. The whole thing may be 6 inches tall. Recent, fresh green needles that hadn't started to brown. "What the hell?" I breathed. We moved past it cautiously, as if the pile might explode. 50 yards further, we found another, then another. They appeared at precise intervals, marking the road like some demented trail of breadcrumbs. Someone had made these, and recently, within hours, certainly within the past night. "This is wrong," Gregory said unnecessarily. "This is really, really wrong." We kept walking, faster now, nearly jogging despite the exertion. The pile markers continued, always 50 yards apart, always identical. 20 of them, 30. Whoever made them had invested significant time and effort, had walked this entire road in darkness while we slept, marking it for reasons I couldn't begin to fathom. After 90 minutes of fast walking, legs burning and lungs aching, we reached something that made us both stop cold. A wooden sign, weathered gray with age, nailed to a massive Douglas fir. The letters were faded but still legible. Restricted area. Property of U.S. Forest Service. Site 17A. Keep out. Site 17A, Gregory repeated. You ever heard of that? I shook my head. I'd hiked extensively in this region over the years, knew most of the administrative divisions and research areas. This was new. Below the main sign, someone had attached a second, smaller board, much newer, the wood still showing traces of yellow pine color. On it, written in fresh paint, were 2 words, "Turn back." My mouth went dry. Someone put that there. Recently. For us? Who else would it be for? We haven't seen another person in 3 days. We stood there, paralyzed by indecision. Forward meant entering whatever Site 17A was, restricted, officially off limits, marked with warnings. But backward meant returning to the cabin, to the figure that watched us from the trees, to being trapped and isolated. I don't care, Gregory said finally. We're not going back. The main road has to be close. We push through, we find it, we get help. But something in his voice said he didn't believe it would be that simple. Neither did I. We stood at that weathered sign for another moment. Then Gregory took a breath and stepped past it, onto the section of road beyond. I followed, crossing that invisible boundary, feeling as though we'd just made a terrible mistake, but unable to see any other choice. We walked for another hour past the sign, the forest growing denser and darker despite it being mid-morning. The pine needle markers had stopped at the boundary, replaced by nothing, just empty road stretching ahead, curving out of sight through the trees. No birds sang, no insects hummed. The silence was absolute and oppressive, broken only by our footsteps and labored breathing. Finally, Gregory stopped, shoulders sagging with defeat. This doesn't make sense. We should have hit the main road by now. He was right. We'd driven for maybe 40 minutes from Highway 26 to the parking area. Walking back, even accounting for the rough terrain, we should have reached pavement within 2 hours, but there was nothing. Just more forest road, more trees, more oppressive silence. I swallowed hard. I think maybe this road loops, or branches. Maybe we took a wrong turn. There haven't been any turns. It's been straight the whole way. But even as he said it, doubt crept into his voice. Had we missed a junction? In our fear and haste? Had we somehow gotten turned around? The markers had led us this way, deliberately, and we'd followed them like fools, following a Pied Piper into darkness. We need to go back, I said quietly. Back to the cabin. We'll wait there. Someone will come eventually. Rangers, maintenance workers, someone. No one's coming. You saw that guest book. No one's been there in decades. Then we'll die out here in the woods. Is that better? He closed his eyes, jaw working. Finally, okay, you're right, we go back. The walk back was worse than the journey out had been. Every step felt wrong, felt like surrender. We moved faster than was safe, practically running at times, driven by some primal need to reach shelter before darkness caught us exposed. The sun was already past its zenith, shadows lengthening. We reached the Site 17A sign as afternoon slipped toward evening. Neither of us looked at it as we passed, didn't want to acknowledge that we'd ignored its warning and were paying the price. The pine needle markers reappeared on the other side, counting down our retreat like a mocking countdown. By the time we reached the cabin, twilight was falling fast. We'd been walking for nearly 8 hours with minimal rest, and exhaustion made everything feel dreamlike and unreal. The cabin looked different somehow, more menacing, more alive, as if it had been waiting for us to return. Gregory checked the door, still unlocked, exactly as we'd left it. Inside, nothing had changed except I stopped, staring at the table. The leather guest book lay open now, though I was certain we'd left it closed. And on the blank page, someone had written in fresh ink, "Welcome back." Gregory saw it at the same moment. His breathing became rapid and shallow. No. We checked the entire cabin frantically. The corners, under the beds, inside the wood stove, empty, no one hiding. But someone had been here while we were gone, had left this message, had watched us leave, and waited for our return. We barricade ourselves in, Gregory said, voice cracking. We don't sleep, we just wait for morning. And then what? We try again. We keep trying until we die of exhaustion. He had no answer. We moved furniture against the door, the table, both beds, creating a makeshift barricade that would at least make noise if breached. We lit the lanterns, arranged them around the room, eliminating every shadow. Gregory gripped one of the knives, holding it across his lap as he sat against the wall. Full darkness fell, and then, inevitably, we heard it. Footsteps on the porch. Not trying to be stealthy, heavy, deliberate steps, boot heels striking wood planks with measured rhythm. Walking the length of the porch 7 or 8 steps, then silence, a long pause, then the steps returned, walking back and forth, pacing. Someone standing just outside the door, separated from us by thin wood and our inadequate barricade. Gregory gripped the knife so hard his knuckles went white. I pressed against him, feeling his heart hammering, matching rhythm with my own. The pacing continued for 5 minutes, 10, 15, then stopped directly in front of the door. Silence stretched, pulled taut like wire ready to snap. Then came a sound that turned my blood to ice, scratching. Slow, deliberate scraping against wood, something metal dragging down the door surface from top to bottom, then again and again, scoring deep gouges in the wood with each pass, not trying to break in, just marking territory, making sure we knew exactly who controlled this situation. The scratching stopped. The footsteps moved away, descending the porch stairs with the same measured rhythm. Then silence, absolute and total silence. We sat frozen, not daring to move, barely daring to breathe. An hour passed. 2, around midnight, Gregory finally crept to the window, peering through a gap in the boards we'd nailed over the glass earlier. He stared for a long moment, then returned to me, face drawn. It's standing at the tree line again, same spot, just watching. All night? I think so, yeah, all night. Neither of us slept. We sat in the harsh LED light, clinging to each other, waiting for dawn and knowing with absolute certainty that dawn wouldn't save us anymore. Morning came slowly, twilight stretching unnaturally long as if dawn itself was reluctant to reach this place. Gregory finally stood, joints cracking, and approached the door carefully. He dismantled our barricade piece by piece, each scrape of furniture across wood making me flinch. Finally, he eased the door open a crack, peering out. "Oh God," he breathed. I joined him at the door, looking over his shoulder. The porch was covered in footprints, dozens of them, overlapping and crisscrossing, pressed deep into the accumulated dust and grime. Boot prints, large, showing a distinctive tread pattern. They covered every inch of the porch, as if someone had paced for hours, walking the same paths over and over, circling the cabin obsessively. And there, pressed into the gap between the door and frame, was something metal. Gregory worked it loose carefully, pulling it free. It was a badge, Forest Service issue, the shield design instantly recognizable. But it was old, badly corroded, the finish flaking away to reveal brass underneath. The eagle across the top was barely visible beneath decades of oxidation. Gregory turned it over, engraved on the back, still legible despite corrosion. Ranger M. Jenkins, District 7, commissioned 1985. Mitchell Jenkins, I whispered, remembering the guest book, the entries that stopped in 1991. It has to be related. Someone's messing with us, using local history, trying to scare us. It's some sick... But his voice lacked conviction. This wasn't a prank. Pranks didn't involve sabotaged vehicles and messages written in guest books while you were gone. Pranks didn't involve figures that appeared and disappeared impossibly, that stood watch all night from the tree line. We spent that day in a fog of exhaustion and terror. Gregory insisted on checking the car again, some desperate hope that maybe the battery had recharged, maybe we'd been wrong. I went with him, unable to bear separation. The Honda sat exactly as before, hood closed now, though we'd left it open. Gregory popped it again, stared at the engine, then slammed it shut with a curse. The battery's gone. Someone took the whole thing. It was here yesterday, now it's gone. We were being toyed with, systematically isolated, cut off from every possible escape, kept here for reasons I couldn't fathom and didn't want to understand. Back at the cabin, we ate mechanically, canned beans cold from the tin, too exhausted to bother heating them. I examined the badge while Gregory stared at nothing, turning it over and over in my hands. "We should try hiking out," I said. "Different direction this time, not the road cut through the forest. Head west until we hit something." "How far west? 10 miles? 20? We don't have enough water. We don't have a compass. We get lost in there, we die. So we just wait here to die instead? He looked at me with haunted eyes. I don't know anymore. That evening, as shadows lengthened once again, I saw something that sent new terror coursing through me. The figure at the tree line always before it had been distant, maybe 70 yards away. Now it was closer, much closer. Perhaps 40 yards from the cabin, standing in the meadow itself, no longer bothering with the concealment of trees. Gregory, I managed to choke out. It's closer. He came to the window, face draining of color. Jesus, I mean God. God help us. The figure stood perfectly still, but even from this distance I could make out more detail. The ranger uniform was unmistakable now, the same style as the badge we'd found, dark green with patches on the shoulders, though I couldn't make out what they said. The hat brim cast deep shadow across the face, obscuring features completely. But the posture, the stillness, it was wrong in ways that made my hindbrain scream warnings. As we watched, helpless, the figure took one step forward, then another, slow, measured, deliberate, coming closer with the inevitability of sunrise. Gregory slammed the shutters closed, fumbling with the latches, but they were rotted and weak, offering no real security. We leave, he said, right now. We don't wait for morning. It's almost dark. We'll get lost. We're dead if we stay here. You understand that? We're dead. He started throwing supplies into his pack with frantic energy. I stood frozen for a moment, then began helping, moving on autopilot. Water bottles, food, the first aid kit, both knives, the flashlight. Gregory grabbed the mag light, checked its batteries. The beam was weak. We'd used it too much already, drained it searching shadows. We left everything else, sleeping bags, extra clothes, books, my journal, abandoned like artifacts from someone else's life. Gregory shouldered his pack, grabbed my hand and pulled me toward the door. We stepped onto the porch, into the gathering darkness, and I immediately saw the figure. It had moved again while we were inside. Now it was perhaps 20 yards away, close enough that I could see how it didn't quite stand like a person should, how the arms hung at slightly wrong angles, how the head tilted with subtle wrongness. "Run," Gregory whispered, then louder, "Run." We bolted down the porch steps, into the meadow, sprinting away from the cabin and the watching figure. My pack bounced painfully against my spine, flashlight beam bouncing wildly as I ran. Behind us, I heard nothing. No footsteps, no pursuit, just silence. But somehow that was worse. I didn't dare look back. We crashed through the forest blindly, branches whipping our faces, roots trying to trip us at every step. Gregory's flashlight beam carved a jerky path through the darkness ahead, illuminating trees and shadows in fragments. My lungs burned, legs screaming, but terror drove me forward, wouldn't let me slow. After what might have been 10 minutes or an hour, time had lost meaning. Gregory finally stopped, doubled over and gasping. I collided with him, nearly knocking us both down. We stood in a small clearing, breathing like wounded animals, listening. Silence, complete silence, no sounds of pursuit, no crashing footsteps following us through the undergrowth. Just the rasp of our breathing and the hammer of my heart in my ears. Gregory swallowed hard. Do you think we lost it? I didn't answer, because that's when I heard it. A rhythmic crunching sound, faint but distinct. Footsteps, walking, not running, steady, unhurried, but getting closer. Coming from the direction we'd run. Move, I hissed. Move, move, move. We started running again, abandoning any pretense of stealth. The footsteps behind us never accelerated, never broke into a run, just maintained that same measured pace. But somehow they were keeping up, drawing slowly, inexorably closer. Every time we stopped to catch our breath, the steps stopped too. Every time we ran, they resumed. Always the same steady rhythm, always just behind us. Hours blurred together in nightmare flight. Gregory's flashlight finally died, plunging us into near-total darkness, relieved only by faint moonlight filtering through the canopy. We stumbled over obstacles we couldn't see, fell and scrambled back up, drove ourselves forward through sheer will. The footsteps never stopped, never varied, following us with the patience of something that had all the time in the world. Finally, as dawn began graying the eastern sky, we stumbled onto a dirt road, not the one we'd been on before, but clearly maintained, showing signs of recent vehicle traffic. Hope surged through my exhaustion. Gregory pointed wordlessly toward the north, and we started jogging, too tired to run anymore, but refusing to walk, driven by the knowledge that those footsteps were still behind us, still coming. Around a bend, miraculously, impossibly, we saw headlights. A vehicle was coming toward us. White, official-looking, moving slowly along the rutted road. Gregory lurched into the middle of the path, waving his arms frantically. I joined him, both of us probably looking like wild animals, scratched and bleeding and filthy. The truck stopped. U.S. Forest Service logo on the door. A man climbed out, older, maybe 60, with weathered skin and cautious eyes. He looked at us carefully, hand resting near something on his belt. Pepper spray, maybe, or a radio. "You folks lost? Please." Gregory's voice broke. "Please. Someone's following us. Someone's been. There's a cabin, and the car was sabotaged, and there's something." "Slow down," the ranger said, tone professional but wary. "You're saying you're in trouble?" "Yes. God, yes. There's a man. He's been stalking us for days, and he—"
Where were you staying?
"A cabin. Off Lalo Pass Road. We rented it online, but there's someone there, and—" The ranger's expression changed. Something flickered across his face. Recognition, concern, maybe fear. "Cabin off Lalo Pass Road. How far in?" "Maybe 5 miles? 6? I don't know. We got lost trying to get out." "Get in the truck," he said quietly. "Both of you. Now." We climbed into the cab gratefully, its warmth and solidity like a return to civilization. The ranger, his name tag read H. Redden, radioed something in code I didn't understand, then started driving. Not back the way he'd come, but north, deeper into the forest. "Where are we going?" Gregory asked. "Ranger station. District headquarters. You'll be safe there while we sort this out." He glanced at us in the rearview mirror. "Tell me everything, from the beginning." We did. The whole story spilled out. The rental listing, the cabin, the watching figure, the sabotaged car, the messages, the badge. Ranger Redden listened in silence, his expression growing grimmer with each detail. When we finished, he was quiet for a long moment. "That cabin," he finally said, "it's not supposed to be rented, hasn't been habitable since '92. "What happened in '92? I asked, though some part of me didn't want to know. He pulled the truck over, stopped, turned to face us properly. "Murder-suicide. Ranger named Mitchell Jenkins. He'd been stationed out there alone for 3 years too long. Forest Service doesn't do that anymore for a reason. He went strange, paranoid, started reporting things that weren't there. Then one night he found some hikers who'd set up camp illegally on his district, 20-year-old couple from Salem. My stomach clenched. What happened? He shot them, then himself. They found all 3 bodies a week later, when he didn't respond to radio checks. Place got condemned after that, officially closed. No one should have been able to rent it." Gregory pulled out the badge we'd found, handed it forward silently. Ranger Redden took it, turned it over, read the engraving. His face went pale. "This is Mitchell's badge. They buried him with this. I was at the funeral." "Then how?" I started, but couldn't finish the question. Redden shook his head slowly. "I don't know, but I've heard stories. Other rangers, ones who work this district. They talk about seeing someone in old uniform out there sometimes, standing watch, like he never left." "You're saying it's a ghost," Gregory said flatly. "You expect us to believe?" "I expect you to believe you got lucky," Redden interrupted, "that you got out at all, because others haven't." He put the truck back in gear, drove in silence the rest of the way to the ranger station. It was a squat concrete building, ugly but reassuringly solid and official. Inside, he made us coffee, took formal statements, contacted the county sheriff. Other rangers arrived, listened to our story with expressions that ranged from skeptical to carefully neutral. They sent a team to the cabin that afternoon. Found it exactly as we'd described, dust and decay, and the guest book with its impossible entries. Found our abandoned camping gear. Found the scratches on the door and the boot prints covering the porch. Took photographs, measurements, collected evidence. They never found Mitchell Jenkins' badge. When we asked about it, Ranger Redden frowned and checked the evidence log. No badge listed. He showed us his truck, opened the center console where he'd placed it. Empty. "I put it right there," he insisted. "Right there. I know I did." We stayed at the ranger station that night, sleeping in a storage room on cots they brought in, too afraid to be alone. The sheriff came the next morning, took more statements, asked pointed questions about drugs and alcohol, clearly thinking we'd manufactured the whole thing in some kind of shared psychosis. On the third day, they drove us back to civilization, to a cheap motel near Zigzag, where we could wait for a tow truck to retrieve Gregory's Honda. They'd checked it. Battery truly gone, terminal scraped clean. Theft, they said. Kids, probably. Happens sometimes. We didn't argue, just thanked them and waited for the car. The tow truck brought the Honda back 2 days later, new battery installed. We drove back to Portland in silence, neither of us wanting to discuss what had happened, both of us trying to convince ourselves it had been some elaboration of natural events, squatters maybe, or someone living rough in the forest who'd gotten their kicks terrorizing tourists. That lasted about a week, long enough for the scratches on my face to scab over, for the bruises from our panicked flight to fade to yellow, long enough to almost sleep through the night without jerking awake at every sound, almost. I was at work. I'd gone back reluctantly, taken grief from my boss about the sick days when my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. I almost deleted it without looking, assuming spam. Something made me open it instead. The message contained a photo, grainy, taken through glass. It showed Gregory and me sitting at the cabin table that first night, eating soup by lantern light, visible through the window. We hadn't known anyone was watching, hadn't seen anyone outside, but someone had been there, close enough to photograph us, standing in the darkness mere feet away. Below the photo, a single line of text, "Enjoyed having you visit, come back anytime." My phone slipped from numb fingers, clattered onto my desk. Around me, coworkers looked up curiously, then returned to their tasks. I stood on shaking legs, walked to the bathroom, locked myself in a stall and tried not to vomit. When I'd composed myself enough to return to my desk, I saw another message had arrived. Another photo. This one showed Gregory and me sleeping, curled together on that narrow bed, taken through the window from outside. We looked so vulnerable, so helpless. The angle suggested the photographer had been standing on something to see in, had deliberately positioned themselves to capture this particular shot. The text with this one, "Sweet dreams." I called Gregory immediately. He was at his office downtown, tried to sound calm and reassuring, but I could hear the fear beneath his words. "Don't respond. Block the number. I'll call Ranger Redden, see if they can trace it." But we both knew tracing wouldn't matter. Whoever, whatever had been in those woods with us, they were still there, still watching, still waiting. That night I couldn't sleep. I lay in our apartment, safe, locked, urban, and stared at the ceiling, seeing the figure in my mind, standing at the tree line, drawing closer, those measured footsteps following us through the forest, patient and inexorable. Around 3 a.m. my phone lit up again. I didn't want to look, made myself wait 5 minutes, then 10, before finally checking. One more photo. This one showed the window of our apartment, my apartment, where I'd lived for 3 years, where I'd thought we were safe. The angle suggested it had been taken from the street, looking up at our second-floor window. Tonight, the timestamp said 2:47 a.m. The text, "Not that far, found you." I showed Gregory in the morning. We called the police, filed a report, showed them everything. They were sympathetic but ultimately helpless. Harassment, they said, stalking, but the photos showed no identifiable person, contained no explicit threats. They'd increase patrols in our area, they said, keep an eye out, but there was only so much they could do. We discussed moving, changing cities, even Seattle or maybe California, starting over somewhere new, but we both knew it wouldn't matter. Whatever had attached itself to us in those woods, it had followed us home, was still following, would keep following. I deleted the messages but couldn't delete the memories. Some nights I'll be drifting toward sleep and I'll jerk awake, certain I heard bootfalls on the pavement outside. Or I'll be walking home from work and feel eyes on my back, turn and see nothing but crowds of commuters, but the feeling persists. Gregory installed extra locks on all our windows, got a security system despite the expense. It helps, a little, enough to sleep sometimes at least, but we both know locks and alarms won't stop what's coming, because it's not about protection, it's about patience. It's about patience. Whatever Mitchell Jenkins became out there in those woods, however you want to explain it, ghost or obsession or something else entirely, it's still watching, still waiting. We went into its territory, and it marked us, claimed us, made us part of its endless vigil. The photos arrive irregularly now. Sometimes weeks pass with nothing. Then my phone will light up at 3 a.m., and there it is, another image showing us through a window, captured from shadows, reminder that we're never truly alone, never truly safe. The most recent one arrived 3 days ago. It showed me walking to my car after work, taken from perhaps 20 feet away. I'm clearly visible, but there are other people in frame too, a couple walking past, a man checking his phone. None of them saw the photographer. None of them noticed anything wrong. The text said, "Soon." I don't know what that means, don't want to know, but I find myself looking over my shoulder constantly now, scanning crowds for a figure in old Ranger green, listening for measured bootfalls following behind me on empty streets. I sleep with lights on, wake at every sound. Gregory's the same. We're eroding together, wearing down under the patient pressure of whatever won't let us go. Sometimes I dream about the cabin, see it standing there in the forest, waiting, the door hanging open, boot prints covering the porch, and beyond the tree line, always watching, that figure stands in perfect stillness, patient as stone, knowing we'll come back eventually. Because whatever else it is, it's stronger than us, more patient. It has all the time in the world, and we're already running out. The last message I received, 2 hours ago, contained no photo, just coordinates. I recognized them immediately, latitude and longitude marking a spot deep in Mount Hood National Forest, and one word, waiting. Gregory's phone buzzed at the same moment. He showed me the screen silently. Same coordinates, same word. We sat together on our couch, in our locked apartment with its security system armed, and knew with absolute certainty that eventually, maybe tonight or maybe in weeks, we'd go back. We'd follow those coordinates. We'd return to those woods. Because Mitchell Jenkins isn't done with us yet, and some part of us, the part that walked past his warning signs, that ignored every instinct screaming at us to leave, knows we were never meant to escape at all. We're just on borrowed time now, counting down the hours until we return to finish whatever story started when we first saw that figure watching from the trees. The cabin is still there, I know it is, and Mitchell Jenkins is standing on that porch, boots leaving prints in the dust, staring toward the city where we're hiding, knowing what we're coming to understand. Some things that watch from darkness never stop watching, never stop waiting, never let go. And we went too deep into his territory to ever really leave. Growing up, I always thought my grandfather was a puzzle I'd never solve. He'd arrive at our house in his immaculate Lincoln Continental, wearing pressed suits that smelled of expensive cologne and pipe tobacco, his pockets heavy with crisp $100 bills that he'd slip into my hand with a wink. For college, he'd say, though I was barely 10 years old. But the moment I tried to hug him, thank him, tell him about school or friends or anything at all, his body would go rigid, his jaw would clench. Those pale blue eyes that had probably once sparkled with warmth would glaze over like ice forming on a winter pond, and he'd pat my shoulder with the mechanical affection of someone who'd forgotten how to be human. Mom would make excuses in that gentle way of hers, her voice dropping to a whisper as Grandpa retreated to the guest room or the back porch, anywhere he could be alone. That's just his way, sweetheart. He grew up during the Great Depression. Times were different then. He had to be hard to survive. Dad would nod along, adding something about how Grandpa had built his construction company from nothing, how he dedicated every waking moment to providing for his family, how his business sense was sharper than a razor, but his social skills had atrophied from decades of disuse. I accepted these explanations because what choice did I have? I was a child who loved her grandfather despite not really knowing him, who treasured his generosity while nursing a quiet hurt that he couldn't seem to show me genuine affection. The money he gave me sat in a savings account, accumulating interest, a mathematical expression of a love he couldn't voice. When Grandpa died at 93, the funeral was standing room only. Contractors and business partners, old friends from his lodge, distant relatives I'd never met, they all came to pay respects. Person after person stood at the podium and spoke of his integrity, his work ethic, his quiet acts of charity that he'd never wanted publicized. An old man with gnarled hands wept as he described how Grandpa had paid for his daughter's cancer treatment. A woman I didn't recognize told us how Grandpa had given her late husband a job when no one else would, saving their family from homelessness. The stories painted a picture of a man who was far more complex than the distant grandfather I'd known, and I cried not just for his death but for all the years I'd spent not understanding him. The next morning, Dad found me in the kitchen staring at my coffee. The house felt too quiet without the low murmur of mourners, the clink of dishes, the muted conversations about memories and legacies. He pulled out a chair and sat down heavily, running his hands through his graying hair in that way he did when he was working up to something difficult. "Your mother's gone to help clean out Grandpa's house," he said. "I thought maybe you and I could talk." Something in his tone made my stomach tighten. "About what?" "About your grandfather, about who he really was." He paused, seeming to choose his words carefully. "Would you like to know the truth?" The way he phrased it sent a spike of anxiety through my chest. Truth implied there had been lies, or at least careful omissions. My mind immediately went to dark places, hidden crimes, secret families, some shameful past that would taint all those golden memories people had shared yesterday. But Dad must have seen the fear in my face because he reached across the table and squeezed my hand. "It's nothing like that," he said with a small, sad smile. "Nothing immoral or shameful, I promise. Your grandfather was a good man, but his life, his childhood." He trailed off, looking past me toward the window where morning light was just beginning to filter through. "He made me promise not to tell you certain things until you were older, until you could understand, and I think you're old enough now." I nodded, not trusting my voice. "I want to tell you the real story of how your grandfather became the man he was, why he was the way he was with you." Dad leaned back in his chair, his expression distant, as if he were looking back through decades. "It starts during the Depression, like your mom always said, but it's so much worse than you ever knew. In 1931, when the financial collapse had stripped away everything my great-grandfather had worked for, he made the decision that would alter the course of our family's history forever. His name was Ernest Whitmore, and before the crash he'd been a bank clerk in Denver, Colorado, a man of modest means with a wife named Catherine and 3 children. My grandfather Thomas, who was just 7 years old at the time, and his 2 younger sisters, Dorothy and Helen. Ernest watched his savings evaporate overnight. The bank where he'd worked closed its doors, and thousands of people just like him found themselves destitute, standing in bread lines, selling apples on street corners, anything to survive. But Ernest had grown up on a farm in Kansas, and he knew how to work the land, how to hunt and trap and make do with nothing. So while other men jumped out of windows or drank themselves to death, Ernest loaded his family into their old Ford Model A and drove them up into the foothills of the Rockies. They traveled for 2 days on rough mountain roads, past abandoned mining camps and tiny settlements where people watched them pass with hollow, hungry eyes. Ernest had heard about unclaimed land in the high country, places where a man could stake out a homestead and live off what the wilderness provided. It was illegal, technically, but the government had bigger problems than squatters in the mountains, and the local rangers looked the other way as long as you didn't cause trouble. They found their spot in a dense forest of pine and aspen, miles from the nearest neighbor, accessible only by a narrow dirt track that would become impassable in winter. The clearing Ernest chose had a small creek running through it, and the trees grew thick enough to provide lumber but open enough to let in sunlight for growing vegetables. It was beautiful in a harsh, unforgiving way, the kind of beauty that could kill you if you weren't careful. My grandfather told my father that those first weeks were the hardest thing he'd ever experienced. Ernest and Thomas worked from dawn until dark, cutting down trees with a 2-man saw, their hands bleeding and blistered, their backs screaming in agony. They had to build the cabin before the first snow, and the work was brutal. Catherine and the girls gathered stones from the creek for the fireplace and chimney, while also trying to establish a garden in soil that was rocky and unforgiving. They ate salt pork and hardtack, and whatever Thomas could catch in the creek with his bare hands. The cabin, when it was finally finished in late autumn, was small and crude. Just one room with a packed earth floor, a cast-iron stove Ernest had salvaged from an abandoned homestead, and a fireplace with a chimney that Ernest built himself, having never done masonry work in his life. They had 3 beds crammed in there, one for the parents, one for Thomas, and one for the girls to share. Their clothes hung from pegs on the wall. A single shelf held their dishes and the few precious books Catherine had insisted on bringing. There was no running water, no electricity, no insulation beyond the mud they'd packed between the logs. When winter came, the cold was so intense that water in a cup left by Thomas's bed would freeze solid overnight. But they survived that first winter and the ones after it. They trapped rabbits and hunted deer. Ernest set out a trap line for beaver and marten, selling the pelts for a few dollars at the trading post in Evergreen, a small town about 15 miles down the mountain. Catherine tended the garden and preserved everything they grew. The girls learned to sew and mend, to make soap from lye and animal fat, to stretch every resource until there was nothing left to stretch. And Thomas, my grandfather, learned that childhood as he'd known it was over. There would be no more school, no more friends, no more carefree days of play. At 7 years old, he became a worker, and work would define him for the rest of his life. Despite the hardship, my grandfather told my father that those years in the mountains weren't entirely without joy. There was a kind of peace in the simplicity of their existence, a rhythm to the days that became comfortable even if it was never easy. In the mornings, he'd wake to the smell of coffee and cornmeal mush cooking on the stove. He'd pull on his boots and head out with Ernest to check the traps, walking through forests so quiet you could hear your own heartbeat, watching the sunrise paint the mountain peaks in shades of pink and gold. He learned to read animal tracks in the snow, to tell the difference between the print of a doe and a buck, to find where fish were hiding in the deep pools of the creek. He learned to move silently through the woods, to become part of the landscape rather than an intruder in it. Ernest taught him how to set snares, how to skin a rabbit without tearing the pelt, how to butcher a deer efficiently so nothing was wasted. These lessons were delivered in few words, Ernest not being a talkative man, but Thomas absorbed them all with the desperate intensity of someone who knew his family's survival depended on him remembering. The girls, Dorothy and Helen, helped Catherine with the endless domestic work that kept them alive. They hauled water from the creek winter and summer, their small hands turning red and raw in the cold. They weeded the garden and scared off the deer that tried to eat their vegetables. They learned to knit and sew, repairing the same clothes over and over until they were more patched than original fabric. On rare evenings when everyone wasn't too exhausted to move, Catherine would read to them by candlelight from their precious books, the Bible, a volume of poetry, a tattered copy of Robinson Crusoe that took on new meaning in their isolated circumstances. Thomas remembered quiet moments, sitting by the creek with his sisters, all of them with their bare feet in the cold water, watching dragonflies skim the surface on summer afternoons, helping his mother hang laundry on a line strung between trees, the clothes snapping in the mountain wind. The first time he successfully shot a grouse with Ernest's old rifle, the pride that swelled in his chest when his father clasped his shoulder and gave him one of his rare smiles, the way the cabin smelled when Catherine baked bread, a scent so wonderful it made his stomach ache with hunger even after he'd already eaten. They saw other people rarely. Once every few months, Ernest would load up their mule, a stubborn, ill-tempered creature named Jasper with pelts, and ride down to Evergreen to trade. He'd return with flour, sugar, salt, ammunition, and whatever small luxuries he could afford. A stick of peppermint for the children to share, a tin of tobacco for himself, a packet of seeds for Catherine. These trips were events, and the family would gather around as Ernest unpacked his saddlebags, each item a treasure from the world they'd left behind. Occasionally, they'd encounter other homesteaders, people like themselves who'd fled civilization for the mountains. There was an old widower named Hank who lived about 5 miles to the west, who'd stop by once or twice a year to share news and have a meal. A family called the Johnsons had a place to the south, and sometimes Catherine and Mrs. Johnson would meet halfway between their properties to trade preserves or swap recipes written on precious scraps of paper. But for the most part, the Whitmores lived in isolation, a tiny island of humanity in a vast wilderness. Thomas told my father that he sometimes forgot what his own voice sounded like because he spoke so infrequently. Words became precious, not to be wasted. He communicated with his father in gestures and glances, entire conversations held in silence as they worked side by side. This economy of speech, this habit of keeping his thoughts locked away, would stay with him for the rest of his life. The years passed. Thomas turned 8, then 9, then 10. He grew lean and strong, his hands developing calluses, his face weathering from constant exposure to sun and wind. Dorothy and Helen grew too, becoming capable workers who could do nearly any task their mother could. Ernest's beard went from brown to gray. Catherine's face developed deep lines around her eyes and mouth, the marks of constant worry and hard labor. The cabin's chinked logs settled. Its roof required patching. The vegetable patch expanded. They were making it work, carving out a life in a place that didn't want them. And then, on a cool evening in October of 1935, when Thomas was 11 years old, everything ended. It was just past sunset when Thomas heard the voices. They were eating dinner, venison stew with root vegetables from the garden, thick slices of bread still warm from the oven. The fire in the hearth crackled comfortably, and Catherine had been telling the girls a story about when she was young, growing up in St. Louis in a brick house with gas lamps and a piano in the parlor. Thomas was only half listening, tired from a long day of splitting wood, when Ernest suddenly went rigid. "Papa," Thomas said. Ernest held up his hand for silence, his head tilted toward the door. They all heard it then. Men's voices outside, at least 3 or 4 of them, maybe more. They were laughing, the sound harsh and wrong in the peaceful mountain evening. Ernest Whitmore. One of them called out, "We know you're in there, Ernie. Come on out, we just want to talk." Ernest's face had gone pale, his eyes wide with a fear Thomas had never seen in him before. Ernest was afraid of nothing. Not bears, not mountain lions, not the brutal winters that could kill a man in minutes if he got lost in a blizzard. But he was afraid now, and that terror transferred instantly to Thomas, making his heart pound and his hands shake. "Listen to me carefully," Ernest said in a low, urgent voice. He grabbed Catherine's arm. "Take the children out the back window, right now. Run into the woods and don't stop running until you can't run anymore. Find somewhere to hide and stay there until morning." "Ernest," Catherine started, but he cut her off. "Now," he hissed. "There's no time. Go." "We ain't got all night, Ernie," another voice shouted. "Come on out and let's settle this like men." Ernest was already pushing them toward the back of the cabin, where a small window looked out onto the forest. He boosted Dorothy up first, then Helen, both girls starting to cry but trying to stay quiet. Catherine went next, struggling with her long skirt, and then it was Thomas's turn. "Take care of your mother and sisters," Ernest said, gripping Thomas's shoulders so hard it hurt. His eyes were bright with tears, which shocked Thomas more than anything else. He'd never seen his father cry. "Be the man of the family now. Can you do that?" "Papa, no," Thomas tried to say, but Ernest was already lifting him up to the window. "I love you, son," Ernest said, and then Thomas was outside in the cold night air, his mother grabbing his hand and pulling him away from the cabin. They ran. The girls were sobbing openly now, stumbling through the underbrush in the darkness. Catherine had one hand gripping Thomas's wrist and the other holding Helen's hand, dragging them deeper into the forest. Behind them, Thomas could hear the men at the cabin door, could hear his father shouting at them to stay back, to leave his family alone. Then came the sound of splintering wood as they broke through the door. Ernest's screams started almost immediately. They were sounds Thomas had never heard a human being make, high and agonized, filled with a pain beyond comprehension. The men were laughing, whooping like they were at a party, and beneath it all was the wet, meaty sound of violence, of impacts against flesh, of things breaking. Thomas tried to turn back, tried to pull free from his mother's grip, but Catherine held on with desperate strength. "Don't look," she sobbed. "Don't look. Don't stop. Keep running." The screams went on and on. They echoed through the forest, bouncing off the mountains, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere. Thomas had never imagined his strong, stoic father could make sounds like that, never imagined any person could. It was the sound of a man being destroyed, and every second of it carved itself into Thomas's brain like knife wounds he knew would never heal. And then abruptly, the screaming stopped. In the terrible silence that followed, Thomas heard the men's voices again, fainter now with distance, but still audible on the still night air. They were arguing about something, their words indistinct. Then there was more laughter, the sound of hoofbeats, and gradually the noise faded away entirely. They kept running. Catherine led them deeper and deeper into the wilderness, away from the cabin, away from the horror behind them. They ran until Dorothy and Helen couldn't run anymore and collapsed sobbing onto the forest floor. They ran until Thomas's lungs burned and his legs gave out. They ran until Catherine finally allowed them to stop in a thick grove of pine trees, where she gathered them all in her arms and held them as they cried. Thomas didn't cry. He couldn't. The shock had frozen something inside him, had turned his emotions into ice. He sat apart from his mother and sisters, his back against a tree, staring at nothing as his father's screams replayed in his head over and over, a horrible loop he couldn't escape. They spent the night huddled in those trees, jumping at every sound, terrified the men would come back to hunt them down. But dawn eventually came, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, the same beautiful sunrise Thomas had watched 1,000 times before, except nothing would ever be beautiful again. They stayed in the forest for 2 days and 3 nights, moving periodically when they became too cold or too exposed, but never venturing back toward the cabin. Catherine was paralyzed with fear and grief, barely able to function, let alone make decisions. The girls clung to her, crying until they had no tears left, then falling into fitful sleep only to wake screaming from nightmares. Thomas found water for them to drink and managed to catch a fish in a stream using his hands, but they were all too traumatized to eat much. They were in shock, all of them, moving through the world like ghosts. On the morning of the 3rd day, Catherine finally spoke in a voice that sounded dead, emptied of everything that had made her human. "I have to go back. I have to see." "No, Mama," Dorothy pleaded. "Please don't." But Catherine was already standing, brushing pine needles off her torn and filthy dress. "You children wait here. Stay hidden. If I'm not back by nightfall." She paused, seeming to realize she had no plan for that contingency. What would 3 children do alone in the wilderness if their mother never returned? "I'll be back," she said instead. "I promise. Thomas, you're in charge until I return." Thomas watched her walk away through the trees, her figure growing smaller and smaller until she disappeared. Then he sat with his sisters and waited, the hours stretching out endlessly as the sun moved across the sky. He tried not to think about what his mother was going to find at the cabin, tried not to imagine what those men had done to his father, but his mind kept circling back to it, the screams, the terrible, prolonged screams that had gone on forever. Catherine didn't return until late afternoon. When she finally appeared, she was covered in dirt, her hands bleeding, her dress stained with something dark that Thomas didn't want to identify. She was carrying a bundle wrapped in a blanket, food, Thomas realized, and some clean clothes for them all. Her face was set in an expression of grim determination, but her eyes looked dead, like someone had reached inside and pulled out everything that mattered. "We can go back now," she said quietly. "It's safe." They followed her through the forest, Thomas's stomach churning with dread, not wanting to see what awaited them but unable to resist looking. When the cabin finally came into view, he was shocked by how normal it looked from the outside. The door hung crooked on its hinges, broken where the men had kicked it in, but otherwise the structure appeared intact. Maybe he'd imagined how bad it was. Maybe. But then he saw the blood. It was everywhere around the entrance, soaked into the dirt in a dark stain that spread out in a terrible radius. The sight of it made Thomas's knees weak, made his vision swim. "Don't look," Catherine said sharply, stepping in front of him and blocking his view. "Your father isn't there anymore. I took care of him. I buried him properly, back in the trees where the ground was soft enough to dig. You don't need to see anything except that he's at peace now." Later, Thomas would understand what an enormous act of love and strength it had been, his mother dealing with the aftermath alone while protecting her children from the worst of it. In that moment, though, he just felt numb. Ernest was gone. That fact seemed impossible, incomprehensible. How could someone so vital and strong simply cease to exist? The cabin's interior had been cleaned, Thomas realized when they went inside. The blood was gone, mostly. Catherine had scrubbed the floor and walls, had straightened the overturned furniture, had done her best to erase the evidence of violence, but you could still see it if you knew to look. Darker patches on the floorboards where the wood had absorbed blood too deeply to be fully cleaned, scratches on the walls from whatever struggle had occurred, a crack in the stovepipe where something or someone had been slammed into it. Their possessions had been ransacked, drawers pulled open, contents spilled everywhere, their few valuables taken. The men had been looking for something, Thomas realized. This hadn't been random violence. They'd wanted something from Ernest, and when he wouldn't or couldn't give it to them, they'd killed him for it. That first night back in the cabin was the longest of Thomas's life. Every sound made him jump, the settling of logs, the wind in the trees, the hoot of an owl. He kept waiting for the men to come back, kept seeing their shadows moving past the windows in his imagination. He barely slept, and when he did, his father's screams echoed through his dreams. When morning came, Catherine sat them all down at the table, the same table where they'd been eating dinner when everything ended, and explained their new reality in a voice that shook but didn't break. "Your father is gone," she said. "We can't bring him back, but we have to survive. We have to keep living, keep working, keep going. Thomas, you're 11 years old, but you're the man of the house now. I need you to be strong, to help me take care of your sisters, to do the work your father did. Can you do that?" Thomas nodded, not trusting his voice. Something had hardened inside him during those days in the forest, had calcified around his heart like a shell. The boy he'd been, the one who'd found joy in summer afternoons and fresh bread, and the pride in his father's eyes, that boy was gone. What remained was someone colder, someone who understood that the world was cruel and survival required you to be hard. "I can do it," he said, and his voice sounded strange to his own ears. Older, flatter, dead. And so began the longest, hardest years of my grandfather's life. Thomas grew up overnight, at an age when other children were playing marbles and learning arithmetic. He was setting trap lines before dawn and returning home after dark, his hands raw and bleeding, his clothes soaked with the blood of animals he'd killed and cleaned. He did the work of a grown man with the body of a child, pushing himself past exhaustion every single day because stopping meant starving. Catherine did everything else. She maintained the garden, preserved food, repaired their clothes, kept the cabin as clean and orderly as possible. But grief had broken something fundamental in her, and she moved through these tasks like an automaton, her face expressionless, her eyes distant. She rarely spoke except to give Thomas instructions or to read to the girls from the Bible before bed, her voice a monotone recitation of Psalms and Proverbs that offered no comfort. Dorothy and Helen, 9 and 7 years old, tried to help, but they were so traumatized that they spent hours every day just sitting, staring at nothing, jumping violently at sudden sounds. Helen started wetting the bed again, and Dorothy developed a stutter that she'd battle for the rest of her life. They clung to each other constantly, two small ghosts haunting the cabin. Thomas had no time to process his own trauma. There was too much to do, too much responsibility pressing down on his narrow shoulders. He checked the traps, hunted when he could, fished in the creek until his hands were numb from the cold water. He chopped wood for the stove, repaired the cabin's leaking roof, dug a new latrine when the old one filled up. He did it all in grim silence, speaking only when necessary, his face set in lines too harsh for a child. The worst part was the constant fear. He couldn't forget what those men had done, couldn't stop wondering if they'd come back. Every time he heard horses on the distant trail, every time he saw strangers in Evergreen on his rare trips to town, his heart would start racing and his hands would shake. He slept with Ernest's old hunting knife under his pillow and woke from nightmares of men breaking down the door, of his mother and sisters screaming as they were dragged into the darkness. The years crawled by. Thomas turned 12, then 13. He shot up in height, becoming gangly and awkward, all elbows and knees. His voice cracked and deepened. The soft roundness of childhood left his face, replaced by sharp angles and a jaw that was always clenched tight. He looked like his father, people said, and every time someone mentioned it, Thomas felt like he'd been punched in the stomach. When he was 13, an opportunity arose that would change everything. A construction company in Evergreen was hiring laborers to help build a new hotel, and they didn't ask questions about age as long as you could do the work. Thomas signed on, lying about being 16, and found himself working alongside grown men who cursed and spat tobacco and told crude jokes he pretended to understand. The work was brutal, mixing concrete, hauling lumber, digging foundation trenches in rocky soil, but it was also steady, and it paid real money instead of the meager few dollars he could make from selling pelts. Every week Thomas would bring home his wages and give them all to Catherine, who would immediately use most of it to buy flour and coffee and beans, the basics they couldn't produce themselves. For the first time since Ernest's death, they had enough to eat. Thomas acquired a mule for the commute, a stubborn beast named Chip who had a personality somewhere between ornery and outright hostile. But Chip was reliable, and Thomas would ride him down the mountain every Monday before dawn and back up every Saturday evening, a 3-hour journey each way. During the week, he slept in a boarding house in Evergreen, sharing a room with 3 other workers in bunks that smelled of sweat and mildew. On the weekends, he'd return to the cabin and work from dawn to dusk, fixing everything that had broken during his absence, maintaining the trap lines, splitting enough wood to last the week. He had no friends, no social life, no time for anything except work. The other men at the construction site tried to include him at first, inviting him to the saloon after shifts or to poker games on Saturday nights, but Thomas always refused. He had nothing to say to them, no interest in their lives or their stories. All he cared about was earning money and keeping his family alive. Everything else was irrelevant. Catherine began to worry about him. She could see the way he was hardening, turning into something cold and distant, someone who moved through the world like a machine. She tried to talk to him about it, tried to get him to open up about his feelings, but Thomas would just look at her with those flat, dead eyes and say he was fine. Eventually, she stopped trying. The cabin continued to deteriorate. The chimney, which Ernest had built without proper knowledge or materials, began to show serious problems. Birds nested in it every summer, and the combination of their activity and the expansion and contraction from heating and cooling began to loosen the mortar and bricks. Every fall, Thomas would climb onto the roof and try to patch it, but he was fighting a losing battle against time and poor construction. The summer Thomas turned 17. The chimney started leaking smoke into the cabin, making them all cough and burning their eyes. He knew it needed serious repair, probably rebuilding entirely, but he didn't have the time or expertise, so he did what he could, stuffing rags into gaps, slathering on more mortar, and hoped it would hold one more winter. On his 18th birthday, which passed without acknowledgement or celebration because they'd long since stopped marking such things, Thomas decided to give the chimney one final thorough cleaning before the cold weather set in. It was early September, the aspen leaves just starting to turn gold, the morning air crisp with the promise of autumn. He climbed onto the roof with Ernest's old chimney brush, a tool they'd owned since the cabin was built, and began working the brush down the flue. The resistance was significant, years of creosote and bird nests and accumulated debris. Thomas pushed harder, really forcing the brush down, and suddenly felt something give way. A brick, he realized with dismay, tumbling down into the fireplace with a crash that echoed through the cabin. "Everything okay up there?" Catherine called from inside. "Fine," Thomas shouted back, already climbing down. He'd have to reset the brick, probably mix new mortar. Another project on the endless list of things that needed fixing. When he reached the fireplace and peered up into the chimney, he could see the gap where the brick had been, and sitting in the gap was something he hadn't expected. 3 cloth sacks, blackened with soot, stuffed into the space like someone had been hiding them. Thomas's heart started pounding as he reached up and carefully extracted the sacks. They were heavy, much heavier than they should be for their size. He carried them outside, away from his mother and sister's curious eyes, and found a quiet spot behind the cabin. With trembling hands, he opened the first sack. Gold coins spilled out into his palms, gleaming even under their coating of soot and age. Spanish doubloons, American eagles, coins from countries Thomas didn't even recognize. He opened the second sack, then the third, and found more of the same. There had to be hundreds of them, maybe thousands of dollars worth. Thomas sat there in the dirt behind the cabin, surrounded by more wealth than he'd ever imagined, and finally understood why his father had died. The pieces fell into place with horrible clarity. Ernest must have found these coins somehow, maybe discovered them in an abandoned mine, maybe came across them in some other way during his exploration of the mountains, and someone knew he had them. Those men who came that night, they'd been looking for the gold, demanding Ernest tell them where it was hidden. When he refused, either out of stubbornness or because he wanted to protect his family's future, they'd tortured him, killed him, and ransacked the cabin looking for what they believed he'd stolen or found. But they'd never thought to check the chimney. Why would they? Who would hide a fortune in the one place that got used constantly, where extreme heat would damage any paper money and smoke would blacken and tarnish everything? It was both a brilliant hiding place and a terrible one. And Ernest had probably planned to retrieve the gold someday when it was safe, when enough time had passed, except he'd never gotten that chance. Thomas sat with the coins for nearly an hour, his mind racing through the implications. This gold represented everything his family needed: food, security, maybe even a way out of the mountains and back to civilization. But it also represented his father's death, the worst night of Thomas's life. 4 years of backbreaking labor and constant fear. He could feel rage building in his chest, hot and overwhelming. Anger at his father for hiding this and never telling anyone. Anger at the men who'd killed him. Anger at the unfairness of surviving in poverty while sitting on a fortune they'd never known existed. But beneath the rage was something else, a kind of grim determination. His father had died protecting this gold, had endured God knows what torture rather than reveal its location. Ernest had been thinking about his family's future, even as he was being killed, had wanted this wealth to go to Catherine and the children, not to the murderers who'd destroyed their lives. And Thomas wasn't going to let his father's sacrifice be meaningless. He carefully repacked the coins into their sacks, making sure none fell out, then carried them into the cabin. Catherine was stirring a pot of beans on the stove. The girls were mending clothes by the window, and everyone looked up in surprise when Thomas came in and dumped the sacks on the table with a heavy thud. "Mama," he said quietly, "we need to talk." They spent the rest of the day planning. Catherine initially wanted to turn the gold in to the authorities, convinced that keeping it would be morally wrong, but Thomas argued forcefully against it. The gold had been hidden in their chimney for 4 years. Either it was Ernest's, legitimately found legally on public land, or acquired through honest means, or it had been stolen. But if the latter was true, the real owners were either dead or had long since given up looking for it. Turning it in would just result in it being confiscated by the government while they got nothing. And Ernest had died protecting this wealth. They owed it to his memory to use it. Eventually, Catherine gave in. She was exhausted from 4 years of grinding poverty and constant fear, and the promise of security, of being able to feed her children without constantly worrying, was too tempting to resist. They would keep the gold, but they would be smart about it. They couldn't start spending it immediately, Thomas reasoned. That would raise too many questions, would bring exactly the kind of attention they didn't want. Instead, they would move slowly, carefully. Thomas would continue working his construction job, but he'd start making connections, learning the business beyond just manual labor. He'd save his legitimate wages while gradually, carefully converting the gold coins through various dealers and shops in different towns. Never too much at once, never in a way that would attract notice. It took them 3 years to fully convert and begin using the fortune. 3 more years of living in the cabin, of maintaining the fiction of poverty while slowly, methodically building the foundation for something better. Thomas used the time to learn everything he could about construction, about business, about how money moved and how deals were made. He was patient. Those terrible years after his father's death had taught him patience, if nothing else. When Thomas finally made his move, buying land in Denver and starting his own construction company at age 21, people assumed he'd saved every penny from his wages and gotten lucky with a loan. No one questioned it. No one suspected that a young man who lived in a shabby boarding house and wore the same 3 shirts in rotation was actually sitting on a fortune in gold. The company grew. Thomas was a brutal, tireless worker who demanded the same from his employees. He underbid competitors, took on jobs others wouldn't touch, worked 18-hour days 7 days a week. Within 5 years, his company was one of the most successful in Denver. Within 10 years, he was wealthy beyond anything his childhood self could have imagined. He moved Catherine and his sisters to Denver as soon as he could, buying them a beautiful house with indoor plumbing and central heating and all the luxuries they'd been denied for so long. But Catherine never really recovered from what happened in the mountains. She lived another 20 years, comfortable and safe, but she remained emotionally distant, her mind stuck in that cabin, reliving that terrible night. When she finally died, Thomas told people she'd passed peacefully, but the truth was she'd been dying slowly for decades. Dorothy and Helen adjusted better. They both married, had children, built lives that on the surface looked normal and happy. But Thomas noticed how they'd both married men who were aggressively, almost pathologically nonviolent, men who'd go out of their way to avoid any kind of conflict or confrontation. He noticed how they kept their homes like fortresses, with multiple locks and security systems. The trauma had shaped them just as it had shaped him, just in different ways. Thomas never married. He told people he was too busy with work. that building the company required all his attention. But the truth was simpler and sadder. He'd forgotten how to connect with people, how to be vulnerable, how to love. The walls he'd built around himself at age 11 had become so thick, so impenetrable, that no one could get through them. He had relationships with women over the years, brief affairs that never went anywhere because he couldn't open up, couldn't share himself. He'd sit across dinner tables from intelligent, beautiful women who clearly cared for him, and feel nothing. His emotions had been locked away so long he'd lost the key. When his employees talked about their lives, their families, their hopes and dreams, Thomas would nod politely but feel like he was listening to people speak a foreign language. He understood the words but couldn't grasp their meaning. What did it mean to live for the weekend? What was a hobby? Why would anyone waste time and energy on activities that didn't generate income or serve a practical purpose? His sisters worried about him constantly. They'd invite him to family dinners, trying to include him in their lives, but Thomas would sit stiffly in their comfortable living rooms, making awkward conversation about the weather and the business, clearly uncomfortable. Eventually, his visits became less frequent, then rare, then virtually non-existent, except for major holidays he couldn't avoid. When his first grandchild was born, my father Thomas felt a confusing swirl of emotions he couldn't identify or express. He was happy for Dorothy, certainly, but looking at the baby made him think of his own childhood, of his sisters as small girls crying in the forest, of everything they'd lost. He'd buy extravagant gifts, the most expensive toys and clothes, desperately trying to express feelings he couldn't voice. But when anyone tried to thank him or show him affection, he'd freeze up, his body going rigid, his face becoming a mask. The pattern continued with his other grandchildren. He loved them fiercely, wanted the best for them, would have given them anything. But he couldn't show it in the ways that mattered. He couldn't hug them, couldn't tell them stories, couldn't be emotionally present. The wall was too high, too thick, built from too much trauma and too many years of repression. When I was born, something in Thomas shifted. My father told me later that I looked almost identical to Helen at the same age, the same dark curls, the same wide eyes, the same serious expression, and seeing me brought back memories Thomas had spent decades trying to suppress. Helen as a little girl, crying in the forest, asking when Papa was coming back. Helen traumatized and withdrawn, barely speaking for months after their father's death. Helen who'd eventually grown up and found happiness, but who'd never fully healed from what she'd experienced. Thomas looked at me and saw his sister, saw the child he'd failed to protect, the innocence he hadn't been able to preserve. It made him want to give me everything, to surround me with such wealth and security that I'd never know fear or hunger or loss. But it also made him terrified to get close, terrified that his presence would somehow taint me, that the darkness he carried would infect me. So he remained distant, showering me with gifts but unable to offer warmth, desperate to show love but trapped behind walls he'd spent a lifetime building. Every time I tried to hug him, he'd see Helen's face from that terrible night. Every time I smiled at him, he'd remember her tears. The resemblance that should have brought him joy instead brought him agony. My father finally told me all of this the day after Thomas's funeral, his voice breaking at several points as he described his grandfather's story, my great-grandfather's death, the years of suffering that had forged my grandfather into the man he became. As he talked, I cried for the grandfather I'd never truly known, for the little boy who'd heard his father's screams and spent the rest of his life running from them, for all the love he'd felt but couldn't express. He wanted you to know, my father said quietly. Before he died, he made me promise to tell you when you were old enough to understand. He said he was sorry for being distant, sorry he couldn't be the grandfather you deserved. He said to tell you that every gift he gave you, every dollar he put in your savings account, that was him trying to say, I love you. It was the only way he knew how. I thought about the savings account that had grown over the years, thought about all those crisp $100 bills pressed into my hand with a wink and a pat on the shoulder. I thought about my grandfather's uncomfortable silence, his rigid posture when I tried to hug him, the way his eyes would sometimes get distant when he looked at me, like he was seeing someone else from another time. And I understood, not just intellectually, but deeply, in my bones. I understood the weight he'd carried, the walls he'd built, the ways trauma shapes us into people we never planned to be. I understood that love doesn't always look like warmth and affection, that sometimes it looks like a silent man who works himself to exhaustion to make sure his family never wants for anything. Sometimes it looks like distance maintained not from coldness but from fear of causing pain. Did he ever go back, I asked, to the cabin? My father shook his head. Not once. He sold the property years ago to the Forest Service. As far as I know, the cabin collapsed decades ago, reclaimed by the forest. He never wanted to see it again. We sat in silence for a long time, both of us processing the story, both of us thinking about the man we'd buried yesterday, the complicated, damaged, loving person who'd done his best with what he had. I forgive him, I said finally. I want you to know that, whatever he thought he needed forgiveness for, whatever guilt he carried, I forgive him. I understand now. I understand everything. My father nodded, tears streaming down his face. I think, he said quietly, that's what he needed to hear most of all. That night, alone in my room, I took out my savings account statement and looked at the numbers representing years of my grandfather's silent love. The money had come from gold hidden in a chimney, had been paid for with Ernest's life and Thomas's childhood and Catherine's sanity and Dorothy and Helen's innocence. It was wealth built on tragedy, prosperity purchased with blood. But it was also a gift, freely given by a man who'd survived unimaginable trauma and still found the strength to build something beautiful from the ruins. My grandfather had taken the worst night of his life and transformed it into security for his family, had turned screams in the darkness into opportunity and hope. I kept the money, not because I needed it, but because refusing it would dishonor his sacrifice and his love. Instead, I used it the way he would have wanted, to build something meaningful, to help others, to ensure that the pain his father had endured and the childhood he'd sacrificed hadn't been for nothing. Wherever he is now, and I'd like to think he's somewhere, finally at peace, finally reunited with the father whose death shaped his entire life, I hope he knows I understand. I hope he knows I love him, not despite his coldness but including it, seeing it for what it was. Armor built by a traumatized child who never got the chance to heal. Rest in peace, Grandpa. Rest in peace, Ernest. May you both finally know the warmth and connection you were denied in life. And may the gold that cost so much finally, at last, mean something beyond suffering. It's been years since that night, but the memories still haunt me. I've tried to move on, to forget, but some things just don't let go. I guess it's time I finally put it all down, try to make sense of what happened. Maybe writing it out will help, or maybe it'll just bring it all back. Either way, here goes. I was 22 when it all started, living in a small town in Nevada, about an hour outside of Las Vegas. Sounds glamorous, right? Trust me, it wasn't. Milldale was the kind of place where dreams went to die, where ambition withered under the relentless desert sun. Population 3,742 souls, most of them counting down the days until they could leave. I was no different. I'd graduated high school with big plans, but life has a way of derailing even the best-laid schemes. So there I was, working the night shift at Ed's Gas and Go, the only 24-hour joint on a lonely stretch of highway cutting through the Mojave. It wasn't much, but it was a paycheck, a way to save up while I figured out my next move. The town didn't offer much in the way of entertainment. On my days off, I'd sometimes hang out with the few friends who hadn't managed to escape yet. We'd drive out to Red Rock Canyon, hike the trails, and pretend we were anywhere else. It was beautiful out there, in its own stark way. The red sandstone cliffs, the scrubby desert plants clinging to life, the vast open sky. But even that beauty had an edge to it, a reminder of how small and insignificant we were in the face of nature's indifference. Most nights at the gas station were uneventful. Truckers stopping for coffee, the occasional tourist who'd taken a wrong turn off the interstate, local insomniacs buying cigarettes at 3 a.m. I'd gotten used to the rhythm of it, the quiet hum of the refrigerators, the flicker of the fluorescent lights, the endless stretch of darkness beyond the windows. But that night in late October, everything changed. It was a Tuesday. I remember that clearly. The air had that crisp autumn feel to it, a welcome relief from the scorching summer we'd had. I was working the closing shift, 4 p.m. to midnight. As the sun started to set, casting long shadows across the parking lot, I began my usual closing routine, restocking the coolers, wiping down the counters, counting the cash in the register. That's when they rolled in. I heard them before I saw them. the low rumble of motorcycle engines cutting through the quiet evening. Two bikes pulled into the lot, their riders decked out in leather and denim. They parked near the door, leaving their engines idling as they dismounted. Now we got bikers through here sometimes. Usually they were just passing through, grabbing snacks or using the restroom before hitting the road again. But something about these two set my nerves on edge from the moment they walked in. The first one was tall and lean, with a scraggly beard and eyes that darted around the store, never settling in one place. But it was his companion that really got to me. The guy was massive, easily 6.5 feet tall and built like a linebacker. He had a shaved head and a scar that ran from his left eye down to his chin, twisting his mouth into a permanent sneer. They didn't buy anything, just wandered the aisles, picking things up and putting them back down. I kept my head down, focusing on counting the register, but I could feel the big guy's eyes on me. Every time I glanced up, he was watching me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. "Closing time, fellas," I finally said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Gonna have to ask you to wrap it up." The smaller one grunted and headed for the door. The big guy lingered, still staring at me. He reached into his pocket, and for a heart-stopping moment, I thought he was going for a weapon. Instead, he pulled out a battered pack of cigarettes. "Got a light?" he asked, his voice a low growl. I shook my head. "Sorry, don't smoke." He grunted, shoving the pack back into his pocket. "Shame," he said, and there was something in his tone that sent a shiver down my spine. He turned and walked out, but not before giving me one last look that I can only describe as hungry. I waited until I heard their bikes roar to life and fade into the distance before I let out the breath I'd been holding. My hands were shaking as I finished locking up, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very, very wrong. The parking lot was dimly lit, the old sodium lamps casting everything in a sickly yellow glow. The nearest building was an abandoned diner about a quarter-mile down the road. Beyond that, nothing but desert stretching out into the darkness. I hurried to my car, an old Honda Civic that had seen better days. The whole time I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see those bikers lurking in the shadows. As I fumbled with my keys, I caught a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye. There, at the edge of the lot, were two figures, just standing there watching me. Even in the poor light, I recognized the hulking shape of the bigger biker. Panic surged through me. I managed to get the key in the lock, yanking the door open and practically diving inside. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. The engine sputtered once, twice, refusing to turn over. Come on," I muttered, glancing up to see one of the figures starting to walk towards me. Finally, mercifully, the engine roared to life. I threw the car into reverse, tires squealing as I peeled out of the lot. I didn't slow down until I was on the highway, the gas station nothing but a speck in my rearview mirror. By the time I got home to my small apartment on the outskirts of town, I was a wreck. I double-checked all the locks, even dragged a chair in front of the door for good measure. Sleep was out of the question. I spent the night huddled on my couch, jumping at every little sound, convinced that at any moment I'd hear the rumble of motorcycles outside my window. When dawn finally broke, I felt hollow, wrung out. But as the sun rose higher in the sky, bathing everything in its harsh light, I started to feel foolish. Had I overreacted? Maybe those guys were just passing through, and my imagination had run wild. I tried to shake it off as I got ready for my shift. It was probably nothing, I told myself, just an ordinary night at a gas station in the middle of nowhere. But deep down, a part of me knew better. Something had changed that night, set in motion a chain of events that would upend my life in ways I couldn't begin to imagine. If only I'd known then what was coming, maybe I could have done something, anything, to change it. But that's the thing about horror, isn't it? It creeps up on you, silent and patient, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. And strike it did. The day after my encounter with the bikers dawned bright and clear, the kind of perfect autumn day that makes you forget the chill of the night before. I hadn't slept much, my mind replaying the events at the gas station over and over. By the time I dragged myself out of bed, I was exhausted and on edge. I had the day shift, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., and I seriously considered calling in sick. But I needed the money, and a part of me hoped that the routine of work would help settle my nerves. So I dragged myself to my beat-up Civic, checking the back seat before I got in. a new habit I'd picked up overnight. The drive to work was uneventful, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every car that passed, every person I saw on the street seemed potentially threatening. I knew I was being paranoid, but after last night, I couldn't help it. When I pulled into the gas station lot, I was relieved to see my friend Cassie's car already there. Cassie was a few years older than me, one of the few people in town I actually connected with. She worked part-time at the station while taking online classes, dreaming of the day she could leave Milldale behind. As I walked in, the bell above the door jingling, Cassie looked up from her phone and gave me a concerned look. "Geez, you look like hell," she said by way of greeting. I managed a weak smile. "Thanks. Didn't sleep much." Cassie's brow furrowed. "Everything okay?" I hesitated. Part of me wanted to brush it off, pretend everything was fine. But Cassie had always been a good listener, and I needed to talk to someone about what had happened. So I told her about the bikers, the way they'd acted, the feeling of being watched in the parking lot. As I spoke, I could see the concern growing on Cassie's face. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment. "That's pretty freaky," she said finally. "Did you call the cops?" I shook my head. "And tell them what? That some guys came into the store and didn't buy anything? That I got spooked in a dark parking lot? They'd laugh me out of town." Cassie nodded, understanding. "In a small town like ours, you didn't call the cops unless you had a damn good reason. And as unsettling as my experience had been, it wasn't exactly a crime." "Well, you're safe now," Cassie said, reaching out to squeeze my arm. "And hey, I can give you a ride home after your shift if you want, just in case." I felt a wave of gratitude wash over me. "Thanks, Cassie. I might take you up on that." The rest of the morning passed slowly. Every time the bell rang, I'd tense up, half expecting to see those bikers walk in. But it was just the usual crowd, locals grabbing coffee, truckers fueling up, the occasional tourist asking for directions. Around noon, Cassie's shift ended, but she stuck around, saying she wanted to grab lunch from the diner down the road. I suspected she was really staying to keep an eye on me, and I appreciated it more than I could say. As we were chatting by the register, a local news report on the small TV in the corner caught my attention. The anchor, a woman with too perfect hair and a practiced, concerned expression, was talking about a missing hiker. Local authorities are asking for the public's help in locating 28-year-old Michael Chen, who was last seen 3 days ago entering the Red Rock Canyon National Conservation Area, the anchor said. Chen's car was found in the parking lot, but there's been no sign of him on any of the trails. Cassie shook her head. "That's the third one this year," she said. "You'd think people would learn to be more careful out there." I nodded, but something about the story nagged at me. Red Rock Canyon wasn't exactly the wilderness. It was a popular spot, well-traveled. How did someone just vanish out there? The thought stuck with me for the rest of my shift. As the day wore on and the shadows began to lengthen, I found myself growing more and more anxious. By the time 4 p.m. rolled around, I was a bundle of nerves. True to her word, Cassie was waiting for me as I clocked out. "Ready to go?" she asked, dangling her car keys. I nodded gratefully, following her out to the parking lot. As we drove away from the gas station, I felt some of the tension start to ease out of my shoulders. Maybe I had overreacted. Maybe those bikers were long gone, just passing through on their way to somewhere else. But as we turned onto my street, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There, parked across from my apartment building, were 2 motorcycles. They weren't the same ones from last night, at least I didn't think they were, but the sight of them was enough to send my heart racing. "Cassie," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, "can I stay at your place tonight?" She followed my gaze, her eyes widening as she saw the bikes. Without a word, she nodded and kept driving, leaving my apartment and those ominous motorcycles behind us. As we headed to Cassie's place on the other side of town, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong in Milldale. The missing hiker, the bikers, the constant sense of being watched. It all added up to something, but I couldn't quite grasp what. All I knew was that the quiet little town I'd grown up in suddenly felt like a very dangerous place to be. The next few days passed in a haze of anxiety and sleepless nights. I stayed at Cassie's place that first night, tossing and turning on her lumpy couch, jumping at every sound. By morning I was exhausted but too wired to rest. Cassie, bless her, didn't push me to talk about it. She just made coffee, stronger than usual, and sat with me in companionable silence as the sun rose. When it was time for me to head to work, she insisted on driving me again. "It's no trouble," she said, waving off my protests. "Besides, I've got some errands to run in that part of town anyway." I knew she was lying. There wasn't much of anything near the gas station, but I was too grateful to call her on it. The next few shifts at work were uneventful, almost boring. No sign of the bikers, no mysterious figures lurking in the shadows. I started to wonder if I'd blown the whole thing out of proportion. Maybe it had just been a couple of rough-looking guys passing through town. Maybe the bikes I'd seen near my apartment were just a coincidence. But then came Friday night, and everything changed. I was working the closing shift again, 4 p.m. to midnight. The sun had set early, as it does in late October, leaving the world outside the gas station shrouded in darkness. Inside, under the harsh fluorescent lights, I tried to keep myself busy with mundane tasks, restocking shelves, mopping floors, anything to keep my mind occupied. Around 10 p.m., the bell above the door chimed. I looked up, my heart skipping a beat. But it was just old Pete, a regular who came in most nights for his ritual six-pack and scratch-off tickets. "Evening," he grunted, making his way to the beer cooler. I nodded in response, watching as he grabbed his usual brand and shuffled to the counter. As I rang him up, I noticed he seemed more agitated than usual, his roomy eyes darting around the store. "Everything okay, Pete?" I asked as I bagged his beer. He leaned in close, his breath sour with alcohol. "You be careful out there," he said, his voice low and urgent. "Something ain't right in these parts lately." A chill ran down my spine. "What do you mean?" Pete glanced around again, as if afraid someone might overhear. "Been seeing things," he muttered, "out in the desert, shapes moving at night, sounds that ain't natural." He shook his head, "And folks going missing, more than usual." I thought of the news report about the missing hiker. "You mean like that guy in Red Rock Canyon?" Pete's eyes widened. "That's just what they're telling folks, but I heard from my buddy who works search and rescue. Says they found that guy's backpack, or what was left of it. He leaned in closer, says it looked like something had chewed on it." My mouth went dry. "Come on, Pete," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "You know how rumors get started around here." He shrugged, gathering up his purchases. "Believe what you want, but I'm telling you, something's out there. Something hungry." With that ominous pronouncement, he shuffled out into the night, leaving me alone with my thoughts. I tried to shake off Pete's words, to focus on my work, but as the hours ticked by, I found myself glancing more and more at the darkness beyond the windows. Every shadow seemed to move, every rustle of wind sounded like footsteps. By the time midnight rolled around, I was a bundle of nerves. I rushed through my closing routine, eager to get out of there and back to the relative safety of Cassie's apartment. As I finished up the closing routine, my hands shaking slightly as I counted out the register, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold, the low rumble of motorcycle engines growing louder by the second. My first instinct was to call Cassie, but I realized with a sinking feeling that my phone was in my car. I was trapped. The engines cut off abruptly, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. Through the glass doors, I could see two figures dismounting from their bikes. Even in the dim light of the parking lot, I recognized the hulking shape of the larger biker from a few nights ago. My mind raced. The back door was locked, company policy, and the only way out was through the front, right past them. I ducked down behind the counter, praying they hadn't seen me, and fumbled for the ancient landline phone we kept for emergencies. Just as my fingers closed around the receiver, the bell above the door jangled. Heavy footsteps entered the store. "We're closed," I called out, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. "You'll have to come back tomorrow." A low chuckle was the only response. The footsteps came closer, slow and deliberate. I could hear them moving through the aisles, knocking things off shelves. "Come on out, little mouse," a gravelly voice called. It was the big guy. "We just want to talk." I stayed silent, my heart pounding so hard I was sure they could hear it. The phone felt useless in my hand. Even if I managed to call for help, the nearest police station was at least 20 minutes away. The footsteps stopped right in front of the counter. I held my breath, pressing myself as far back against the wall as I could. For a long moment, there was silence. Then, without warning, a massive hand slammed down on the counter above me. I couldn't help it. I let out a startled yelp. "There you are," The voice growled, filled with a terrible satisfaction. I knew I couldn't hide anymore. Slowly, shakily, I stood up. The big biker was leaning over the counter, his scarred face twisted into a grin that showed too many teeth. His partner, the smaller one, was by the door, keeping watch. "What do you want?" I asked, hating how small my voice sounded. The big guy's grin widened. "Like I said, we just want to talk about what you saw the other night." I frowned, confused. What I saw? I didn't see anything. He leaned in closer, his breath hot and sour. "Oh, I think you did. Out in the desert, you saw something you weren't supposed to see." My mind raced. I hadn't been out in the desert at night in weeks. What was he talking about? Before I could respond, the smaller biker called out, "We've got company." Headlights swept across the parking lot as a car pulled in. The big biker cursed under his breath. "This isn't over," he growled at me. "We'll be seeing you real soon." With that, they were gone, the bell jangling as they rushed out. I heard their motorcycles roar to life and fade into the distance. I was still standing there shaking when Cassie walked in. "Hey, I thought I'd swing by and give you a ride home," she said, then paused, taking in my pale face and trembling hands. "What happened? Are you okay?" I opened my mouth to respond, but no words came out. Instead, to my horror and embarrassment, I burst into tears. Cassie was at my side in an instant, her arm around my shoulders. "It's okay," she soothed. "You're safe now. Let's get you out of here." As we drove away from the gas station, I managed to choke out what had happened. Cassie listened, her face growing more concerned with each detail. "We need to call the police," she said when I finished. I shook my head. "And tell them what? That some scary-looking guys came into the store and said cryptic things? They were gone before you showed up. There's no evidence, no crime." Cassie frowned, but didn't argue. "Okay, but you're staying with me again tonight. No arguments." I nodded gratefully. The thought of being alone in my apartment was more than I could bear. As we drove through the quiet streets of Milldale, a thought struck me. "Cassie," I said slowly, "do you remember that missing hiker, the one from the news?" She nodded. "Yeah, what about him?" "The big biker. He said something about me seeing something I wasn't supposed to see, out in the desert." I swallowed hard. What if it's connected somehow? Cassie was quiet for a long moment. "That's a pretty big leap," she said finally, "but I guess anything's possible." We rode the rest of the way in silence, both lost in our own thoughts. As we pulled up to Cassie's apartment, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were on the edge of something big, something terrible. And somewhere out in the vast, dark desert, something was waiting. The next morning dawned gray and overcast, matching my mood perfectly. I barely slept, tossing and turning on Cassie's couch, my mind replaying the events of the night before on an endless loop. Cassie, bless her, had called in sick to work to stay with me. As we sat at her small kitchen table, nursing mugs of strong coffee, she broached the subject we'd both been avoiding. "So," she said, her voice carefully neutral, "what do you want to do?" I stared into my coffee, wishing I had an answer. Part of me wanted to pack up and leave town, to put as much distance between myself and whatever was happening as possible. But another part, a part I didn't quite understand, felt compelled to dig deeper. I said slowly, "I need to find out what's going on, what those guys think I saw." Cassie nodded, as if she'd been expecting this. "Okay, where do we start?" I blinked, surprised. "We?" She rolled her eyes. "You didn't think I was going to let you do this alone, did you? We're in this together now." The rush of gratitude I felt was almost overwhelming. I reached across the table and squeezed her hand. "Thank you," I said softly. We spent the morning brainstorming, trying to connect the dots between the bikers, the missing hiker, and whatever was happening out in the desert. By lunchtime we had a plan, or at least the beginnings of one. "Okay," Cassie said, looking over our notes. "So we know the hiker Michael Chen went missing in Red Rock Canyon. That's our starting point." I nodded. "And old Pete mentioned his buddy in search and rescue found Chen's backpack, or what was left of it." Cassie frowned. "That wasn't in the news reports. If it's true, why keep it quiet?" "Maybe they didn't want to cause a panic," I suggested. "Or maybe there was something about it they couldn't explain." We looked at each other, the same thought clearly running through both our minds. What could do that kind of damage to a backpack? And more importantly, what could have happened to Chen? "We need to talk to Pete's friend," Cassie said. "See if we can get more details about what they found." I agreed, but there was a problem. Pete's not exactly the most reliable source, and even if his buddy did tell him something, he's not likely to talk to us about it. Cassie got a mischievous glint in her eye. "Leave that to me. I've got an idea." An hour later, we were in Cassie's car, heading towards the Red Rock Canyon Visitor Center. Cassie had changed into hiking clothes and was carrying a professional-looking camera. "Remind me of the plan again," I asked nervously. Cassie grinned. "I'm a freelance journalist working on a piece about hiking safety. You're my photographer. We're just here to get some background info and maybe a few quotes from the rangers." I had to admit it was a good cover story. But as we pulled into the parking lot of the visitor center, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were getting in way over our heads. The center was quiet when we walked in, just a few tourists milling about looking at the exhibits. A bored-looking ranger sat behind the information desk, perking up slightly as we approached. "Welcome to Red Rock Canyon," he said, plastering on a smile. "How can I help you folks today?" Cassie stepped forward, all professional charm. "Hi there. I'm Cassie Moore, freelance journalist. I'm working on a piece about hiking safety, especially in light of recent events. I was hoping to chat with someone about the precautions you take here in the park." The ranger's smile faltered slightly at the mention of recent events, but he quickly recovered. "Of course, we'd be happy to help. Let me see if Ranger Martinez is available. She's our safety coordinator." As he picked up the phone to call, I wandered over to the large map of the park on the wall, trying to look like I was scouting photo locations. In reality, I was straining to hear the ranger's hushed conversation. Journalist asking questions. "Yeah, about that. You sure? Okay, if you say so." He hung up and turned back to us with a slightly strained smile. "Ranger Martinez will be right out. Feel free to look around while you wait." We thanked him and moved away from the desk, pretending to be interested in the wildlife displays. After a few minutes, a door behind the information desk opened, and a woman in a park ranger uniform stepped out. Ranger Martinez was older than I expected, probably in her late 50s, with streaks of gray in her dark hair and lines around her eyes that spoke of long days in the sun. But there was a sharpness to her gaze that made me nervous. "Ms. Moore?" she said, approaching us. "I'm Ranger Martinez. I understand you have some questions about our safety protocols." Cassie launched into her prepared spiel about the article she was writing, peppering the ranger with questions about trail maintenance, emergency procedures, and hiker education programs. I had to admire her dedication to the role. If I hadn't known better, I would have believed she was a real journalist. As they talked, I noticed Ranger Martinez relaxing slightly, her answers becoming less guarded. Cassie must have sensed it too, because she chose that moment to broach the subject we'd really come for. "Of course, recent events have brought hiking safety into sharp focus," Cassie said carefully. "The disappearance of Michael Chen, for instance, has that changed any of your procedures?" Ranger Martinez's expression tightened almost imperceptibly. "We're always evaluating and updating our safety measures," she said smoothly. "But I'm afraid I can't comment on ongoing investigations." Cassie nodded understandingly. "Of course, I completely understand. It must be difficult, though, especially if there were any unusual circumstances surrounding the disappearance." For a moment, I thought Ranger Martinez was going to shut us down completely. But then something in her expression shifted, almost like she was making a decision. "Why don't we continue this conversation in my office?" she said quietly. "There are some things you should know, off the record, of course." Cassie and I exchanged a quick glance. This was more than we'd hoped for. As we followed Ranger Martinez to her office, my heart was pounding. Whatever she was about to tell us, I had a feeling it was going to change everything. Little did I know just how right I was. Ranger Martinez's office was small and cluttered, the walls covered in maps and wildlife posters. She gestured for us to sit in the two chairs across from her desk, then closed the door behind us. For a long moment she just stood there, her back to us, as if gathering her thoughts. When she finally turned around, her face was grave. "What I'm about to tell you doesn't leave this room," she said, her voice low and intense. "Do you understand?" Cassie and I nodded, not trusting ourselves to speak. Ranger Martinez sat heavily in her chair, suddenly looking much older than she had just minutes ago. "The official story is that Michael Chen went missing while hiking. That's true, as far as it goes. What we didn't tell the public is what we found. She reached into a drawer and pulled out a manila folder, spreading its contents on the desk. Photos spilled out. Crime scene photos, I realized with a jolt. This is what was left of Chen's campsite, Ranger Martinez said, pointing to one of the images. I leaned in, my stomach churning. The photo showed a clearing, the ground torn up as if by some massive struggle. Shreds of what might have been a tent were scattered about, and dark stains marred the rocky soil. At first we thought it might have been a bear attack, the ranger continued, but the evidence, it didn't fit. The claw marks we found were all wrong, too big, too widely spaced, and there was this. She pushed forward another photo. It took me a moment to make sense of what I was seeing. It looked like a footprint, pressed deep into the mud, but it was enormous, easily twice the size of a human foot, and the shape, it was all wrong, with what looked like sharp claws at the end of each toe. What? I started to say, but my voice failed me. Ranger Martinez's eyes met mine, and I saw a mixture of fear and determination there. We don't know, she said simply. In all my years working these canyons, I've never seen anything like it. But whatever made that print, whatever attacked Chen's camp, it's still out there. Cassie spoke up, her voice surprisingly steady. Why keep this quiet? Shouldn't people be warned? The ranger sighed. You have to understand. Tourism is the lifeblood of this area. If word got out about whatever this is, it would destroy the local economy, not to mention cause a panic. She shook her head. We've increased patrols, especially at night. But until we know more, until we can find this thing. How many? I asked suddenly. Both women looked at me, confused. How many people have really gone missing out here? Ranger Martinez was quiet for a long moment. Too many, she said finally. Chen was the most recent, but he wasn't the first. We've had 5 disappearances in the past year that fit this pattern, that we know of. The implications of that last statement hung heavy in the air. Why are you telling us this? Cassie asked. The ranger's gaze was steady. Because I'm tired of lying. Because people need to know what they're really facing out there. And because, she hesitated, then seemed to make up her mind. Because I think you two might be able to help. Us? I said, startled. How? You're not really a journalist, are you? Ranger Martinez said to Cassie, a hint of a smile on her face. And you're not a photographer. You're here because of what happened at the gas station. I felt the blood drain from my face. How did you? Small town, she said simply. Word gets around. And those bikers you mentioned? They've been sniffing around here too, asking questions about the disappearances. My mind was reeling. Do you think they're connected to whatever this is? Ranger Martinez shrugged. I don't know. But I do know they're not who they say they are, and I think they know more than they're letting on. She leaned forward, her expression intense. Look, I can't investigate this officially. Too many higher-ups want it all kept quiet. But you two, you're already involved. You could go places, ask questions that I can't. I looked at Cassie, saw the same mix of fear and determination on her face that I felt. What exactly are you asking us to do? I said slowly. The ranger's answer sent a chill down my spine. I want you to find out what's really happening in Red Rock Canyon, and I want you to stop it before anyone else disappears. As we left the ranger station, my head was spinning. The weight of what we'd learned, of what we'd agreed to do, felt almost crushing. Cassie and I walked in silence to her car, both lost in our own thoughts. It wasn't until we were on the road, the stark beauty of the desert landscape blurring past the windows, that she spoke. Are we really doing this? She asked, her voice a mixture of excitement and fear. I took a deep breath, staring out at the rugged landscape. I don't think we have a choice, I said finally. Whatever's out there, it's not going to stop on its own. And if we don't do something, more people are going to disappear. Cassie nodded, her hands tightening on the steering wheel. So where do we start? We spent the rest of the drive back to town planning our next move. We decided our first step should be to gather more information about the disappearances, about the bikers, about anything strange happening in or around Red Rock Canyon. We need to talk to old Pete again, I said. See if we can get more details about what his search and rescue buddy told him. Cassie agreed. And we should dig into the backgrounds of the missing hikers. Maybe there's a connection we're not seeing. As we pulled up to Cassie's apartment, a thought struck me. What about your online classes and our jobs? We can't just drop everything to play detective. Cassie chewed her lip thoughtfully. I can put my classes on hold for a bit. Say there's a family emergency or something. As for work, she trailed off, then her eyes lit up. Actually, I might have an idea about that. Let me make a few calls. While Cassie was on the phone, I tried to piece together everything we knew so far. The disappearances, the strange footprint, the bikers who seemed to know more than they should. It all pointed to something big, something dangerous. But what? I was so lost in thought that I jumped when Cassie tapped me on the shoulder. Good news, she said, grinning. I called in a favor with my aunt. She owns that little bookstore downtown, remember? She's agreed to give us both part-time jobs, flexible hours, cash under the table. I raised an eyebrow, and she's okay with us using that as a cover to investigate mysterious disappearances? Cassie laughed. I may have neglected to mention that part. As far as she knows, we just need some extra cash and flexible work while we figure out our next steps in life. I had to admit it was a good solution. The bookstore was right in the center of town, which would give us a base of operations and a reason to be asking questions without raising too much suspicion. We spent the rest of the evening making plans and preparations. Cassie dug out an old laptop we could use for research, while I called the gas station to quit my job, citing family issues. It felt strange, cutting ties with my old life so abruptly. But as I looked at the notes we'd made, the photos Ranger Martinez had shown us burned into my memory, I knew there was no going back. The next morning, we started our investigation in earnest. Our first stop was Old Pete's usual haunt, a dingy bar on the outskirts of town that opened improbably early. We found him in his usual spot, nursing a beer despite the early hour. Well, if it ain't the gas station kid, Pete slurred as we approached. And you brought a friend. What can I do for you? I slid onto the bar stool next to him, Cassie taking the seat on my other side. Pete, we need to talk about what you told me the other night, about your friend in search and rescue, and what they found in the canyon. Pete's rheumy eyes narrowed. Don't know what you're talking about, he mumbled, suddenly very interested in his beer. I leaned in closer, lowering my voice. Pete, please, this is important. People's lives could be at stake. For a long moment, I thought he was going to shut us out completely. Then, with a heavy sigh, he set down his beer and turned to face us. My buddy Jim, he's been with Search and Rescue for 20 years, Pete said, his voice barely above a whisper. Seen all kinds of things out in those canyons. But this, he shook his head, this scared him. Said they found that hiker's campsite torn to shreds, and tracks like nothing he'd ever seen before. Cassie and I exchanged a glance. This matched what Ranger Martinez had told us. Did he say anything else? Cassie pressed gently. Anything about what might have made those tracks? Pete's eyes darted around the bar, as if afraid someone might be listening. Jim's always been a pragmatic sort, man of science, you know. But the way he talked about this, Pete shuddered. He said it was like something out of a nightmare. Said the claw marks they found, they went clean through solid rock. A chill ran down my spine. What kind of creature could do that? Pete, I said carefully, has Jim noticed anything else strange lately? Any other unusual sightings or incidents? Pete was quiet for a long moment, clearly wrestling with whether to say more. Finally, he leaned in close, his breath sour with alcohol. Jim told me they've been hearing things out there at night, noises that ain't natural, and sometimes when they're out on patrol, Pete's voice dropped even lower. Sometimes they feel like they're being watched, like there's something out there in the dark, just waiting. As we left the bar, my mind was racing. Everything Pete had told us seemed to confirm our worst fears, that there was something out there in the canyon, something dangerous and unknown. We need to go out there, I said as we got into Cassie's car. We need to see for ourselves. Cassie looked at me, her face pale but determined. I know, she said, but we can't just go rushing in unprepared. We need a plan, and we need supplies. She was right, of course. Whatever was out there had already taken down experienced hikers. We couldn't just wander into the canyon and hope for the best. We spent the next few days preparing. We bought hiking gear, stocked up on supplies, and pored over maps of the canyon. We also did our best to dig into the backgrounds of the missing hikers, looking for any connections or patterns. What we found was unsettling. While the disappearances seemed random at first glance, We noticed that they all occurred in roughly the same area of the canyon, an area that according to the maps contained a network of caves that had never been fully explored. As we made our final preparations, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were missing something important. The bikers, the footprints, the caves, how did it all fit together? The night before we were set to head into the canyon, I had a dream. I was standing at the mouth of a cave, darkness yawning before me. From deep within I heard a sound, a low rumbling growl that seemed to shake the very ground beneath my feet, and then, emerging from the shadows, I saw a pair of glowing yellow eyes. I woke with a start, my heart pounding. As the first light of dawn crept through the windows, I knew with a certainty I couldn't explain that we were on the verge of uncovering something big, something that would change everything. Little did I know just how right I was. The morning dawned crisp and clear as Cassie and I loaded our gear into her car. We'd told her aunt we were taking a few days off for a camping trip. Not entirely a lie, but far from the whole truth. As we drove towards Red Rock Canyon, an uneasy silence settled between us. The weight of what we were about to do, the dangers we might face, seemed to press down on us like a physical presence. "You know," Cassie said suddenly, breaking the silence, "it's not too late to turn back. We could just go home, pretend none of this ever happened." I looked at her, saw the mix of fear and determination in her eyes that I knew mirrored my own. "Could you really do that?" I asked softly. "Knowing what's out there, knowing more people might disappear." She sighed, shaking her head. "No, I couldn't. I wanted to make sure you knew we had a choice." I reached over and squeezed her hand. "We made our choice the moment we agreed to help Ranger Martinez. Whatever happens, we're in this together." We arrived at the Canyon Visitor Center just as it was opening. Ranger Martinez was waiting for us, her face grim. "Are you sure about this?" she asked as we gathered our backpacks from the car. I nodded. "We're sure. Any last-minute advice?" The ranger handed us each a small device. "Emergency beacons," she explained. "If you run into trouble, activate them. I'll have a team standing by." She hesitated, then added, "But understand, if you activate those beacons, I won't be able to keep this quiet anymore. It'll mean involving the authorities, the media." "We understand," Cassie said. "We'll only use them if absolutely necessary." Ranger Martinez nodded. "Good luck," she said softly, "and be careful out there." With one last look at the safety of the visitor center, we shouldered our packs and set off into the canyon. The first few hours of our hike were uneventful. The beauty of the landscape was breathtaking. Towering red rock formations, scrubby desert plants clinging to life in the harsh environment, the vast blue sky stretching endlessly above us. If it weren't for the knot of anxiety in my stomach, it would have been a perfect day for a hike. As we moved deeper into the canyon, following the rough map Ranger Martinez had given us, the terrain became more challenging. We scrambled over boulders, squeezed through narrow passages, always moving towards the area where the disappearances had occurred. It was late afternoon when we reached the first cave entrance. The mouth of the cave yawned before us, a dark slash in the red rock face. I couldn't help but think of my dream, of those glowing eyes emerging from the darkness. "Should we go in?" Cassie asked, her voice hushed. I checked our map. "This isn't the main cave system we're looking for," I said, "but it might be worth checking out. We've got a few hours of daylight left." We clicked on our headlamps and stepped into the cave. The temperature dropped immediately, a welcome relief from the desert heat. Our lights cast eerie shadows on the cave walls, creating shapes that seemed to move in the corner of my eye. We moved slowly, carefully, our eyes scanning for any sign of, well, anything unusual. But aside from some ancient petroglyphs carved into the walls, the cave seemed unremarkable. We were about to turn back when Cassie suddenly grabbed my arm. "Look," she whispered, pointing her light at the cave floor. At first, I didn't see what had caught her attention. Then, as I looked closer, I saw it. A footprint pressed into the soft sand of the cave floor. A footprint that matched the photo Ranger Martinez had shown us. My heart began to race. "It's here," I breathed. "Whatever made those tracks at the campsite, it's been in this cave." Cassie nodded, her face pale in the glow of our headlamps. "The track looks fresh," she said. "It could still be nearby." As if in response to her words, a low rumbling growl echoed through the cave. It was the same sound from my dream, a sound that seemed to vibrate in my very bones. We looked at each other, eyes wide with fear. Without a word, we turned and ran, scrambling back towards the cave entrance. Behind us, the growl grew louder, accompanied by the sound of something large moving through the cave. We burst out into the fading daylight, gasping for air. Behind us, the growling stopped abruptly, as if whatever had made the sound was unwilling to venture out into the open. What was that?" Cassie panted, bent over with her hands on her knees. I shook my head, still trying to catch my breath. "I don't know, but I think we just found what we've been looking for." As the adrenaline began to fade, I realized we had a decision to make. Night was falling, and we were deep in the canyon, far from any help. Do we make camp here knowing that thing might be nearby? Or do we try to hike back in the dark, risking injury on the treacherous terrain? "We should make camp," Cassie said, echoing my thoughts. "But not here. We need to find somewhere defensible, somewhere with a clear view of our surroundings." I nodded in agreement. We quickly gathered our gear and set off, looking for a suitable campsite. As we hiked, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that something was following us just out of sight. We finally found a spot as the last light was fading from the sky, a small plateau with a clear view in all directions, backed by a sheer cliff face. We set up our tent in record time, gathered some firewood, and settled in for what we knew would be a long, tense night. As we sat by the fire, picking at our trail rations, Cassie finally broke the silence. "What do you think it is?" she asked quietly. "That thing in the cave?" I stared into the flames, trying to make sense of everything we'd seen and heard. "I don't know," I said finally, "but whatever it is, it's big, it's dangerous, and it's not supposed to exist." Cassie nodded slowly. Do you think it's what took those hikers?" The question hung in the air, heavy with implications. If this creature, whatever it was responsible for the disappearances, then we were dealing with something far more dangerous than we'd initially thought. "I think we need to be very, very careful," I said, "and I think tomorrow we need to find that main cave system. If this thing has a lair, that's where it'll be." We took turns keeping watch that night, but nothing disturbed our camp. As dawn broke, we packed up quickly and set off, following our map towards the larger cave system. The hike was tense, every sound making us jump, every shadow seeming to hide potential danger. But we saw no sign of the creature, heard no more of those bone-shaking growls. It was late morning when we finally found what we were looking for. The entrance to the main cave system was massive, a gaping maw in the side of the canyon wall. Cool air flowed out of it, carrying a musty animal smell that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Cassie and I looked at each other, a silent communication passing between us. We both knew the dangers, knew that stepping into that cave might mean we never came out again. But we also knew we couldn't turn back now, not when we were so close to answers. With a deep breath, we switched on our headlamps and stepped into the darkness. The cave swallowed us whole, the daylight quickly fading behind us as we moved deeper into the earth. We had no way of knowing what we would find in the depths of that cave. But one thing was certain, our lives would never be the same again. The darkness of the cave was oppressive, seeming to press in on us from all sides. Our headlamps cut through the gloom, but the beams seemed feeble against the vast blackness that surrounded us. The air was thick with that musty animal smell, growing stronger with each step we took. We moved slowly, carefully, our eyes constantly scanning the cave walls and floor. The main passage was wide, easily big enough for something large to move through comfortably. That thought sent a shiver down my spine. "Look," Cassie whispered, pointing to the ground. I followed her gaze and saw what had caught her attention. The cave floor was covered in tracks, some clearly animal, others not. Among the usual prints of desert wildlife, I saw more of those massive, clawed footprints we'd encountered in the smaller cave. But there was something else, something that made my blood run cold. Intermixed with the animal tracks were human footprints and drag marks, long furrows in the sandy floor that spoke of bodies being pulled deeper into the cave. Cassie and I exchanged a grim look. We were on the right track, but the implications of what we were seeing were horrifying. As we moved deeper into the cave system, the passages began to branch off, creating a complex maze of tunnels. We marked our path with small cairns of stones, not wanting to risk getting lost in this underground labyrinth. We had been walking for what felt like hours, the silence broken only by the sound of our breathing and the occasional drip of water when we heard it. a low keening sound echoing through the tunnels. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard before, not quite animal, not quite human, but filled with a sense of ancient primordial hunger. Cassie grabbed my arm, her fingers digging in painfully. "What was that?" she whispered, her voice trembling. I shook my head, not trusting myself to speak. The sound came again, louder this time, and unmistakably closer. Whatever was making that noise, it was moving towards us. "We need to hide," I hissed, pulling Cassie towards a narrow side passage we had just passed. We squeezed into the tight space, pressing ourselves against the cold rock wall. I reached out and switched off both our headlamps, plunging us into total darkness. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by our ragged breathing and the thundering of my heart. Then we heard it, the sound of something large moving through the main passage, the scrape of claws on stone, the low, rumbling breath of a massive creature. It paused near our hiding spot, and I held my breath, certain that at any moment it would discover us. But after what felt like an eternity, the creature moved on, its heavy footsteps fading into the distance. We waited several more minutes before daring to turn our lights back on. Cassie's face was pale in the harsh glare of the headlamp. "We need to get out of here," she said, her voice shaky but determined. I nodded in agreement, but something caught my eye further down the narrow passage we were in. "Wait," I said, holding up a hand. "Look at this." Our lights revealed a small opening in the cave wall, easily missed if you weren't looking closely. And there, carved into the rock around the opening, were symbols, ancient petroglyphs depicting strange, monstrous figures. "What is this?" Cassie breathed, running her fingers over the carved images. I shook my head, mystified. "I don't know, but it looks important. We should check it out." Carefully, we squeezed through the opening, finding ourselves in a small chamber. What we saw there made us both gasp. The walls of the chamber were covered in more petroglyphs, telling a story that was as fascinating as it was terrifying. They showed human figures worshipping a massive, monstrous creature, the same creature, I realized with a chill, that we had just narrowly avoided in the main passage. "Look at this," Cassie said, pointing to one section of the wall. The images there showed the creature emerging from a crack in the earth, with stars and celestial bodies arranged above it. "It's not from here," I said slowly, the realization dawning on me. "Whatever this thing is, it came from somewhere else. Maybe another planet or another dimension." Cassie nodded, her eyes wide. "And these people, they worshipped it, brought it sacrifices." The implications of that last word hung heavy in the air between us. We both thought of the missing hikers, the drag marks we had seen on the cave floor. As we studied the petroglyphs, a pattern began to emerge. The images seemed to be telling us not just about the creature's origins, but about its weaknesses. "Look here," I said, pointing to one section. "They're showing the creature retreating from fire and from sunlight." Cassie leaned in closer. "And this part," she said, "I think it's showing some kind of ritual, a way to banish the creature, send it back where it came from." We spent the next hour carefully documenting everything we saw, taking photos with our phones and making sketches in our notebooks. By the time we were done, we had a clearer picture of what we were dealing with and how we might stop it. But as we prepared to leave the chamber, we heard that bone-chilling sound again, the keening cry of the creature, much closer this time. "It's coming back," Cassie whispered, fear evident in her voice. I nodded grimly. "We can't stay here. We need to make a run for it." We burst out of the small chamber and back into the main passage, our headlamps bouncing wildly as we ran. Behind us we could hear the creature's roar, the sound of its massive body squeezing through the tunnels in pursuit. We ran blindly, no longer caring about marking our path, focused only on finding the way out. The sound of the creature grew louder, closer, with each passing second. Just when I thought we couldn't run any further, I saw a glimmer of light ahead. The cave entrance. "There," I shouted to Cassie. "We're almost out." We put on a final burst of speed, lungs burning, muscles screaming in protest. Behind us, the creature let out a deafening roar that shook the very walls of the cave. We burst out into the sunlight, the sudden brightness momentarily blinding us. I expected to feel the creature's claws at any moment, but the attack never came. When our eyes adjusted, we turned to look back at the cave entrance. There, just inside the shadows, we saw it, a massive, hulking shape, its yellow eyes glowing with malevolence. but it didn't follow us out into the daylight. Remembering what we had learned from the petroglyphs, I grabbed Cassie's arm. "Quick," I said. "We need to find some way to block the entrance. It can't come out in the sunlight." Working quickly, we gathered rocks and boulders, piling them in front of the cave mouth. It wouldn't hold the creature forever, but it might buy us some time. As we worked, I activated the emergency beacon Ranger Martinez had given us. Within an hour, we heard the sound of approaching helicopters. The next few days passed in a blur. We told our story to Ranger Martinez and then to a team of government officials who arrived soon after. At first, they were skeptical, but the evidence we had gathered, the photos, the sketches, the tracks we had documented, was hard to ignore. A large-scale operation was launched to seal off the cave system. Experts were brought in to study the petroglyphs and to try to understand the nature of the creature we had encountered. Cassie and I were sworn to secrecy, told that revealing what we had seen could cause widespread panic. But we were also thanked for our bravery, for uncovering a threat that had been lurking unknown for who knows how long. In the months that followed, we tried to return to our normal lives. But how do you go back to normal after something like that? The nightmares were frequent, the feeling of being watched in the dark never quite going away. But we had each other, and the knowledge that we had made a difference, that we had saved lives, even if the world would never know about it. Sometimes on quiet nights I find myself looking up at the stars, wondering about what else might be out there. Wondering if the creature we encountered was truly one of a kind, or if there are more like it waiting in the dark spaces between the stars. One thing I know for certain, I'll never look at the world the same way again. There are things out there, ancient and powerful things, that defy our understanding of reality. And sometimes, just sometimes, those things find their way into our world. But as long as there are people willing to stand against the darkness, to shine a light into the unknown, there's hope. Cassie and I learned that in the depths of that desert cave, and it's a lesson I'll carry with me for the rest of my life. Of all the traditions Dad and I shared, the annual fishing trip was the one that mattered most. After Mom died when I was 12, it became our sacred ritual, a silent agreement that for 1 week each year, we'd leave the city behind and just exist together. Usually that meant loading up the beat-up Ford Ranger and driving down to the Russian River ferry, fighting for a spot on the crowded bank with dozens of other fishermen, their lines tangling in the current, their voices carrying across the water. But this year was different. For my 17th birthday, a milestone that felt more like a countdown to an uncertain future than a celebration, Dad had surprised me. He'd saved for months, maybe longer, working double shifts at the rail yard. He'd booked us a fly-in cabin on the upper Kenai River, deep in the wildlife refuge where roads didn't reach and cell towers were a fantasy. No crowds, no noise, no connection to the world we were leaving behind. Just us, a remote log cabin, and one of Alaska's most legendary salmon rivers. The morning we left Anchorage, the city was locked under its typical September gray. Rain drummed against the windshield as we drove to Lake Hood, the floatplane base where our pilot waited. The de Havilland Beaver sat tied to the dock, its red and white paint slightly faded, its pontoons riding low in the water. The pilot, a weathered man in his 60s who introduced himself only as Dutch, loaded our gear with practiced efficiency. 2 rods, tackle boxes, waders, a cooler packed with food for the week, and our duffel bags stuffed with wool socks and thermal layers. "Weather's supposed to hold," Dutch said, his voice gravelly from what I guessed were decades of cigarettes and cold air. "But up there, supposed to doesn't mean much. You got everything you need." Dad nodded, his hand resting briefly on my shoulder, a gesture that had become his way of saying things he couldn't put into words. The takeoff was smooth despite the chop on the lake. The Beaver's engine roared, the pontoon skipped across the water's surface, and then we were airborne, banking east toward the mountains. As we climbed, Anchorage fell away below us, becoming a grid of streets and buildings that quickly disappeared beneath the low cloud cover. When we broke through the clouds, the world transformed. The Kenai National Wildlife Refuge spread out beneath us like a living map, an endless expanse of boreal forest, the spruce and birch forming a wrinkled carpet of deep green and gold. Lakes dotted the landscape, their surfaces like shattered mirrors reflecting the gray sky, and cutting through it all a serpentine ribbon of the most unnatural turquoise I'd ever seen, the Kenai River. glacier-fed and impossibly bright against the darker forest. "First time up here?" Dutch shouted over the engine noise. I nodded, unable to tear my eyes from the window. "It changes you," he said, something unreadable in his tone. "The real wilderness. Most people don't understand what that means until they're in it. No roads out, no cell service, no cavalry coming if things go south. Just you and whatever's out there." He glanced back at us, his expression serious. "You respect it. It'll be the best week of your life. You don't," he shrugged and turned back to the controls. The flight took 40 minutes, following the river upstream as it narrowed and the current grew more violent. The mountains rose around us, their peaks already dusted with early snow. Finally, Dutch banked the Beaver and began our descent, the engine pitch changing as we dropped toward a wide, relatively calm section of the river. The landing was surprisingly gentle, a series of soft bounces as the pontoons touched down. Then we were gliding across the water like a massive waterfowl, the spray creating temporary rainbows in the afternoon light. Dutch guided us toward the eastern shore, where a small wooden dock extended from the bank. And there it was, our home for the week. The cabin sat on stilts about 15 yards back from the river's edge, connected to the dock by a path of weathered planks. It was built from dark, heavy logs that looked like they'd been there forever, though Dad had told me the structure was only 20 years old. The roof was corrugated metal, green with lichen. A small covered porch wrapped around the front, facing the water. Behind it, the forest pressed close, a wall of spruce so thick I couldn't see more than a few yards into the shadows. Dutch helped us unload our gear onto the dock, moving with the hurried efficiency of someone who wanted to be gone before dark. "Cabin stocked with firewood and basics," he said, handing Dad a laminated instruction sheet and a satellite phone in a waterproof case. "This is for emergencies only, and I mean emergencies. Battery's good for 2 calls, maybe 3. I'll be back in 7 days, same time, same place, weather permitting." "What if the weather doesn't permit?" I asked, the question suddenly feeling important. Dutch gave me a long look. "Then I come when I can. Could be a day late, could be 3. You've got enough supplies for 2 weeks. If you're smart about it, you'll be fine." But something in the way he said it made me less than certain. We watched the Beaver taxi back out into the river, the engine roaring as Dutch gave it full throttle. The plane skipped across the water, lifted into the air, and banked away to the west. The sound of its engine faded gradually, then disappeared entirely, swallowed by the vast silence of the wilderness. In that moment, standing on that dock with my father, I experienced true isolation for the first time in my life. The only sound was the constant rush of the river, a deep, powerful roar that I realized would never stop, day or night for the entire week. No cars, no voices, no hum of electricity or distant sirens, just water and wind and the occasional cry of a raven from the forest. "Come on," Dad said, grabbing his duffel. "Let's get settled before it gets dark." The cabin's interior was simple but functional. One large room with 2 sets of bunk beds against opposite walls, a heavy wooden table with 4 mismatched chairs, a cast-iron wood stove in the corner with a stockpile of split logs, and a small counter area with a basin for washing. The walls were covered with names and dates carved into the logs, decades of fishermen marking their stays. The windows were small and thick, the glass slightly warped with age. A kerosene lantern hung from a hook in the ceiling. We spent the next hour unpacking and organizing, tasks made easier by the comfortable silence that had always existed between us. Dad got the wood stove going, the heat quickly filling the small space and driving out the dampness. I organized our tackle and checked our rods, running my fingers along the lines, checking for weak spots. As the sun began to set early this far north in September, we stood on the porch together, watching the river. The current was mesmerizing, the turquoise water moving with relentless power. I could see salmon occasionally breaking the surface, their dark shapes moving upstream on their final journey. "Tomorrow," Dad said, "we fish. Tonight, we rest." We ate a simple dinner of canned stew heated on the stove, the metal spoons scraping against our tin bowls. The darkness outside was absolute, no light pollution, no moon visible through the clouds, just an impenetrable blackness pressed against the windows. The kerosene lantern cast dancing shadows on the log walls, making the carved names seem to move and shift. I climbed into my bunk, the sleeping bag surprisingly warm, and listened to Dad moving around the cabin in his methodical way, checking the door latch, adjusting the stove's damper, placing the satellite phone within easy reach on the table. Old habits from his army days, procedures that had kept him alive in places he never talked about. The last thing I remembered before sleep took me was the sound of the river, that constant rushing roar, and thinking how quickly a sound could go from impressive to comforting to just there. Background noise that my brain would learn to ignore. I should have paid more attention. I woke to the smell of coffee and frying bacon scents that seemed almost magical in the wilderness. Gray light filtered through the small windows, and I could hear Dad moving around the cabin, the wood stove crackling with fresh fuel. Every muscle in my body felt stiff from the previous day's travel, but it was a good kind of soreness, the kind that promised adventure. "Morning," Dad said, not looking up from the cast-iron skillet where thick slices of bacon sizzled and popped. "Weather cleared, currents perfect. If we're smart, we'll limit out before lunch." I pulled myself from the warm cocoon of the sleeping bag and dressed quickly in layers: thermal underwear, thick wool socks, a flannel shirt, and my weatherproof outer layer. The cabin was warm near the stove but cold near the walls, condensation beating on the windows. Breakfast was simple and perfect: bacon, scrambled eggs cooked in the bacon grease, and thick slices of bread toasted on the stovetop. We ate quickly, eager to get on the water. Dad had already organized our gear on the porch, rods rigged with bright pink salmon flies, our waders hanging from nails, tackle boxes ready. Stepping outside was like entering a different world. The fog that had settled overnight was burning off, revealing the river in all its glory. The water looked even more impossibly turquoise in the morning light, and I could see salmon everywhere, dark torpedo shapes holding in the current, preparing for the next stage of their upstream battle. We pulled on our waders, the neoprene clinging to our legs, and Dad helped me check all the seams and straps. "Current's strong," he warned. "You lose your footing. Don't fight it. Float on your back, feet downstream, and work your way to the bank. Understand?" I nodded, having heard this lecture a dozen times before. But here, looking at the powerful flow of the Kenai, it felt less like a lecture and more like a lifeline of crucial information. We waded into the river together, and the cold hit me even through the waders, a shocking, numbing cold that made my breath catch. The current was immediately powerful, pushing against my legs with constant, patient force. Dad positioned himself upstream from me, his stance wide and solid, decades of experience showing in the way he read the water. "See there," he said, pointing to a seam where faster water met slower, creating a visible line on the surface. "That's where they rest. Cast upstream. Let it drift through natural. Don't yank it. They'll take it or they won't." I made my first cast, the line unfurling awkwardly, landing with too much splash. Dad said nothing, just cast his own line with a smooth, practiced motion that made it look effortless. His fly landed exactly where he'd aimed, and within seconds his line went tight. "Fish on," he said calmly, and the battle began. Watching my father fight a salmon was like watching a master craftsman at work. He let the fish run when it needed to, reeled when he could, his rod bent into a perfect arc. The salmon jumped once, twice, its chrome and red body spectacular in the morning light. 5 minutes later, he guided it into the shallows where I scooped it up with the net, a beautiful male sockeye, maybe 10 pounds, its jaw already starting to develop the characteristic hook of spawning season. "Your turn," Dad said, already preparing his next cast. It took me 45 minutes to hook my first fish. When I finally felt that electric strike, that sudden explosion of weight and fury at the end of my line, every frustrating cast was forgotten. The fish fought like it was possessed, and in a way it was. This was a creature that had traveled thousands of miles from the ocean, navigating by instincts older than human civilization, driven by a biological imperative to reach its spawning grounds. It wasn't going to give up easily. Dad coached me through it, his voice steady and calm. "Let it run good, now reel, keep your rod tip up, that's it." When I finally guided it close enough for him to net, I was shaking, partly from adrenaline, partly from the cold, partly from pure joy. We fished until noon, and by then we had our limit. 6 magnificent sockeyes between us, their bodies still silver bright, not yet showing the deep red coloring they'd develop as spawning approached. We strung them on a rope stringer, and made our way back to shore, muscles burning from hours of standing against the current. Back at the cabin, Dad showed me how to properly clean the fish, making the cuts precisely, removing the guts and gills, filleting them with practiced efficiency. The flesh was a deep orange red, rich with the fats they'd stored for their upstream journey. We'd eat like kings. That afternoon, while Dad napped on his bunk, I explored the immediate area around the cabin. The forest was dense and primordial, the spruce trees towering overhead, their lower branches dead and bare, creating a layered canopy that blocked most of the light. The ground was soft with moss and fallen needles, dotted with mushrooms I couldn't identify. I found game trails, narrow paths worn through the undergrowth by deer or moose that disappeared into the darker reaches of the woods. Behind the cabin, maybe 30 yards into the forest, I found something that stopped me cold. A circle of stones, clearly arranged by human hands, surrounding the charred remnants of an old fire. But it wasn't a recent fire. The ash was long gone, the stones covered in moss and lichen. What disturbed me was what lay partially buried in the moss near the circle. Small carved sticks, each about 6 inches long, decorated with faded paint, and what looked like animal hair tied to their ends with strips of leather. I picked one up, examining it in the filtered light. The carving was intricate, geometric patterns and what might have been symbols, though I couldn't read them. The hair attached to it was coarse and dark, possibly moose or bear. It felt old, important, and somehow wrong for me to be touching it. A sound behind me made me drop it and spin around. Nothing was there. Just the forest, just the shadows between the trees, just the distant roar of the river. But my heart was hammering, and the back of my neck felt exposed, vulnerable. I backed away from the stone circle, not turning my back on it until I was nearly to the cabin. I didn't mention it to Dad when he woke up. I'm not sure why. Maybe because it felt like the kind of thing that would worry him, or maybe because I was worried he'd dismiss it as nothing. Either way, I kept it to myself and helped him prepare dinner instead. That evening's meal was transcendent. Fresh salmon fillets pan-fried in butter until the skin was crispy and the flesh flaked at the touch of a fork, served with instant mashed potatoes and canned green beans that somehow tasted gourmet in that setting. Dad let me have a sip from his flask of whiskey. Better whiskey than he usually drank, something he'd saved for the trip. The burn of it mixing with the taste of the salmon created a sense of peace I wanted to bottle and keep forever. As darkness fell, and we settled into our bunks, I felt more content than I had in years. The day had been perfect, the kind of day that justified all the planning, all the expense, all the effort. Tomorrow we'd fish again, and the day after that, and the day after that. A week of this stretched ahead of us, and I couldn't imagine anything better. I fell asleep to the sound of the river and my father's steady breathing, completely unaware that this was the last normal night we'd have. I came awake slowly, pulled from deep sleep by something my brain couldn't immediately identify. The cabin was dark, the kind of absolute darkness that only exists in true wilderness, where the nearest electric light is miles away and the stars are hidden by clouds. The wood stove had burned down to embers, giving off barely enough light to see the vague shapes of furniture. The sound that had woken me came again. Tap, tap. It was faint but distinct, coming from the wall behind my bunk, the wall that faced the river. My first drowsy thought was that a branch from the Sitka spruce near that side of the cabin must be knocking against the logs. We'd had a similar problem at home once, a maple branch that scraped against my bedroom window on windy nights. I lay there listening, waiting for the irregular randomness of wind-blown wood, but it didn't come. The tapping continued with metronomic precision. 3 taps, a pause of exactly the same length, then 3 more taps. No variation, no change in intensity, just that steady, deliberate rhythm. Tap, tap, tap. Something about that consistency sent a shiver through me, despite the warmth of my sleeping bag. I sat up, my eyes adjusting slightly to the darkness. Across the cabin, I could make out my father's form in his own bunk. He was sitting up too, his head cocked toward the wall, listening. "You hear it," he whispered, his voice barely audible over the constant rush of the river outside. "Yeah," I whispered back. "It's just a branch, right?" The tapping came again, perfectly timed, perfectly spaced. Tap, tap, tap. Dad didn't answer immediately. He slipped out of his bunk with the silent grace of someone who'd spent years learning to move without making noise. He crossed to the door in his thermal underwear and socks, lifted the heavy iron latch as quietly as he could, and pulled the door open just a few inches. Cold air flooded in, along with wisps of fog, thick white fog that pressed against the opening like something solid. The tapping stopped the instant the door opened. Dad stood there for a long moment, looking out into the white nothing. Then he stepped onto the porch in his socks, and I heard him walking around the perimeter of the cabin, his footsteps creaking on the wooden planks. He was gone for maybe 2 minutes before he came back inside, closing and latching the door behind him. "Nothing," he said quietly. "No branches touching the cabin, no wind at all. The air's completely still." "Then what?" "I don't know." He went to the wood stove and added a log, nudging it into place with the poker. Orange light flared briefly, pushing back the darkness. Could be the wood settling. These old cabins make all kinds of noises. But he didn't sound convinced, and I noticed he didn't go back to his bunk immediately. Instead, he sat at the table, looking at the wall where the tapping had come from, the kerosene lantern in his hand, unlit but ready. We waited in silence for 20 minutes. The tapping didn't resume. Eventually, Dad returned to his bunk, and I lay back down, but sleep took a long time to return. Every small sound the cabin made, a pop from the stove, a creak from the settling structure, brought me back to full alertness. When I finally did sleep, my dreams were fragmented and strange, filled with sounds I couldn't identify and presences I couldn't see. The next day was overcast but dry, the river's turquoise color slightly muted under the gray sky. We fished for a few hours in the morning, catching 3 more sockeyes to supplement our supply. The fishing was good, but something felt different, or maybe it was just me, unable to shake the memory of that methodical tapping. Dad seemed his normal self, methodical and patient in the water, offering tips on my casting technique, telling old stories about fishing with his own father in Montana when he was my age. But I noticed small things, the way his eyes occasionally flicked to the tree line, the way he positioned us so his back was never completely to the forest, the way he stayed closer to me than usual. That afternoon, while Dad cleaned fish on the porch, I decided to explore the riverbank in the opposite direction from yesterday's walk. The fog from the night before had left everything damp and dripping. The moss-covered rocks along the shore were treacherous, and I had to watch every step. I'd walked maybe a quarter mile when I found the footprints. They were in a patch of silt near the water's edge, exposed by the river's constant small fluctuations in level. At first I thought they were human. They had the right general shape, the right size, but as I knelt down to examine them more closely, the differences became impossible to ignore. The prints were elongated, at least 16 inches from heel to toe. The toes, there were 4 of them, not 5, were splayed wide and ended in what looked like claw marks. The heel was deep, suggesting something very heavy, and they were fresh, the edges still sharply defined, not yet softened by seeping water. They led from the forest, crossed the patch of silt, and disappeared into the river. Whatever had made them had entered the water and hadn't come back out, at least not here. I stood up, suddenly very aware of how far I was from the cabin, how alone I was. The forest behind me felt watchful, oppressive. Every shadow between the trees could have been hiding something. I looked at the tracks again, trying to find a rational explanation. A bear? The toes were wrong. A moose? The shape was too human. I took a picture with the small waterproof camera Dad had brought, not because I thought anyone would believe me, but because I needed proof for myself that I hadn't imagined it. Then I headed back to the cabin, walking faster than I probably should have on the slippery rocks, resisting the urge to run. Dad was sitting on the porch, drinking coffee from a tin cup. "You okay?" he asked, reading something in my expression. "You look spooked." I told him about the footprints, trying to describe them accurately without sounding hysterical. He listened without interrupting, his face neutral, that practiced military neutrality that meant he was processing information and deciding how to respond. "Could be something," he finally said. "Could be nothing. Bear tracks can look strange in soft ground, especially if they're partially washed out. These weren't bear tracks." He looked at me for a long moment. "Okay, show me tomorrow in good light. For now, stay close to the cabin. Don't wander off alone." The authority in his voice left no room for argument. This wasn't a suggestion, it was an order, the kind he'd probably given to soldiers under his command. That night, The fog returned thicker than before. It rolled up from the river like a living thing, swallowing the dock, the shore, the trees, until the cabin was an island in a sea of white. The temperature dropped, and Dad fed the wood stove constantly, keeping the interior warm while moisture beaded on the cold windows. We played cards at the table, cribbage with an old deck that had been left in the cabin. Dad won 3 games in a row, and I suspected he was letting me win the 4th when the tapping started again. Tap, tap, tap. Same wall, same rhythm, same inexplicable precision. This time, neither of us said anything. Dad carefully set down his cards and walked to the wall, pressing his palm flat against the logs. The tapping continued, seemingly unaffected by his touch. He moved his hand along the wall, following the sound, and when he reached the corner where the wall met the ceiling, the tapping moved too, flowing across the ceiling in a rapid series of strikes that crossed directly overhead. I felt the hairs on my arms stand up. The tapping descended the opposite wall, reached the corner near the floor, and stopped. Absolute silence followed, broken only by the crackle of the fire and the distant roar of the river. "That was inside the walls," I said, my voice barely steady. "Or something outside that knows exactly where we are," Dad replied. Neither explanation was comforting. We stayed up until nearly 2 in the morning, sitting at that table, a lantern lit between us, neither of us willing to be the first to suggest sleep. The tapping didn't return, but something worse took its place, a complete awareness that we were being observed, measured, studied by something we couldn't see and didn't understand. When we finally did go to our bunks, Dad placed his hunting knife on the small shelf next to his bed, a violation of one of his own rules about weapons in sleeping quarters, and I noticed he slept fully clothed, boots unlaced but on his feet. I lay awake for hours, staring at the dark ceiling, listening to every sound the cabin made, wondering what would happen when the tapping returned, because I was certain now that it would. This wasn't random. Something knew we were here, and it was announcing its presence in the only language it had. Morning brought rain, a steady cold drizzle that turned the river into a pattern of expanding rings and made fishing seem like a miserable proposition. But Dad insisted we go out anyway. "Can't let the weather run our week," he said, though I suspected he just didn't want us sitting in the cabin, waiting for nightfall and whatever would come with it. We suited up in our waterproof gear and waded into the river, the rain drumming on the hoods of our jackets. The salmon were still there, still moving upstream with single-minded determination, but they weren't biting. We spent 3 frustrating hours casting into the current with nothing to show for it. "Let's try the gravel bar downstream," Dad finally suggested. "Sometimes they hold in the slower water during rain." The gravel bar was about a 1/4 mile downriver, a wide, shallow area where the river spread out and the current eased. We'd seen it from the Beaver when we'd flown in, a long stretch of gray stones that extended maybe 50 yards into the river. We picked our way along the rocky shore, carefully watching our footing on the slick stones. The rain had gotten harder, limiting visibility to maybe 30 yards. Everything beyond that was gray sheets of water blending into gray fog, blending into gray sky. The gravel bar was deserted, as I'd expected. We spread out, Dad working the upstream side, while I moved to where the bar met the deeper channel. I let my fly drift into the faster water, watching my line, trying to feel for the subtle take of a salmon testing my offering. On my 3rd cast, I snagged something. The line went tight, but there was no fight, no pull, just dead weight. I reeled in slowly, carefully, ready to break off if I'd hooked a submerged log. But as I pulled, whatever it was came free easily, and I was able to guide it to the surface. It wasn't a log. At first I thought it was just an unusually shaped piece of driftwood, but as I grabbed it and pulled it from the water, the reality of what I was holding sent a shock of revulsion through me that had nothing to do with the cold. It was a lure, but not like any fishing lure I'd ever seen. The body was carved from bone, yellowed, aged, porous bone that might have been human for all I could tell. It was about 5 inches long, carved into a crude fish shape with sharp angular features. The line wasn't modern monofilament. It was a thick, braided cord that looked like it had been made from dried sinew or gut, stiff and waxy to the touch. But the hook, God, the hook was what made my hands start shaking. It wasn't metal, it was a single shard of black stone, maybe obsidian, napped to a viciously sharp point like an arrowhead. It was lashed to the bone body with more of the sinew cord, the binding intricate and purposeful. The entire thing was heavy, brutally functional, and wrong in a way I couldn't articulate. "Dad," I called out, my voice tight. "Dad, you need to see this." He waded over, and I held out the lure. His expression shifted through several emotions in quick succession: curiosity, confusion, recognition, and finally something that looked like genuine fear. He took it from me, turning it over in his hands, examining the knots, the carving, the sharp obsidian point. His jaw clenched, a muscle jumping in his cheek. "How old is this thing?" he muttered, more to himself than to me. This isn't sport fishing gear." "What is it?" He looked at me, then at the lure, then at the river stretching out around us into the fog. "This is subsistence gear, indigenous, very old, probably pre-contact. You'd use something like this for survival fishing, not recreation. Why would it be here? Why would someone just lose it in the river?" "They wouldn't," Dad said slowly. "This isn't the kind of thing you lose. It's too valuable, took too long to make. You'd guard it with your life." "Then how?" "I don't know." He looked around at the fog-shrouded river, at the dark forest beyond the shore. "But I don't like it. I don't like this at all." He walked to the edge of the gravel bar and, to my surprise, threw the lure hard out into the deep channel. It disappeared into the turquoise water without a sound. "Why'd you do that?" "Because I don't want it near us," he said, his voice harder than I'd heard it all trip. "Come on, we're done for today." The walk back to the cabin was silent and tense. Dad moved fast, and I had to work to keep up. He kept looking over his shoulder, scanning the tree line, his hand occasionally dropping to his belt where he'd clipped his hunting knife. Back at the cabin, we shed our wet gear on the porch and went inside. Dad immediately got the stove roaring, and we changed into dry clothes. But the warmth didn't help. The cold I felt wasn't from the rain, it was from something else, something that had seeped into my bones the moment I'd pulled that bone lure from the water. "That thing we found," I said as we ate a joyless lunch of canned soup. "You said it was old. How old?" Dad was quiet for a long time, staring into his bowl. "The obsidian, the bone, the sinew cord, that's technology that goes back thousands of years. Indigenous peoples used tools like that long before Europeans arrived. But the condition of it looked old but not ancient, if that makes sense. The sinew was dry but not crumbling. The obsidian wasn't weathered. So someone's still using these out here." "No," he said firmly. "The tribes in this area all use modern equipment now. Hell, they have better gear than we do. Nobody's been making tools like that for generations." "Then where did it come from?" "I don't know, and I don't want to know." He met my eyes. "Promise me something. If you see anything else like that, anything at all that seems off or wrong or out of place, you tell me immediately, and you don't touch it. Understood?" I nodded, but a question was nagging at me. "Dad, do you think the tapping and the lure are connected?" His expression confirmed what I already suspected. "Yes," he said quietly. "Yes, I do. I think something's out there, and I think it knows we're here. What it wants or what it is, I have no goddamn idea. But we've got 4 more days until Dutch comes back, and I need you to stay alert and stay close." That afternoon, while the rain continued to fall, I caught Dad doing something I'd never seen him do before. He was going through his duffel bag, inventorying our supplies with military precision. Canned food, energy bars, water filtration tablets, emergency shelter, first aid kit, fire starters, batteries for the flashlights. He laid it all out on his bunk, counted it twice, and then carefully repacked it all within easy reach. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Making sure we're prepared," he said, "just in case." "In case of what?" He didn't answer, just continued his methodical inventory. But I understood. He was preparing for the possibility that we might need to leave the cabin quickly, that we might need to survive in the wilderness without the shelter's protection. He was preparing for things to go wrong in ways that hadn't seemed possible 3 days ago. As darkness approached and the rain finally stopped, the fog returned, thicker, denser, more oppressive than any I'd seen before. It didn't roll in gradually. It appeared as if someone had flipped a switch, transforming the world outside our windows from gray visibility to absolute white nothing in the space of minutes. We sat at the table again, the lantern lit, cards in hand but unplayed. We were both just waiting now, waiting for the tapping to start, for the next move in this game we didn't understand and hadn't agreed to play. When the sun set, not that we could see it through the fog, the temperature dropped sharply. Frost began forming on the inside of the windows despite the heat from the stove. And in that moment of transition from day to night, both of us felt it simultaneously, a change in the air, a presence, a certainty that we were no longer alone. Dad stood up, walked to the window facing the river, and wiped away the frost with his palm. He stared out into the white darkness for a long moment, then went very still. "Oh, Jesus," he whispered. I jumped up and joined him at the window. What do you see?" "Look at the river, in the middle. Just look." I pressed my face close to the cold glass, straining to see through the fog and darkness. At first there was nothing, just white and more white, and the faint sense of the river's movement. But then, as my eyes adjusted, I saw it. A shape, tall, standing in the middle of the current where no person could possibly stand without being swept away. Completely motionless, a dark silhouette against the slightly paler fog, and it was looking directly at us. We stood frozen at that window, our breath fogging the glass despite the cold already there, staring at the impossible figure in the water. It didn't move, it simply stood. A dark column in the river where the current should have been a raging force capable of knocking a grown man off his feet in seconds. "How is it standing there?" I whispered, afraid to speak at normal volume, as if the figure might hear us through the glass and fog. "I don't know," Dad breathed. As we watched, the shape raised one arm, slowly, deliberately. The movement was wrong somehow, the joint seeming to bend at an angle that human arms shouldn't achieve. In the darkness and fog, distances were impossible to judge, but my brain insisted the arm was too long, the body too tall and narrow. Then something flickered at the end of that extended arm, a quick, whip-like motion too fast for my eyes to track. I heard a sound despite the barrier of the cabin walls, a sharp whistling crack like a bullwhip cutting through air. A split second later, the river exploded 20 yards downstream from the figure, and I caught a glimpse of something being pulled back through the water, something large and struggling, impaled on what looked like that obsidian hook, trailing a line the same dull color as the sinew cord I'd held that afternoon. The figure pulled in its catch with smooth, practiced motions that spoke of countless repetitions, countless fish taken from this river over spans of time I couldn't conceive. It was fishing. This thing was fishing, and it was doing so with an expertise that dwarfed anything Dad and I could claim. "It's a fisherman," I said stupidly. "It's just a person fishing." "No," Dad said, his voice hollow. "Look at it, really look." I forced myself to focus on the silhouette, despite every instinct screaming at me to look away, to close the curtains, to pretend I hadn't seen anything. The more I looked, the more the wrongness revealed itself. The proportions were off, the limbs too long and thin, the torso too narrow, the head an oblong shape that didn't fit the human skull pattern. And it stood with absolute stability and current that I knew from experience was moving at 6 or 7 miles per hour with the force of thousands of tons of water. As we watched, paralyzed by the impossibility of what we were seeing, the figure's head turned. It rotated with a slow, mechanical smoothness, the kind of motion you'd see in a security camera, not a living neck. It turned away from the river, away from its catch, and oriented directly toward our cabin, toward our window, toward us. I couldn't see features. The distance and darkness and fog made that impossible. But I felt the weight of its attention land on me like a physical thing, a pressure against my chest that made breathing difficult. It was looking at us, it knew we were there, and in that moment of recognition, something fundamental shifted. We weren't just observers anymore. We had been acknowledged. We had been noticed. We had been marked. Time seemed to stretch, elastic and wrong. The figure stood there, facing us, making no move but somehow communicating a message as clearly as if it had spoken. "This is my river. These are my fish. You are trespassing." Then with that same unnatural smoothness it turned its head back to the water, resumed its fishing stance, and cast again. The line shot out with impossible flatness, no arc, no drop, just a straight projection that terminated in the river with another explosion of water and another struggling salmon. "Inside," Dad said suddenly, grabbing my shoulder and pulling me away from the window, away from the glass, now. He pulled the curtains closed on all the windows, moving quickly from one to the next, blocking out the view of the river and the thing that fished there. Then he went to his bunk and did something I'd only seen him do once before, when we'd driven through a particularly dangerous part of Anchorage late at night. He pulled out his pistol from its locked case, checked the magazine, chambered a round, and set it on the table within easy reach. "Dad, you can't." "I don't know what that is out there," he interrupted, his voice carrying a tremor I'd never heard before, "but it's not right, it's not natural, and I don't know what it's going to do now that it's seen us. Maybe it's just, I don't know, a person, someone who lives out here, a hermit, or—" "Stop." He looked at me, and I saw real fear in his eyes for the first time in my life. "That wasn't a person. You know it wasn't. I know it wasn't. Don't make excuses because the truth is too frightening." He was right. I did know. Some deep, ancient part of my brain, the part that had kept my ancestors alive when saber-toothed cats prowled the savannah, was screaming at me that what I'd just seen was a predator, something dangerous, something that existed outside the natural order I understood. We sat at that table for hours, neither of us speaking much, both of us jumping at every small sound from outside. The river's roar continued unchanged. Occasionally, I heard what might have been the whistle crack of that line being cast, but I couldn't be sure. The wind picked up, making the cabin creak and groan. Around midnight, the sound started. First came the tapping again, but this time it was louder, more aggressive, less like knocking, and more like the impacts of thrown stones. They hit the walls in a rapid staccato. Thud, 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 tia, thud, thud. The cabin shook with each impact. Dust drifted down from the ceiling beams. Then came a new sound from the direction of the river. That low, guttural clicking I'd heard in my nightmares since finding the bone lure. It was a rapid-fire percussion of hard objects striking together but organic somehow, wet and thick. The sound seemed to bypass my ears entirely and vibrate directly into my skull. Click, 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 click. "What is that?" I asked, my voice higher than I wanted it to be. Dad had his pistol in his hand now, not pointing it at anything, just holding it. "I don't know, maybe, I don't know, communication. A warning?" The clicking stopped abruptly, replaced by a new sound that froze the blood in my veins, a long, slow scraping against the front door. It started at the top and dragged downward, the sound of something hard, stone or bone or claw scoring deep grooves into the wood. The scrape descended in an agonizingly slow line, and I could picture whatever was making it standing on the porch, running one of those impossibly long fingers down the door, testing its strength, measuring its resistance. The scraping reached the bottom of the door and stopped. Silence. 3 seconds. 4, 5. Then the door shuddered in its frame, as something on the other side applied tremendous force to the latch. The heavy iron bar we dropped into its brackets began to bend. Actually bend. The metal groaning under pressure that should have been impossible. Wood splintered around the mounting points. One of the brackets pulled away from the log wall with a shriek of tortured metal. "Shit," Dad hissed. He grabbed my arm and pulled me toward the back of the cabin. "The window. We're going out the window." "What? Why?" "Because it wants us watching the door." He was already at the small window on the back wall, the one facing the forest instead of the river. He wrapped his hand in his thick wool shirt and punched through the glass, the sound of breaking glass barely audible over the assault on the door. He worked quickly, knocking out the remaining shards, clearing the frame. The door shuddered again, and this time I heard wood crack. Not the door itself, but the log wall around the frame. Whatever was out there had the strength to tear the entire door frame out of the wall. "Go, now." Dad shoved me toward the window. I didn't think, didn't question. I grabbed my day pack already loaded with emergency supplies thanks to Dad's afternoon preparations and dove through the window head first, hitting the wet ground outside with a painful thud that knocked the wind from my lungs. Dad came through right behind me, landing more gracefully, his pistol still in his hand, his own pack on his back. Behind us, I heard the front door explode inward with a tremendous crash. Something entered the cabin. I heard its weight on the floorboards, heard it moving through the small space with disturbing confidence. "Run," Dad said, "into the trees. Stay quiet, but move fast." We ran into the black maw of the forest, leaving behind the only shelter for miles, fleeing into a wilderness we didn't know from something we couldn't understand. Behind us, through the broken window, I heard the thing inside the cabin. It was searching, methodically checking each corner, each bunk, each hiding place. And when it didn't find us, a sound emerged from the cabin that I'll hear in my nightmares for the rest of my life. A long, rising howl that wasn't quite human and wasn't quite animal. A sound of rage and frustration and hunger that echoed across the river valley and sent every bird and creature in the forest into terrified silence. Then we heard it exit the cabin and the splashing started. Heavy, rhythmic splashing from the river, moving parallel to our course through the trees, keeping pace with us despite the current, despite the cold, despite everything that should have made such pursuit impossible. We were being hunted. Running through an Alaskan forest in total darkness is a nightmare that defies description. Every step was a gamble. My boots landing on solid ground or sinking into hidden bogs, colliding with unseen logs, catching on trailing roots. Low branches whipped at my face, drawing blood I couldn't see. The Devil's Club, that cursed plant with its hundreds of needle-sharp spines, seemed to be everywhere, tearing at my clothes, puncturing my hands when I tried to push it aside. Behind us and to our left, the splashing continued its relentless rhythm. Whatever was in that river wasn't just following us, it was hurting us, pushing us deeper into the forest, away from the river, away from any possible help. Dad led the way, his hand gripping my jacket to keep us together. He moved with the confidence of someone who'd navigated hostile terrain before, checking his compass every few minutes by the faint glow of a shielded penlight, always keeping us moving roughly parallel to the river but deep enough in the trees that we weren't visible from the water. After what felt like hours but was probably only 30 minutes, Dad pulled me down behind a massive fallen spruce. We crouched there gasping for breath, listening. The splashing had stopped. The forest around us was eerily silent. No birds, no small animals, nothing. It was the silence of prey hiding, hoping the predator would pass by without noticing. "We need a plan," Dad whispered directly into my ear, his breath hot against my cold skin. "We can't just run blind all night." "The ranger station," I whispered back, remembering the map he'd studied before the trip. "You said there was a patrol cabin upriver. How far?" 15, maybe 20 miles as the crow flies. Double that through this terrain. 2, maybe 3 days if we push hard. Can we make it?" His pause told me everything I needed to know. "I don't know. That's a long way with that thing hunting us." As if summoned by our mention of it, the clicking started again. That wet, guttural sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was closer now, no longer confined to the river. It was in the forest with us. Dad pulled out his pistol, his hand steady despite the cold and fear. "If it finds us, I'll try to buy you time. You run. Due east, away from the river. Don't stop, don't look back. Head for higher ground and wait until daylight, then head north. Understand? I'm not leaving you." "Yes, you are." His voice carried absolute authority. "I didn't survive 20 years in the army and raise you alone to watch you die in these woods. If it comes to that, you run. That's an order." Before I could argue, a new sound cut through the forest. A heavy, dragging noise, accompanied by the snap and crack of breaking branches. Something large was moving through the undergrowth, not attempting stealth, simply pushing through obstacles with overwhelming force. And it was moving in our direction with the certainty of something that knew exactly where we were. "Move," Dad hissed, pulling me up. We ran again, no longer trying for silence, just speed. The dragging sound pursued us, sometimes falling behind, sometimes drawing frighteningly close. I risked a glance back once and immediately wished I hadn't. There was something back there, a darker shadow among shadows, moving wrong, too tall, too thin, pulling itself between trees with those impossibly long arms. The forest began to thin slightly, and we broke out into a small clearing, maybe 30 yards across. A bog occupied most of it, the surface water reflecting the faint starlight that penetrated gaps in the cloud cover. Dad started to lead us around the edge, but the splashing from the river suddenly resumed, cutting off that direction. We were being driven toward the bog deliberately. "Stop," Dad said, pulling up short. "This is a trap. It's pushing us toward the water. What do we do?" He spun in a slow circle, assessing our options, all of them bad. Forest on 3 sides, bog in the middle, and the sounds of pursuit closing in from multiple directions. We'd been cornered. "The tree," he said suddenly, pointing to a massive spruce at the edge of the clearing. "We go up, now." We ran to the tree and Dad boosted me to the lowest branch, maybe 8 feet up. I pulled myself up with arms that burned from exertion. then reached down to help Dad. He jumped, caught my hand, and I hauled with everything I had. He scrambled up beside me, and we immediately started climbing higher, moving from branch to branch, gaining altitude. We were maybe 20 feet up when it entered the clearing. The fog had thinned enough that we could see it clearly for the first time, and the sight made my stomach twist with visceral horror. It stood at least 8 feet tall, but was so emaciated it looked like a skeleton wrapped in wet, dark skin. Its limbs were disproportionately long, arms that hung past its knees, fingers that seemed to have too many joints. The head was oblong, like I'd seen in silhouette, but up close I could make out a face of sorts, sunken pits where eyes should be, a lipless mouth full of teeth that looked more like the crushing plates of a pike than human dentition. It was naked except for what looked like wrappings of animal hide around its waist, and its skin, if it was skin, seemed to move and ripple like water, never quite staying solid. But the worst part was how it moved. It walked on 2 legs like a human, but the gait was all wrong, a lurching, disjointed motion where each leg seemed to move independently, as if it was remembering how to walk rather than doing it naturally. Water dripped constantly from its body, leaving a trail of puddles behind it. It entered the clearing and stopped, its head swiveling on that too thin neck, scanning the area. We pressed ourselves against the trunk, trying to become invisible, barely breathing. Its head tilted back, that eyeless face turning upward, and I knew with horrible certainty that it was looking right at us. It raised one impossibly long arm, and I saw the lure clearly now, the bone and obsidian weapon trailing its sinew line. With a motion too fast to follow, it cast upward. The obsidian shard whistled past my head, missing by inches, embedding itself in a branch 6 feet above us. The thing pulled the line taut, testing the strength of its anchor. "It's going to climb," I whispered in horror. Dad raised his pistol, steadied it against a branch, and fired 3 shots in rapid succession. The muzzle flashes lit up the night like lightning, and the reports were deafeningly loud in the quiet forest. I saw at least 2 shots hit the thing's torso. I actually saw the impacts, saw dark liquid spray from the wounds. It staggered back 1 step, 2 steps. Then it looked down at the wounds, tilted its head as if curious, and reached up to touch the holes in its chest. When it looked back up at us, its mouth opened impossibly wide, and that clicking sound emerged, louder now, angrier, vibrating through the air like a physical assault. The shots hadn't even slowed it down. Dad fired his remaining shots, 4 more rounds that all found their target, stitching a line across the thing's torso, and once in that oblong head. The head shot snapped its skull back, and for a moment I thought he'd killed it, but it simply straightened, shook itself like a dog shedding water, and resumed its approach to the tree. "Oh God," Dad breathed. "Oh God, it's not stopping." The thing reached the base of our tree and wrapped those long fingers around the trunk. It began to climb with disturbing speed and grace, pulling itself up hand over hand, its 2 long limbs giving it an enormous advantage in reach. It was going to reach us in seconds. "Higher," Dad shouted, and we scrambled upward, moving from branch to branch as fast as we dared. But the branches were getting thinner, less able to support our weight. I felt 1 crack under my foot and barely caught myself from falling. The thing was 15 feet below us. 10 feet. 5. Dad pulled out his hunting knife, the blade gleaming in the starlight. When the thing reached for the branch I was on, he brought the knife down with all his strength, driving it through the thing's hand and into the wood beneath. The creature made a sound I can't describe, part hiss, part scream, like steam escaping from a vent, dark liquid that might have been blood sprayed from the wound. It pulled back, yanking the knife from Dad's grip, the blade still embedded in its hand. But the momentary retreat gave us time to climb higher, reaching branches that were barely thick enough to hold a person. Below us, the thing worked the knife free from its hand and dropped it to the ground. Then it looked up at us again, and I swear it was calculating, figuring angles, assessing weight limits, planning its next move with an intelligence that was more terrifying than simple animal cunning. It moved to a different side of the tree and started climbing again, choosing a route with stronger branches. We couldn't go any higher. The branches above us wouldn't support our weight. We were trapped. Dad fumbled in his pack and pulled out his emergency flare gun, a single-shot device loaded with a phosphorus flare designed to be seen from miles away. "Cover your eyes," he said. He aimed down and fired. The flare ignited with a whoosh of chemical fire, shooting downward in a streak of brilliant white light. It hit the thing in the chest and exploded, burning with an intensity that turned night into day. The creature shrieked, actually shrieked, a sound of genuine pain, and lost its grip, falling the 20 feet to the ground and landing with a heavy splash in the edge of the bog. It rolled in the water, trying to extinguish the phosphorus that was burning into its flesh, but the chemical fire continued to burn even underwater. We watched as it thrashed, smashing through the bog water, leaving a trail of that glowing white fire that spread across the surface like burning oil. Finally, it dragged itself out of the bog on the far side and retreated into the forest, still trailing wisps of white smoke from the wound, still making that horrible clicking, hissing sound. We watched it disappear into the trees, and only then did I realize I'd been holding my breath so long my vision was starting to tunnel. "Is it dead?" I gasped. "I don't think we can kill it," Dad said, his voice shaking. "But maybe we hurt it enough to make it think twice. Come on, we need to move while it's recovering. This is our only chance." We climbed down as quickly as we could, dropped the last 6 feet to the ground, and ran. We ran like I've never run before, crashing through the forest, abandoning any pretense of stealth in favor of distance. Behind us, very faint now, I could still hear that clicking, but it wasn't pursuing, not yet. We ran until my legs gave out, until my lungs felt like they were full of broken glass, until the pre-dawn light began to filter through the trees, and we both collapsed in a heap next to a fallen log, gasping, bleeding, soaked with sweat and bog water, but alive. Alive. For now. The morning light revealed the full horror of our situation. We were lost in one of the largest wilderness areas in North America, at least 15 miles from the nearest human habitation, pursued by something that couldn't die and wouldn't quit. My hands were torn and bleeding from the rough bark and devil's club thorns. Dad's face was gray with exhaustion, making him look 10 years older than he had 2 days ago. We were both soaked through, and the morning temperature was barely above freezing. Dad pulled out his compass and map, studying them with red-rimmed eyes. "We're here," he said, pointing to a spot on the map that looked like every other spot, just green, indicating forest, blue indicating river. "The ranger station is here, about 16 miles northeast. 2 days of hard hiking in good conditions, 3 or 4 given." He gestured at our condition and the inhospitable terrain. "Will it follow us in daylight?" I asked, the question I'd been afraid to voice. "I don't know, but I don't want to wait around to find out." We rationed our emergency supplies carefully: energy bars that tasted like sawdust, water that we filtered from a small stream using the pump Dad had thankfully packed. We had enough food for maybe 3 days if we were careful, but that was assuming we could make 3 days. The morning was overcast, threatening more rain. We set off northeast, following game trails when we could find them, bushwhacking through alder thickets when we couldn't. Dad checked his compass every 10 minutes religiously, never trusting his sense of direction, always verifying. It was one of his survival rules. The wilderness wants you to get lost. Never give it the satisfaction. Around midday, we found evidence that we weren't the only ones who'd traveled this route. Carved into a massive birch tree about 6 feet off the ground were symbols I couldn't read, geometric patterns and shapes that looked similar to what I'd seen on those carved sticks near our cabin. Below them, a single word in English carved more recently, the letters still showing lighter wood: "Turn back." "Someone tried to warn people," I said. Dad studied the carving. "These symbols are Dinina, indigenous warning signs. This whole area might have been considered sacred or forbidden." He looked around at the forest, at the dark spaces between the trees. Maybe they had good reason. We kept moving, but the discovery sat heavy in my gut. How many others had come to this part of the river? How many had seen what we'd seen, and how many had made it out to tell about it? The afternoon brought the rain Dad had predicted, a cold, relentless drizzle that soaked through our clothes and made every step miserable. The temperature dropped further, and I began to shiver uncontrollably. Dad noticed and made us stop long enough to put on every layer we had, but it barely helped. We were burning calories faster than we could replace them, fighting cold and exertion and fear. As the light began to fail, early this far north in September, we started looking for a place to spend the night. Dad wanted somewhere defensible, somewhere we could hear anything approaching, somewhere we could see without being seen. We found a small rock outcropping that offered a slight overhang, enough to keep the worst of the rain off us. We crawled underneath, exhausted, and Dad unpacked our minimal sleeping gear. "No fire," he said before I could ask. "Light attracts attention. We stay cold but hidden." We huddled together under a single emergency blanket, the metallic fabric rustling with every movement, sharing body heat. We took turns staying awake, 2-hour watches that Dad timed by his watch. He took the first watch while I tried to sleep, but sleep was elusive. Every sound, every drip of water, every crack of a branch brought me to full alertness, my heart hammering. Around midnight during my watch, I heard it, splashing, distant but unmistakable. It was in the river again, and the river ran less than a quarter mile to our west. We'd gotten too close to the water, or it had cast a wider net in its search. Either way, it had found our trail again. I shook Dad awake. "It's back," I whispered. He listened, his face grim in the darkness. "How far?" "The river. Maybe 10 minutes away if it comes straight at us." He was already packing our gear with shaking hands. We moved now east, away from the water, as fast and quiet as we can. We abandoned the shelter and plunged back into the forest, moving through the darkness more by feel than sight. Behind us the splashing stopped, replaced by that dragging sound I'd heard the previous night, the sound of something pulling itself from the water onto land. We moved through a waking nightmare, a slow-motion chase through ink-black forest where every step might be our last. The dragging sound followed, sometimes close, sometimes distant, but always there. It was playing with us, I realized. It could have caught us at any time, but was choosing to prolong the hunt, to savor our fear. Dawn found us crossing a wide gravel streambed, tributary to the main river. We were both stumbling now, running on pure adrenaline and the survival instinct. Dad kept checking his compass, kept us moving northeast, but I could see he was reaching his limit. We both were. "How much farther?" I asked, my voice a rasp from dehydration and exhaustion. Dad checked the map again, measuring distances with his thumb. 5 miles, maybe 6. 3 or 4 hours if we can keep this pace. We couldn't keep the pace. By mid-morning, we were barely walking, each step a deliberate act of will. The dragging sound had faded, but I didn't trust its absence. It was out there somewhere, I was certain, watching, waiting. And then, miraculously, we broke out of the tree line onto a gravel road, barely more than a track, but definitely man-made. It stretched north and south, and I could have cried at the sight of it. "The patrol road," Dad said, his voice cracking with relief. "We're close. The ranger station is north, maybe 2 miles." We stumbled along the road, moving faster on the even surface, hope beginning to override exhaustion. A mile passed, then another, and then through the trees ahead I saw it. A small log cabin with a green metal roof and a thin line of smoke rising from a stone chimney. Civilization. Help. Safety. We staggered the last 100 yards and collapsed on the cabin's porch, our legs finally giving out completely. The door opened and a man stood there, late 50s, weathered face, calm eyes that took in our battered condition without shock. "Get inside," he said simply. "You look like hell." The ranger's cabin was small but felt like a palace after 2 nights in the wilderness. A wood stove radiated blessed warmth, and the man who introduced himself as Tom Wheeler wrapped us in thick wool blankets and set steaming mugs of sweet tea in our trembling hands. He moved with quiet efficiency, asking no questions, just taking care of the immediate needs: warmth, water, food. Only after we'd stopped shivering and had eaten 2 bowls each of thick beef stew did he finally sit down across from us at the small wooden table. "You two are several days overdue on your flyout," he said calmly. "Dispatch got a call from your pilot 3 days ago. We've been keeping an eye out." Dad nodded, his hands wrapped around his 3rd mug of tea. "We had some trouble at the cabin." Wheeler's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. Recognition, maybe, or resignation. What kind of trouble? And so Dad told the story. He spoke in his precise military way, reporting facts without embellishment. The tapping on the walls, the bone lure, the figure in the river, the assault on the cabin, the 2-day flight through the forest. He left nothing out, including the shooting, including the flare, including our absolute certainty that what had hunted us wasn't human and couldn't be killed by conventional means. I watched Wheeler's face during the recitation, expecting skepticism or pity, or the careful expression people get when they think they're dealing with someone who's lost their mind. But none of that appeared. He just listened, nodding occasionally, his expression growing more somber as the story progressed. When Dad finished, Wheeler was silent for a long time. Then he got up, walked to a bookshelf cluttered with field guides and old paperbacks, and pulled down a worn leather journal with a stained cover. He handled it carefully, like it was fragile or precious or both. "I've been stationed on this river for 30 years, he said, returning to the table. "I've seen things, heard things. Most of it you explain away, bear, moose, the cold playing tricks on your mind, but not all of it." He opened the journal to a marked page. There, in faded pencil, was a sketch that made my breath catch. It was the thing we'd seen rendered in careful detail, the proportions, the elongated limbs, the oblong head. Below it were notes in tight handwriting and what looked like copies of much older drawings, crude but unmistakable representations of the same creature. "The Denina people who've lived here for thousands of years have stories about the Nentina," Wheeler said, his finger tracing the sketch. "Rough translation, the River Man, or the River Guardian. They say he's not a ghost or spirit in the way we think of them. He's something else, something that's part of the river itself, as old as the water and the salmon runs. He guards the best fishing grounds, he doesn't like competition, and he doesn't like trespassers." "Can he be killed?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Wheeler shook his head slowly. "According to the stories, no, not in any permanent way. He can be hurt, driven off, but he always comes back. He's territorial. The elders say he claims certain stretches of the river as his own, and anyone who fishes there without permission, respect, the right offerings, they risk his attention." "Why didn't anyone warn us?" Dad asked, his voice harder than I'd heard it since the cabin. "Because nobody believes in old stories anymore," Wheeler said simply. "Modern people come up here thinking the wilderness is just scenery, something pretty to look at while they catch their limit. They don't understand that this land has its own rules, its own powers, its own residents, and by the time they find out different, they're either running for their lives or they're not running at all." He closed the journal carefully. "You're lucky, very lucky. I've pulled 3 bodies from this river over the years and investigated 2 disappearances that never got solved. All of them were fishermen who'd gone into remote areas. All of them were in his territory. We write it up as drowning or bear attacks or exposure, because what else can we write? Nobody wants to hear about the rivermen." "So what do we do?" I asked. "We can't just pretend this didn't happen." Wheeler looked at me with something like sympathy. "That's exactly what you do. You tell people you got turned around in the fog, got spooked by a bear, whatever story makes sense, because if you tell them the truth, they'll think you're crazy. The wilderness will eat that story the same way it eats everything that challenges the comfortable narrative that people like to believe." He stood up and went to his radio. "But right now, I'm calling for an emergency evac. We'll say you suffered from exposure and needed medical attention. There's a helipad about a mile north. We can have you on a chopper to Anchorage in 2 hours." As he made the call, I looked at Dad. He looked back at me with eyes that had seen too much, that knew too much. Neither of us spoke, but an understanding passed between us, an acknowledgement of what we'd survived, what we'd witnessed, and what we could never fully explain to anyone who hadn't been there. The helicopter ride to Anchorage was surreal. The noise of the rotors made conversation impossible, which was fine because I didn't want to talk. I just stared out the window at the endless expanse of forest passing below, at the ribbon of turquoise river, at the dark spaces between trees where anything might be hiding. We landed at a hospital, were checked over by doctors who found us exhausted, dehydrated, and covered in minor injuries but otherwise intact. They kept us overnight for observation, plying us with IV fluids and warm food, and questions about how we'd gotten so turned around. Dad stuck to Wheeler's script. We'd gotten lost in fog, panicked, fled from what we thought was a bear, and had spent 2 miserable days finding our way back to civilization. The doctors accepted the story because it made sense, because it fit their understanding of how the world worked. The next day, Mom's sister, my Aunt Susan, picked us up from the hospital. She fussed over us, made us promise never to go into the wilderness like that again, and drove us home to the small house we'd left less than a week ago. It felt like we'd been gone for months. Over the next few days, Dad and I didn't talk about what had happened, not directly, but sometimes I'd catch him standing at the kitchen window, staring at nothing, his hand unconsciously touching his chest where the thing's obsidian hook had nearly impaled him. Sometimes I'd wake in the night and hear him moving through the house, checking locks, looking out windows, unable to sleep. 2 weeks later, an envelope arrived in the mail. No return address, postmarked from Homer, Alaska. Inside was a single photo, the sketch from Wheeler's journal, Xeroxed but clearly reproduced. On the back, in handwriting I recognized as Wheeler's, was a single sentence. "You showed respect by leaving. He won't follow you here." I showed it to Dad. He looked at it for a long time, then carefully folded it and put it in his wallet. "We were lucky," he said quietly. "A lot of people who go out there aren't. Do you think we'll ever go back?" He looked at me, really looked at me, seeing not his 17-year-old son but his partner in survival, the person who'd run with him through hell and come out the other side. "No," he said finally. "There are some places that don't want us, some places that belong to things older than we can imagine." We stumbled into his territory, and he gave us a chance to leave. Not everyone gets that chance. So we just forget about it? No. We remember it, we respect it, and we stay the hell away from the Upper Kenai. That was 4 years ago. I'm in college now, studying environmental science, learning about ecosystems and wilderness management, and the complicated relationship between humans and nature. I've been on camping trips, fishing trips, hiking expeditions. I love the outdoors, love the peace and challenge it offers. But I've never gone back to Alaska, and whenever I'm near water, any water, from mountain streams to the ocean, I find myself scanning the depths, looking for shapes that shouldn't be there, listening for the whistling crack of a line being cast, watching for that oblong head breaking the surface. Because I know now what the wilderness truly is. It's not a playground or a resource or a scenic backdrop for Instagram photos. It's a place with its own rules, its own inhabitants, its own ancient balance that humans disrupt at their peril. The riverman taught me that, and sometimes late at night when the world is quiet, I swear I can still hear it, that wet guttural clicking, that sound of something impossibly old reminding me that there are places humans don't belong. And I got away with my life only because I was smart enough or lucky enough to run when he told me to. Some territories you don't trespass, some waters you don't fish, some things you don't challenge. And the Upper Kenai, that beautiful turquoise ribbon cutting through the wilderness, belongs to something far older and far more powerful than any fisherman with a rod and a dream of catching the big one. It belongs to him, and it always will. The drive from Chicago to Michigan's Upper Peninsula stretched endlessly before us, the landscape gradually shifting from urban sprawl to rural emptiness. I sat in the passenger seat of Jordan's battered SUV, watching the October countryside blur past. Behind us, Samuel dozed fitfully, his face pressed against the window, dark circles visible even in sleep. Jordan drummed his fingers on the steering wheel, humming tunelessly to fill the silence. He'd been the one to suggest this trip, insisting we needed to disconnect from everything. Samuel needed it most. His wife had left him 3 months ago, taking their daughter. The divorce papers were finalized last week. "Almost there," Jordan announced as we passed a weathered sign. Porcupine Mountain State Park, 15 miles. The temperature had dropped noticeably since we'd left the city. Gray clouds hung low overhead, threatening rain. The forests grew denser, pressing closer to the narrow highway. Civilization felt distant already. We pulled into the visitor center parking lot just past noon. The building looked deserted except for a single ranger truck parked outside. Inside, a middle-aged ranger with graying hair looked up from paperwork. "Mirror Lake Cabin?" He studied our reservation, then examined us carefully. "That's quite a hike this late in the season. Trail gets tricky after dark." He spread a topographical map across the counter, tracing the route with his finger. 7 miles through increasingly rough terrain, gaining significant elevation before dropping into the valley where Mirror Lake waited. "Cell phones won't work past the first mile," he warned. "Emergency radio in the cabin if you need it, but batteries unreliable. You boys prepared for cold nights?" Jordan assured him we were experienced hikers. The ranger didn't look convinced but handed over the cabin key anyway. The trail began innocently enough, a wide, well-marked path through mixed hardwoods, but within the first hour, it narrowed considerably. Roots snaked across the trail, hidden beneath layers of decomposing leaves. The trees closed in, their bare branches creating a tunnel overhead. Samuel struggled with his pack, stopping frequently. Jordan tried to maintain conversation, but his jokes fell flat in the oppressive quiet. I focused on the rhythm of walking, counting steps to distract myself from the growing unease. By the third mile, the trail had become treacherous. Steep switchbacks zigzagged up rocky slopes. We crossed several small creeks, the wooden bridges slippery with moss. The forest seemed to absorb all sound except our labored breathing and the crunch of leaves underfoot. "How much further?" Samuel asked, leaning heavily on his hiking poles. Jordan checked the GPS unit. 3 miles, maybe less. The sun was already low when we finally crested the last ridge. Below us, Mirror Lake spread like dark glass, perfectly still. The cabin sat on the far shore, a small brown rectangle against the trees. The final descent proved the most challenging. Loose rocks shifted beneath our boots. Samuel slipped once, catching himself against a tree. By the time we reached level ground, dusk was settling over the forest. The cabin was exactly as advertised. One room with a wood stove, rough-hewn furniture, and a ladder to a small loft. No electricity, no plumbing. An outhouse stood 50 feet away, barely visible in the failing light. We unpacked quickly, eager to start a fire before full darkness arrived. Jordan had brought freeze-dried meals, but we opted for canned soup, heated directly over the flames. The warmth was welcome after the temperature drop that came with sunset. "Not bad," Samuel said, managing his first genuine smile in hours. "Quiet." "Too quiet," I muttered, but they didn't hear me over the crackling fire. We stayed outside until the cold drove us in. Jordan claimed the loft immediately. Samuel took the cot beneath the window. I chose the bunk closest to the stove, grateful for the residual heat. Sleep came surprisingly fast, exhaustion overcoming the unfamiliar surroundings. The last thing I remembered was the sound of wind through bare branches. The knocking jolted me awake, 3 deliberate raps on the cabin door. I lay frozen, wondering if I'd dreamed it. Then it came again, 3 more knocks, patient and measured. "Someone's outside," Samuel whispered from across the room. Jordan's voice drifted down from the loft, thick with sleep. "Probably just a branch." But branches don't knock in perfect rhythm. We fumbled for flashlights, the beams creating wild shadows on the walls. Jordan descended the ladder and approached the door cautiously. "Hello," he called out. No response. He lifted the wooden bar and pulled the door open. Nothing, just darkness and cold air rushing in. Jordan stepped onto the small porch, sweeping his light across the clearing. Samuel joined him while I hung back, gripping my flashlight tightly. "Look at this." Samuel's voice was tight with fear. In the mud around the cabin, clear footprints circled the entire structure. Bare feet, small and delicate, had walked repeatedly around our shelter while we slept. The prints were deep, suggesting someone had stood in place for extended periods. "Kids playing pranks," Jordan said, but his voice lacked conviction. What child would walk barefoot through freezing mud in the middle of nowhere? We retreated inside, barring the door again. None of us returned to sleep. I sat up with my back against the wall, listening. Every small sound, a snapping twig, a rustle of leaves, sent my heart racing. Just before dawn, I heard deliberate footsteps outside. Through a gap in the window shutter, I saw a figure standing at the edge of the clearing, thin, motionless, watching. I blinked, and it was gone. Morning brought little relief. In full daylight, the footprints looked even more disturbing. There were multiple sets now, some child-sized, others adult, all barefoot, all circling the cabin in intricate patterns. "We should leave," I suggested. "It's 7 miles back," Samuel argued. "We're exhausted. We'd never make it before dark." Jordan sided with Samuel. "One more night, then we'd leave at first light." We spent the day gathering firewood, trying to act normal, but I caught glimpses of movement in the trees, quick shadows that disappeared when I turned to look directly. We barricaded ourselves inside well before sunset. Jordan dragged the heavy wooden bench in front of the door. We closed all the shutters, sealing ourselves in. The fire in the stove cast dancing shadows on the walls. The knocking began earlier this time, just as the last light faded. But now it came from multiple directions: the door, the walls, even the roof. Dozens of hands tapping in shifting rhythms. Sometimes gentle, sometimes urgent. What do they want? Samuel's voice cracked. Through it all, no voices, no calls or demands, just the endless knocking that seemed to come from everywhere at once. I pressed my eye to a crack in the shutter and immediately wished I hadn't. At least 6 figures stood in the clearing, arranged in a loose circle around the cabin. More moved between the trees. Then a muddy hand slammed against the window, leaving a dark smear on the glass. We all jumped back. The knocking intensified, becoming almost frantic. "I can't take this," Samuel said suddenly. "I need air. I need to use the outhouse." "Hold it," Jordan begged. "Please, just wait until morning." But Samuel was already at the door, flashlight in hand. "I'll be quick. 2 minutes." He slipped outside before we could stop him. We watched his light bob toward the outhouse, then disappear inside. 1 minute passed, then 5, then 10. "He's been too long," Jordan said, pacing nervously. We called Samuel's name from the doorway. No answer. The forest had gone completely silent. No knocking, no movement. Jordan grabbed his light and headed out. I followed reluctantly. Samuel's flashlight lay on the ground outside the outhouse, still on. The door hung open, the small structure empty. Fresh footprints led away from the building into the trees, Samuel's boots accompanied by multiple sets of bare feet. "They took him," Jordan breathed. "They actually took him." We followed the tracks for maybe 20 yards before they simply ended, as if Samuel and his companions had vanished into thin air. No signs of struggle, no torn clothing or blood, just absence. Back in the cabin, we shoved every piece of furniture against the door. The knocking resumed almost immediately, more aggressive than before. It continued all night while we huddled together, afraid to sleep, afraid to stay awake. Dawn came like a mercy. We packed in minutes, leaving Samuel's gear behind. Outside, the clearing was churned to mud by hundreds of footprints. We didn't stop to examine them. The trail looked different in morning light, unfamiliar. The markers we'd followed yesterday were gone, small reflective tags that should have been nailed to trees every 100 yards. In their place, fresh gouges in the bark showed where someone had pried them loose. "Stay calm," Jordan muttered, checking his compass obsessively. "East, we just head east." But the forest seemed to fold in on itself. Trails branched where none had existed before. We walked for hours, certain we were making progress, only to find ourselves passing the same distinctive rock formation we'd seen an hour earlier. Jordan carved an X into a pine tree with his knife. "If we see this again, we'll know we're going in circles." 20 minutes later, there it was, the same X, the same tree, though we'd walked straight east the entire time. Panic took over. We abandoned the trail entirely, crashing through underbrush, following the compass religiously. Branches tore at our clothes. I heard sounds behind us, footsteps matching our pace, stopping when we stopped. By pure luck or divine intervention, we stumbled onto a gravel service road. A park ranger on an ATV found us within minutes, radioing for backup when he saw our condition. The search for Samuel began immediately. Dogs, helicopters, dozens of volunteers combing the forest. The cabin was examined thoroughly. Behind it, in a small clearing we'd never noticed, searchers found something that made hardened rangers step back in shock. Dozens of stick figures, woven from branches and decorated with feathers and small bones, filled the space. They ranged from inches to feet tall, arranged in careful patterns. At the center stood a larger figure, almost human-sized, wrapped in strips of fabric. I recognized the material, the fleece lining from Samuel's jacket. The search continued for weeks but found nothing else. No body, no clothing, no trace of Samuel beyond that horrible display. The cabin was permanently closed, the trail decommissioned. A month later, back in Chicago, I received a call from the investigation team. A trail camera near the cabin had captured images from our second night. They emailed me a single photo. 3 figures stood in perfect formation outside the cabin. Gaunt, pale, naked despite the cold. Their faces were human but wrong, too still, too empty. They stared directly at the camera with hollow eyes. I deleted the photo but still see those faces when I close my eyes. Samuel never came home. The divorce papers remain unfinished on what would have been his kitchen table. And somewhere in the Porcupine Mountains, in the deep woods around Mirror Lake, something waits in the darkness for the next visitors who venture too far from the marked trails. Being a park ranger means being prepared for literally anything. We often wear many hats and act as communication between various service providers and authorities. We can be search and rescue specialists, emergency medical technicians, police officers, teachers, and sometimes even surrogate parents to lost children. The job demands that we always have our wits about us, or at least try to, and you develop a tolerance for certain sights, sounds, and smells depending on which branch of ranger work you specialize in. The Search and Rescue Division obviously deals with more grisly situations than most. When I first started this career 15 years ago, roadkill would make me gag, especially the putrid smell that rises from decomposing flesh on a hot summer day. The sweet, cloying odor that seems to coat the inside of your nostrils and linger for hours afterward. While I by no means enjoy these encounters, I have simply grown accustomed to them. They become part of the job's landscape, like filing reports or maintaining trail markers. I have seen hikers who took catastrophic falls, their shin bones protruding through torn flesh at impossible angles. I have witnessed arms and ankles bent in directions that the human body was never designed to accommodate. There was even a car crash near the park's eastern boundary that required our assistance, since the highway patrol needed extra hands to collect the scattered remains across 200 yards of asphalt. That incident was particularly challenging, but at least there was a reasonable explanation when I handed a crime scene investigator a piece of human tissue that I could not immediately identify. What I discovered on what seemed like a routine patrol deep into the park's most remote section could not be so easily explained, and it continues to haunt my thoughts even now, months later. One aspect of this profession that I treasure most is the freedom it provides. While we all have designated responsibilities and territories, unless there is a specific emergency or scheduled event, we can travel to any section of our vast parkland and conduct our work there. The park encompasses over 40,000 acres of dense forest, winding rivers, and rocky outcroppings that have remained largely unchanged for centuries. On that particular spring morning, I had chosen an especially remote location, precisely because it seldom receives visitors. These isolated areas sometimes reward us with sightings of wildlife that we can document and study, particularly some of our less populated species that prefer to avoid human contact. The wolves had been making a comeback in recent years, and there had been unconfirmed reports of mountain lion tracks near the northern ridges. There is no proper trail system in this section of the park. We maintain a rudimentary pathway for emergency access, but for the most part this territory is left to nature and allowed to grow wild and overgrown. It lies too far from civilization for adventurous school groups or scouting expeditions, and the majority of recreational hikers head in the opposite direction toward the more developed camping areas and scenic overlooks. The morning was still fairly cool despite the season, with that crisp quality that spring air possesses before the sun climbs high enough to generate real warmth. Dew clung to every surface, and my boots left clear impressions in the soft earth as I made my way deeper into the wilderness. The forest was alive with the sounds of awakening wildlife, birds calling to establish territory, small creatures rustling through the underbrush, and the distant sound of water moving over stones. I had been walking for approximately 2 hours, documenting various plant species and photographing potential wildlife habitats, when the smell first reached me. It was not immediately overwhelming, but distinct enough that I recognized it instantly, the metallic, organic scent of blood. My training kicked in automatically, and I became more alert, scanning the surrounding area for signs of what might have occurred. Of course, I was not immediately alarmed by this discovery. We occasionally encounter bears in this region, along with other predators who hunt and consume their prey as part of the natural cycle. After all, this is genuine wilderness, where the laws of nature govern survival and death. I expected to find the remains of a deer, or perhaps evidence of a territorial dispute between competing predators. However, what I was completely unprepared to discover would challenge everything I thought I understood about this peaceful section of forest, and it would fundamentally alter my relationship with these woods that I had come to consider my second home. As I followed the increasingly strong scent of blood, pushing through a dense thicket of brambles that caught at my uniform and scratched at my exposed skin, I noticed that the normal forest sounds had grown eerily quiet. The birds had stopped their morning songs, and even the ever-present buzz of insects seemed muted. This unnatural silence should have served as a warning, but my curiosity and professional training compelled me to continue forward. The smell grew stronger with each step, that unmistakable copper tang that accompanies significant blood loss. I had encountered this odor before at accident scenes and during searches for injured hikers, but something about its intensity in this pristine wilderness setting felt wrong, almost unnatural. I pushed aside a final curtain of low-hanging branches and stepped into a small clearing that I had never seen before, despite years of exploring this section of the park. The space was roughly circular, perhaps 20 feet in diameter, surrounded by towering oak and pine trees that seemed to lean inward, creating a natural amphitheater effect. And there, nailed to the thick trunk of the largest oak tree, was a human hand. The sight hit me like a physical blow, and I involuntarily took 2 steps backward, my breath catching in my throat. The hand had been severed at the wrist, not with the clean precision that would suggest surgical amputation, but with the ragged, brutal efficiency of someone using an axe or hatchet. Pieces of torn tissue dangled from the severed edge like grotesque ribbons, and the bone was clearly visible through the mangled flesh. The hand was positioned approximately 8 feet above the ground, spread wide with the palm facing outward, as if waving goodbye or perhaps reaching for help that would never come. A single railroad spike had been driven through the center of the palm, securing it firmly to the tree's bark. The spike was old and rusted, the kind that might have been salvaged from abandoned railway lines that once crisscrossed this region decades ago. Dark blood had pooled at the base of the tree, soaking into the earth and creating a stain roughly 3 feet in diameter. The blood had coagulated and taken on that dark brown color that indicates it had been there for several days, possibly as long as a week. Flies swarmed around the appendage in a frenzied cloud, their buzzing now the only sound in the otherwise silent clearing. What struck me as particularly disturbing was the deliberate nature of the display. This was not the result of an animal attack or an accidental injury. Someone had intentionally severed this hand, carried it to this remote location, and mounted it on the tree like some macabre trophy or warning sign. The positioning suggested careful planning and a familiarity with the area that implied either extensive knowledge of the park or multiple reconnaissance visits. I forced myself to move closer, fighting against every instinct that screamed at me to flee. My professional training took over, and I began documenting the scene with my camera, taking photographs from multiple angles while being careful not to disturb any potential evidence. The hand appeared to belong to a middle-aged individual, with calloused fingers that suggested manual labor and a plain gold wedding band that had become embedded in the swollen flesh. No other body parts were visible in the immediate area, which raised disturbing questions about the location of the remaining remains. Had the perpetrator disposed of the body elsewhere, or were other sections of the victim scattered throughout different parts of the forest? The thought of stumbling upon additional gruesome discoveries during future patrols sent a chill down my spine. I retreated to a safe distance and immediately contacted my supervisor using the satellite radio that all rangers carried during solo expeditions. The reception was poor due to the dense tree cover, but I managed to relay the essential details of my discovery. Within 30 minutes, I could hear the distant sound of helicopters approaching, and I used my emergency flare to mark the location for the incoming investigators. The next several hours passed in a blur of activity as crime scene technicians, detectives, and medical examiners descended upon the previously peaceful clearing. They established a perimeter, photographed everything from every conceivable angle, and carefully removed the hand for analysis. Investigators combed through every inch of the surrounding area, searching for additional evidence or clues that might explain how this horror had found its way into our sanctuary. As the sun began to set and the investigative team prepared to leave, I realized that this discovery had fundamentally changed my relationship with these woods. The sense of peace and solitude that I had always found here had been replaced by an underlying current of dread and uncertainty. The days following my discovery blurred together in a seemingly endless series of interviews, reports, and increasingly frustrating dead ends. Detectives from the state police interviewed me repeatedly, going over every detail of that morning with exhausting thoroughness. They wanted to know about my exact route through the forest, the time of each observation I had made, and whether I had noticed anything unusual in the weeks preceding the discovery. I found myself returning to the crime scene multiple times with various investigators, retracing my steps and attempting to remember details that might have seemed insignificant at the time. Had I seen tire tracks on any of the service roads leading into the park, Were there any footprints or disturbed vegetation that might indicate someone had been in the area recently? The question seemed endless, and my inability to provide useful answers left me feeling increasingly helpless. The forensic analysis of the hand revealed frustratingly little information. The victim was determined to be a Caucasian male, approximately 45 to 55 years old, who had likely performed manual labor based on the callus patterns and scarring on his fingers. The wedding ring provided no leads, as it was a common style available at countless jewelry stores nationwide. Most significantly, the fingerprints and DNA sample yielded no matches in any law enforcement database. Hospital records within a 500-mile radius were searched for anyone who had sought treatment for a severed hand or traumatic amputation during the estimated time frame. Emergency rooms, trauma centers, and even veterinary clinics were contacted, but no one had treated an injury matching this description. This absence of medical records suggested either that the victim had died from blood loss before seeking help, or that someone had prevented him from reaching medical assistance. The railroad spike that had been used to attach the hand to the tree was traced to a lot manufactured in the 1960s, but thousands of these spikes had been distributed to railway companies throughout the region over several decades. Many had been abandoned or sold as scrap metal when sections of track were decommissioned, making it impossible to determine where this particular spike had been acquired. Search teams conducted systematic sweeps of increasingly wider areas around the discovery site, using cadaver dogs and ground-penetrating radar in an attempt to locate additional remains. They searched abandoned buildings, caves, and every accessible section of the park's backcountry. After 2 weeks of intensive searching, no other body parts were found, and no physical evidence suggested where the rest of the victim might be located. The lack of progress in the investigation began taking a psychological toll on everyone involved. Detectives who had worked hundreds of cases expressed frustration at the complete absence of leads or logical explanations. The deliberate placement of the hand suggested that this was not a random act of violence, but rather a carefully planned message or warning. However, without knowing the victim's identity or the perpetrator's motivation, the meaning behind this gruesome display remained incomprehensible. As weeks turned into months, media attention gradually shifted to other stories, and the investigative team was reduced to a single detective who continued following up on tips and leads that invariably led nowhere. The case file grew thicker with reports of sightings and theories from amateur investigators, but none provided actionable intelligence. Local residents began reporting strange sounds and unexplained phenomena in various parts of the park. Some claimed to have heard screaming in the distance during late-night hours, while others reported seeing unexplained lights moving through the forest. Park management received numerous complaints about the unsettling atmosphere that seemed to have settled over the entire area, and several longtime visitors stopped coming altogether. I found myself becoming increasingly obsessed with the case, spending off-duty hours researching similar crimes and reading everything I could find about ritual violence and symbolic displays of human remains. I contacted retired FBI profilers and attended seminars on criminal psychology, desperate to find some framework that might explain what had happened in our forest. The isolation of the crime scene continued to puzzle investigators. The location was so remote that reaching it required several hours of hiking through difficult terrain, yet someone had managed to transport not only the severed hand but also tools necessary to secure it to the tree. This suggested either exceptional physical fitness and wilderness skills or multiple people working together to accomplish the task. Sleep became elusive as my mind replayed the details of that morning over and over. I found myself questioning whether I had missed something important, some crucial detail that might have provided the breakthrough investigators needed. The image of that pale hand against the dark bark haunted my dreams, and I often woke in the middle of the night with the phantom smell of blood in my nostrils. The psychological impact of the discovery began manifesting in ways I had not anticipated. My routine patrols, once a source of peace and professional satisfaction, became exercises in constant vigilance and barely controlled anxiety. Every unusual sound, every unfamiliar scent, every shadow that seemed out of place triggered an adrenaline response that left me exhausted by the end of each shift. My colleagues began expressing concern about my behavior and mental state. I had become withdrawn and hypervigilant, jumping at unexpected sounds and spending excessive amounts of time documenting even minor irregularities that I encountered during patrols. The freedom and independence that had once made this job so appealing now felt like a burden, as I found myself isolated in vast wilderness areas with nothing but my own increasingly dark thoughts for company. The clearing where I had made the discovery became a focal point of morbid fascination for me. Despite having no official reason to visit the location, I found myself returning there regularly, ostensibly to check for any new evidence or signs of additional disturbance. In reality, I was drawn by a compulsion I could not fully understand or control. Each visit revealed subtle changes that might have been natural environmental processes or could have indicated human interference. Fallen branches appeared in different configurations. Leaves seemed to have been disturbed in patterns that did not match typical wind dispersal, and I occasionally found footprints that could have belonged to investigators, curious hikers, or someone with more sinister intentions. The tree itself bore permanent scars from the railroad spike, and I often found myself staring at the hole in the bark while trying to comprehend the mindset of someone capable of such a calculated act of violence. The surrounding vegetation had begun to grow back around the disturbed earth where the blood had pooled, but the grass in that area remained noticeably different in color and texture. Park management implemented new safety protocols in response to the incident, including mandatory check-ins every 4 hours during solo patrols and restrictions on accessing the most remote areas without backup. These measures provided a certain degree of comfort, but they also served as constant reminders of the violent reality that had invaded our previously safe haven. I began experiencing physical symptoms that my doctor attributed to stress and anxiety. Chronic headaches, difficulty sleeping, and digestive issues became daily challenges that interfered with my ability to perform my duties effectively. Prescription medications provided temporary relief, but the underlying tension and hypervigilance persisted. My personal relationship suffered as I became increasingly preoccupied with the case and less able to engage in normal social interactions. Conversations with family and friends inevitably returned to speculation about the crime, and I found myself analyzing everyone I encountered as a potential suspect or source of information. Trust became a luxury I could no longer afford, and paranoia began coloring my interactions with even longtime colleagues and friends. The seasonal changes that had always provided a sense of natural rhythm and continuity now seemed ominous and threatening. Spring brought concerns about what might emerge from the winter snow. Summer intensified the smell of decomposition from any animal remains I encountered. Autumn's falling leaves could conceal evidence or fresh horrors, and winter's isolation made every sound seem amplified and potentially significant. I started carrying additional equipment during patrols: extra batteries for my radio, a backup GPS unit, more comprehensive first aid supplies, and even a small digital camera specifically for documenting anything that seemed unusual or out of place. My supervisor commented that I had become the most thoroughly prepared ranger in the department, but I knew that no amount of equipment could address the real source of my anxiety. The ongoing presence of law enforcement personnel in the park created an atmosphere of constant investigation that affected both staff and visitors. Everyone felt as though they were under scrutiny, and the natural behaviors of wildlife seemed to change in response to the increased human activity and tension. Even the forest itself felt different, as though the violence that had occurred there had somehow altered its fundamental character. 6 months have passed since that spring morning when I stumbled upon the severed hand, and the case remains as mysterious as ever. The investigative file has been transferred to the Cold Case Division, where it will likely remain until new evidence emerges or similar crimes provide additional leads to pursue. The detective assigned to the case still contacts me occasionally to discuss potential new angles or to clarify details from my original statement, but these conversations have become increasingly infrequent and perfunctory. We have established a routine of checking the original crime scene and surrounding areas on a regular basis, maintaining clearer pathways and documenting any changes or anomalies that might indicate renewed activity. This practice serves both an official investigative purpose and provides a sense of control over a situation that has defied all attempts at resolution or understanding. The forest has begun to reclaim the clearing where the hand was discovered, and casual visitors would now find little evidence of the investigation that consumed so many resources and generated so much fear. Nature has a remarkable ability to heal and regenerate, covering scars and absorbing trauma in ways that humans often cannot. The tree continues to grow around the wound left by the railroad spike, and new vegetation has completely obscured the stained earth where blood once pooled. However, those of us who were involved in the discovery and investigation carry permanent reminders of what occurred in that remote section of wilderness. The knowledge that someone was capable of such calculated violence, and that they chose our sanctuary as the location for their disturbing display, has fundamentally altered our relationship with these woods that we are charged with protecting. I have developed new habits and routines that reflect this changed reality. My patrol routes now include regular checks of areas where similar displays might be established, and I maintain detailed logs of any unusual findings or observations. Photography has become an obsession as I document everything that seems even slightly out of place or different from previous visits. The hand itself has become a symbol of all the unknown dangers that might be lurking in our vast wilderness areas. Park rangers across the country have reached out to share their own experiences with unexplained discoveries and unsolved crimes, and I have learned that such incidents are more common than the general public realizes. Remote locations provide perfect opportunities for those who wish to dispose of evidence or create disturbing displays without risking immediate discovery. Sleep remains elusive, and my dreams are often populated by visions of that pale hand reaching out from the dark bark of the oak tree. Sometimes I dream that I hear the victim calling for help, his voice echoing through the forest but never clear enough for me to determine the direction or distance. These nightmares leave me exhausted and emotionally drained, but they also serve as motivation to continue searching for answers. The wedding ring that was embedded in the swollen flesh continues to haunt my thoughts. Somewhere a spouse may still be wondering what happened to their partner, checking their phone for messages that will never come, and holding on to hope that has no foundation in reality. The victim's identity remains unknown, but his humanity is undeniable, and the knowledge that his final moments likely involved unimaginable terror and pain creates a burden of responsibility that I cannot simply abandon. Local folklore has begun incorporating the discovery into stories and legends that are shared around campfires and in community gatherings. The hand in the woods has become a cautionary tale used to discourage solo hiking and to emphasize the importance of staying on marked trails. While I understand the practical value of such stories in promoting safety awareness, their embellishment and distortion of the facts frustrates my desire for accuracy and resolution. New rangers joining our department receive briefings about the case as part of their orientation and training. They learn about the importance of thorough documentation, proper evidence preservation, and the psychological challenges that can result from exposure to violent crime scenes. These educational efforts help ensure that future discoveries will be handled appropriately, but they also serve as constant reminders of the unresolved mystery that continues to define our professional environment. The investigation may be officially suspended, but my personal commitment to finding answers remains unwavering. I continue reading about similar cases, maintaining correspondence with law enforcement professionals, and exploring new technologies that might provide fresh approaches to analyzing the limited evidence we possess. Someone, somewhere, knows what happened to that man and why his hand ended up nailed to a tree in our forest. The park continues to attract visitors who come seeking peace, adventure, and connection with the natural world. Most remain unaware of the violence that occurred in our most remote section, and I take some comfort in knowing that their experience of this beautiful wilderness is not colored by the knowledge that haunts those of us who work here daily. But I know the truth, and I carry the responsibility of that knowledge with me on every patrol, during every quiet moment when the forest seems to be holding its breath, waiting for the next terrible secret to be revealed. The hand may be gone, but its presence lingers in the shadows between the trees, a reminder that evil can find its way into even the most pristine and protected places. We maintain our vigil, we document our observations, and we hope that someday the mystery will be solved and justice will be served. Until then, we continue our work, forever changed by the knowledge that somewhere in the darkness beyond our sight, there may be someone capable of unimaginable cruelty, and that our peaceful sanctuary once served as the stage for an act of violence that defies explanation or comprehension. The forest keeps its secrets well, but we will never stop listening for the answers that remain hidden in the wind through the trees. Thank God nothing else has happened since, though I fear it may only be a matter of time. The crisp Wyoming air bit at my face as I stepped out of my truck at the Bighorn National Forest Ranger Station. It was October 1977, and after 4 months on the job, I still couldn't believe this was my life now. The vast wilderness stretched before me, a patchwork of deep greens and golds as autumn took hold of the landscape. My name is George Williams, and this is the story of how my dream job became a nightmare. I'd grown up in Chicago, where the closest thing to wildlife was the occasional raccoon digging through garbage bins. The constant symphony of car horns and elevated trains had been my lullaby for 28 years, but something had always called me to the wilderness, a yearning I couldn't explain. When I saw the job posting for a park ranger position in Wyoming, I didn't hesitate. The other rangers had welcomed me warmly enough, though I could tell they were waiting to see if I'd make it through my first winter. Kevin Harrow, a veteran ranger with 15 years under his belt, had taken me under his wing. He was the kind of man who seemed to know every tree in the forest by name, every animal track by sight, and every weather pattern by heart. "Morning, George," Kevin called out as I entered the station. He was hunched over a map, his coffee leaving rings on the worn wooden desk. "Got some reports of illegal hunting up near Crazy Woman Canyon. Mind checking it out?" I nodded, grateful for the assignment. The canyon had become one of my favorite spots in the forest, despite its peculiar name. Any particular areas I should focus on? Kevin traced a path with his finger along the map. "There's been activity around these old campsites here and here, probably just some yahoos thinking they can get away with hunting out of season, but better safe than sorry." I gathered my gear methodically: radio, first aid kit, binoculars, and my standard issue rifle. The weapon felt heavy against my shoulder, a constant reminder of the responsibility that came with the badge. In 4 months, I'd never had to use it for anything more threatening than warning shots to scare off aggressive wildlife. The drive to Crazy Woman Canyon took about an hour, the dirt road winding through increasingly remote territory. The radio crackled occasionally with updates from other rangers, their voices providing a tenuous link to civilization. As I drove deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to press in closer, their branches creating a canopy that filtered the morning light into ghostly patterns on the ground. I parked at the trailhead and began my patrol on foot. The air was unusually still that morning, the typical chorus of birdsong notably absent. My boots crunched on fallen leaves, the sound seemingly amplified in the unnatural quiet. Something felt off, but I couldn't put my finger on what. The first campsite showed signs of recent use: a fire pit with warm ashes, emptied beer cans, and food wrappers scattered about. I documented the scene with my camera and collected the trash, making mental notes for my report. It wasn't until I reached the second site that things took a turn I never could have anticipated. The stillness was broken by a rustling in the underbrush. I turned, expecting to see a deer or perhaps a black bear, common enough sights in these parts. What I saw instead would haunt my dreams for years to come. He stood at the edge of the clearing, partially obscured by the shadows of the pine trees. At first glance, he appeared to be just a man, tall and gaunt, but something about him was fundamentally wrong. His skin had an almost translucent quality, like paper held up to light, and his eyes, his eyes were too large, too dark, seeming to absorb the morning light rather than reflect it. My training kicked in automatically. "Sir, this is a restricted area. I need to see your camping permit." My voice sounded hollow in the still air. He didn't respond, didn't blink, didn't move, just stood there, staring at me with those impossible eyes. His clothes hung in tatters from his frame, not the typical gear of a hiker or hunter. They looked ancient, as if he'd been wearing them for decades. I took a step closer, my hand instinctively moving to my rifle. "Sir, I need you to respond. Are you all right?" The movement was so fast I almost missed it. One moment he was standing at the edge of the clearing, the next he was directly in front of me, his cold hand gripping my rifle. The speed was inhuman, impossible. His touch sent waves of ice through my body, a bone-deep cold that seemed to freeze my very thoughts. We struggled for the weapon, but his strength was overwhelming. Up close, I could see that his skin wasn't just pale. It had a gray, mottled quality that made my stomach turn. His breath, when it hit my face, carried the musty sweetness of decay. Through sheer desperation, I managed to wrench the rifle free and stumble backward. My heart hammered against my ribs as I raised the weapon. "Stay back," I shouted, my finger trembling on the trigger. He tilted his head slightly, the movement jerky and unnatural, like a puppet on strings. Then his mouth opened, revealing teeth that were too sharp, too numerous. No sound came out. I ran. I'd like to say I stood my ground, that I followed procedure, that I handled the situation with the professionalism my badge demanded. But in that moment, facing something that shouldn't exist, all my training evaporated. I ran back to my truck, falling twice in my panic, the sound of my own ragged breathing drowning out everything else. Only when I was inside the vehicle, doors locked and engine running, did I reach for my radio with trembling hands. "Base, this is Williams. I've got a situation at Campsite B in Crazy Woman Canyon. Need backup immediately." Kevin's voice crackled back, concern evident even through the static. "What kind of situation, George? Over." I hesitated. How could I describe what I'd seen without sounding crazy? Possible hostile individual. Attempted to grab my weapon. Request immediate assistance. Copy that. Stay put. We're sending help. I kept my eyes on the trees, scanning for any movement. The man, if that's what he was, had vanished as quickly as he'd appeared. By the time backup arrived 20 minutes later, there was no trace of him. No footprints in the soft earth. No broken branches marking his passage. Nothing to prove he'd ever been there at all. The following days blurred together in a haze of questioning and paperwork. My fellow rangers searched the area thoroughly but found nothing. No tracks, no traces, no evidence that anyone had been there besides me. I could see the doubt in their eyes, the way they exchanged glances when they thought I wasn't looking. "Look, George," Kevin said one evening, as we sat in the station after hours, "I've been doing this job for 15 years. Sometimes the forest, it plays tricks on your mind. The isolation, the silence, it can get to you." I stared into my coffee, now cold and bitter. "I know what I saw, Kevin. This wasn't some trick of the light or my imagination running wild. He was real. Whatever he was real." Kevin leaned back in his chair, the wood creaking under his weight. "Maybe it was a homeless guy. We get them sometimes, living off the grid in the deeper parts of the forest. They can look pretty rough after a while." But I couldn't shake the memory of those eyes, that impossible speed, the otherworldly wrongness of his movements. No homeless person could move like that. No person could. The other rangers started treating me differently. They paired me up more often, claimed it was for safety, but I knew they were worried about me. I heard whispers about stress leave, about how the job wasn't for everyone. I started doubting myself, questioning my memories. Maybe they were right. Maybe the isolation was getting to me. Then the dreams started. Every night I'd see him standing at the foot of my bed, those black eyes boring into mine. I'd wake up gasping, sheets soaked with sweat, the room temperature seemingly dropped by 20 degrees. Sometimes I'd find my windows open, though I was sure I'd locked them before going to bed. I started keeping a journal, documenting everything. The dreams, the temperature drops, the strange sounds I'd hear at night. I needed proof, something concrete to show I wasn't losing my mind. It was Kevin who found it first. A crisp morning in late October, the kind where frost crunches under your boots and your breath hangs in the air like smoke. The radio crackled to life just as I was finishing my morning patrol. "George," Kevin's voice was tight, controlled. "I need you to come to the old Miller campsite now." I knew from his tone that something was wrong. The drive seemed to take forever, though it couldn't have been more than 15 minutes. When I arrived, I found Kevin standing at the edge of the clearing, his face ash gray. The body lay scattered across the campsite like pieces of a grotesque puzzle. The victim had been torn apart with impossible strength, limbs wrenched from their sockets, flesh shredded by something sharper than any animal's claws. The ground was saturated with blood, yet there were no tracks, no signs of struggle. "Jesus Christ," I whispered, fighting down the bile rising in my throat. Kevin radioed it in while I secured the perimeter. As we waited for the authorities, I saw something that made my blood freeze. There, at the edge of the trees, a familiar figure, watching us with those bottomless black eyes. "Kevin." I grabbed his arm, pointing, but by the time he turned, the figure was gone. The victim was identified as James Morrison, a local hunter who'd been reported missing a week earlier. The official investigation pointed to an animal attack, possibly a grizzly, though no one could explain the lack of tracks or the peculiar way the body had been dismembered. I knew better. The pattern of destruction, the surgical precision of some of the cuts. This was no animal attack. This was something else entirely. The sightings increased after that. I'd catch glimpses of him everywhere, between the trees during patrols, in the reflection of my truck's windows, standing in the shadows of the station at dusk. Each time, he'd vanish the moment someone else looked. My colleagues' concern turned to worry, then to fear. They saw the dark circles under my eyes, the way I jumped at shadows, how I'd stopped eating in the break room, preferring to keep my back to a wall and my eyes on the windows. I started carrying my rifle everywhere, even off duty. I installed extra locks on my doors and windows, bought security cameras for my small cabin. The footage would often glitch around 3 a.m., showing static for exactly 7 minutes before returning to normal. One night reviewing the footage, I saw him, standing perfectly still in my yard for hours, head tilted at an impossible angle, staring directly into the camera. When I ran outside with my rifle, he was gone, but the grass where he'd stood was frozen solid despite the warm summer night. I tried to find patterns, some logic to his appearances. I pored over local history books, searching for similar stories. In the deepest archives of the local library, I found mentions of similar sightings dating back to the 1800s. Stories of a tall, pale figure seen before disappearances, of hunters found torn apart, of children who vanished into the woods never to return. The more I discovered, the more he appeared. It was as if my knowledge of him somehow drew him closer, made him stronger. It ended where it began. In a way, I was home, trying to lose myself in mindless television when the power went out. The temperature dropped suddenly, my breath visible in the darkness. I knew he was coming. I grabbed my rifle and waited. The security cameras had gone dead, but I didn't need them. I could feel his presence, like a weight pressing against my skull. When I saw him standing in my yard, I didn't hesitate. I went outside to face him, knowing this had to end one way or another. "What do you want?" I shouted into the darkness. "Why are you doing this?" He moved then, faster than ever before, closing the distance between us in an eye blink. His hand closed around my throat, cold as the grave, strong as steel. Up close, his face was even more horrible than I remembered, not just pale, but somehow wrong, as if someone had tried to craft a human face without ever having seen one. I struggled against his grip, feeling my consciousness fading. This was it, I thought. I was going to end up like Morrison, another mysterious death in the forest. The gunshot rang out like thunder. The creature's grip loosened as it staggered backward, black liquid seeping from a wound in its chest. I fell to my knees, gasping for air. Kevin stood at the edge of my property, his rifle still raised. "I've been following you," he admitted as he helped me up. "I knew something was wrong, really wrong. I just didn't know what until now." We both watched as the creature retreated into the darkness, leaving a trail of black fluid that seemed to evaporate as it hit the ground. It never made a sound. I left the Ranger Service the next week. Kevin tried to convince me to stay, said we could face this thing together, but I'd had enough. I moved to Arizona, where the desert's stark openness felt safer than the close darkness of the forest. The official report listed the Morrison case as an unsolved animal attack. My encounter was explained away as stress-induced paranoia. Kevin never told anyone what he saw that night, though he sends me updates every few months, keeping me informed of any unusual incidents in the forest. Sometimes, on cold nights when the wind howls just right, I think I see a tall, pale figure standing in the distance, but I've learned to look away, to not acknowledge it. Perhaps that's why I survived when others didn't. I learned when to stop looking, when to walk away. The Bighorn National Forest still stands, beautiful and mysterious as ever. Tourists still camp there, hikers still wander its trails, and rangers still patrol its vast expanses. But if you go there, and if you see something strange in the shadows, something that moves too fast or stands too still, don't look too long. Don't try to understand it, just walk away. Because some mysteries aren't meant to be solved, and some watchers should remain in the woods.